It was difficult and time-consuming for cultivators to go up in levels, so a magical pill could help them a lot. However, there was only one alchemist in the cultivation world, and it wasn't easy to make a magical pill. Even if a magical pill was successfully made, not everyone could get it. Ordinary cultivators could only try to get it by joining in the Kung Fu competition. The top 3 prizes were magical pills of different levels. Magical pills included marrow-washing magical pills, restoring magical pills, soul-nourishing magical pills, energy-storing magical pills, rebirth magical pills, spirit-gathering magical pills, etc. There were many other kinds of magical pills, but the alchemist's ability was limited, and he could only make some basic magical pills. The most effective magical pills were spirit-gathering magical pills, which were also the important magical pills on cultivators' way to go up in levels. The champion of the Kung Fu competition could get a spirit-gathering magical pill. The second prize was an energy-storing magical pill. The third prize was a soul-nourishing magical pill. An energy-storing magical pill could help a cultivator get 10% more of his energy. About 3 years ago, Bailey Zongyang won the championship and he got an energy-storing magical pill. He didn't take it himself, but gave it to his father. Therefore, Bailey Zongyang's father already passed the period of turning qi into energy and became one of the rare top cultivators in the cultivation world. After all, the majority of cultivators couldn't reach the period of turning qi into energy. Magical power was harder and harder to get now, so it was very difficult for cultivators to improve themselves. Only several senior members of the 4 dominant families in the cultivation world had the chance to accumulate that much magical power in the past. The patriarch of the Bailey family was Bailey Qifeng, and he was at the highest level among other senior members in the 4 dominant families. As a result, the Bailey family held a higher position than the other 3 families in the cultivation world. In addition, there were more skilled cultivators in the Bailey family than in other powerful families. In the Dongfang family, only one senior member passed the period of turning qi into energy. As for the young generation in the Dongfang family, not many were outstanding among their peers. Therefore, the Dongfang family relied on its patriarch to hold an important position in the cultivation world. Bailey Zongyang was the top young cultivator in the cultivation world, followed by Dongfang Ziyu, so the Dongfang family ranked second place, right next to the Bailey family. The elite group in the cultivation world was called Tiandazong, and there were 8 senior cultivators who were in the period of turning qi into energy and 3 in the period from concrete to abstract in it. There were many masters in Tiandazong because it had the alchemist, and they had the priority to get magical pills before other cultivators. In addition to magical pills, they were also talented and paid a lot to improve themselves. Dongfang Ziyu put on a serious expression when Wu Shanhua mentioned the competition because it was very important in her eyes. She was stuck in the primary period of turning qi into energy for almost a year, which was very common, but she lost her patience. After all, it was harder for them to find magical power now, so everything developed slowly. If she could get the magical pill, she could directly reach the last phase of turning qi into energy. She wished that she could pass that period and reach a higher level, but it was nearly impossible. There was a rule set by the host of the competition that the previous champions couldn't take part in the game again. In that case, Dongfang Ziyu was confident that she could win the first prize this year. She was ranked second last time. However, nobody knew whether someone else would surpass her. Many things could have happened in the past 3 years, and every cultivator was working hard to improve himself or herself. Therefore, Dongfang Ziyu still needed to be well prepared. "Did you see Bailey Zongxue again?" Dongfang Ziyu asked all of a sudden. She believed that Bailey Zongxue came for Guning as well, so she was afraid that the Bailey family might get the magical power from Guning before her. The 4 dominant families didn't have a close relationship with one another in private, and they were competitors. "No, I didn't see her," Wu Shanhua said. Wu Shunhua failed to see Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue again because of his bad luck. In fact, Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue often showed up together, but Wu Shunhua came when they were already gone. They also ran in the morning, but they accidentally didn't go back to Century City last night, so Wu Shunhua couldn't see them this morning.
Fina, spy on Guning.
I need to go back to the cultivation world for a while. Call me once you have any news, Dongfang Ziyu said. Because the cultivation world was totally different from the mortal world, she couldn't charge a smartphone there and could only carry a smartphone with full energy with her. They could also only carry some small stuff with them because the space of the portal passage was limited. No problem. Wu Shunhua agreed. Wu Shunhua wasn't a member of the Dongfang family, and he wouldn't participate in the competition either, so he was free and could stay outside as long as he wanted. After that, Dongfang Ziyu left.
Guning saw Kay when she was waiting for the elevator in the underground parking lot. Hi boss, several tech companies have contacted me and wanted to acquire high-speed tech, but I turned them down. Some of them even threatened me in annoyance. Kay smiled at Guning and didn't take those threats seriously. Given Guning's influence now, nobody could hurt him. Instead, if their enemies in business tried to hurt them, they must be prepared for their own stupid decision. No company had ever succeeded in scheming against Guning's companies. Even if they could damage the reputation of Guning's companies for a short while, they still failed in the end and suffered a great loss. Because high-speed tech was just a small startup, and not many people were aware that it was controlled by Guning as well, it didn't have much influence in the society for the time being. However, the first game developed by High-Speed Tech became the top one online game once it was released, so it helped High-Speed Tech attract a lot of attention from its peers in the game industry. Really? Guning cocked her eyebrow. She wasn't mad at all but also smiled. How did they threaten you? Not very straightforward, they simply said that High-Speed Tech is a small startup and it won't have a bright future without a powerful support. And they're willing to support us, Kay said with disdain. Those big tech companies might believe that they were the leaders in the game industry, but Kay had a different opinion. He was very sure that none of them was comparable to Guning. After all, Guning already had dozens of billions of yuan in assets now. Only Kay was aware of all Guning's companies, so he knew that she was incredibly rich. Most of her wealth came from Jade jewelry. Her companies in Citytung were worth over 10 billion yuan. Cozy and Jade beauty jewelry were also quite profitable. Although only a small number of rich people became loyal customers of Jade beauty jewelry, they never hesitated to spend a lot of money on jewelry. A single rich woman could have multiple sets of jewelry. Compared with Jade beauty jewelry, Cozy was popular in most social classes, and many women or girls bought it regularly. Women were very generous in maintaining their beauty, so it was easy to make money by attracting loyal female customers. And although Cozy was a newly built brand, it already earned a good reputation for its quality, safety, and great effects. Some rich women might prefer to buy famous international skincare brands, but Cozy was the most popular domestic brand now. More and more girls or women were willing to try Cozy, and most of them fell in love with it after using it. Cozy wasn't on the list of famous international brands now, but it wouldn't take long for it to do that. Some other skincare brands felt threatened facing such a strong competitor like Cozy. They deliberately left negative comments on it on the internet, trying to stop more people from buying it, but this tactic wasn't very useful. It was just the beginning, and Cozy would face more unkind competition in the future. Guning was prepared, and wasn't worried about it at all. Moreover, as she gained more and more fortune, her social class was rising as well, which meant that she wasn't weak anymore. She had enough resources, connections, helpers, and so on to help her build and expand her business empire. As a result, no one could force them to sell high-speed tech if they refused to. In addition to her own influence, Guning also had the Tang family's support. The Tang family held an important position in both business and politics, so no company dared to act against it, even though it was big and successful in their country. Just ignore them. If they dare to play some dirty tricks, pay them back, Guning said. She had zero tolerance to mean people. I will, Kay said. He actually had the same idea. "Oh, how's the Mu family right now?" Guning asked all of a sudden. She hadn't paid attention to the Mu family for a long time, because it was Kay's enemy after all, so she thought that she shouldn't care about it. It already lost everything it owned, and will probably declare bankruptcy in the next few days, Kay said. He felt satisfied that the Mu family lost everything it owned before. As long as his revenge was achieved, he could focus on his own life in the future. In fact, once the Mu family was stuck in a big crisis, its partners all abandoned it. Actually, if the Mu family didn't have any dirty secrets, Kay wouldn't be able to ruin it within such a short time. Mu Shushin was sick, lying on the patient bed now, and could do nothing to save his family. Although the Mu family went bankrupt, it didn't have many debts, so Kay still had mercy. Gu Ning gave a glance to Wu Shunhua after she walked into her office, and she noticed that Dongfang Ziyu was absent. After that, she went on dealing with her own business. When Dongfang Ziyu reached the boundary between the cultivation world and the mortal's world, she ran into Bailey Zongxue, who just walked out. "Hi Ziyu, are you going home?" Bailey Zongxue smiled at Dongfang Ziyu. Although the four dominant families were actually competitors, they still remained kind to one another on the surface. The Dongfang family and the Bailey family also had the intention to form a marriage alliance and let Bailey Zongyang marry Dongfang Ziyu. Bailey Zongyang agreed because Dongfang Ziyu was indeed beautiful and the most skilled female cultivator in the cultivation world. Dongfang Ziyu, however, was unwilling to marry him. She made an excuse saying that it was still too early to talk about that now and avoided Bailey Zongyang all the time. Bailey Zongyang was a very outstanding young man, but she still couldn't fall in love with him. To be specific, Dongfang Ziyu even hated Bailey Zongyang a little. As for Bailey Zongxue, Dongfang Ziyu stayed polite to her. "Yeah, where are you going?" Dongfang Ziyu asked. "Just hanging out for a while," Bailey Zongxue said. "The Kung Fu competition is about to come. Why don't you spend more time on your cultivation?" Dongfang Ziyu asked, like she was educating her own younger sister. Hearing that, Bailey Zongxue looked aggrieved. "I can't make the top 3 anyway, and it won't change anything even if I practice my cultivation very hard." Bailey Zongxue got along well with Dongfang Ziyu, but it didn't mean that she would say anything to her. "Where do you live right now?" Dongfang Ziyu asked. "My older brother booked a room in a hotel for me, and he'll tell me when I go to meet him," Bailey Zongxue said, and didn't mention Century City at all. In that case, Dongfang Ziyu understood that Bailey Zongxue was determined to hide the secret from her. She was very sure that Bailey Zongxue went to the mortal's world because of Gu Ning. "All right, see you," Dongfang Ziyu said. "Bye-bye," Bailey Zongxue said and walked away. Dongfang Ziyu, however, stopped at the boundary and took out her phone to send Wu Shunhua a message and told him that she just ran into Bailey Zongxue. Tang Yexin and Ji Yijing didn't sleep at all that night and looked super haggard. Even though there was a mercenary by their sides, they were still afraid. They knew that mercenaries were very strong and much better than common bodyguards, but they kept having nightmares once they closed their eyes. Ji Yijing was in a better mental condition than Tang Yexin, because she was knocked unconscious when Tang Yexin was being tortured by Tang Aining. From that night, Tang Yexin couldn't relax at all. Qi Ziyue thought about drugs for a whole morning before he finally turned on his phone. Over 100 messages and dozens of missed calls flooded into his phone, and they all came from his friends. Qi Ziyue ignored them and directly called a person. He called his friend who had been addicted to drugs and successfully got rid of them later. He knew where to buy drugs. Qi Ziyue didn't know how to explain his current situation to his friend, but he was left no choice now. At the same time, he was also worried that his friend might tell the Tang family about his condition. He wasn't sure whether his friend was still reliable after the shocking scandal erupted. He didn't have close friends after all, and he had to be very careful. After waiting for a few seconds, his friend picked up his call. "Ziyue, how are you doing now?" Actually, he had tried to find Qi Ziyue when he disappeared all of a sudden, but nobody answered his calls. Qi Ziyue's phone was always turned off. Although they weren't close friends, they were friends after all. "Wang Gu, I need your help," Chizue said. What can I do for you? Wongu said. I'm willing to help, but my ability is limited, and I hope you can understand it. Chizue wasn't displeased at all and said, well, the thing is. He then told Wongu everything, and begged him to help him get drugs. It wasn't a difficult thing in Wang Ji's eyes, so he agreed. Although he knew how harmful drugs were, Chizue's situation was different, and he thought that he could help him. Wongu, my phone won't be on all the time, so I'll call you at 8 p.m. tonight. If you can get some, I'll arrange for someone to fetch it for me and I'll directly give you cash then, Chizue said. He wouldn't meet Wongu in person in case Wongu found out where he stayed now. Wongu had no intention to know more details, so he didn't ask further about it either. Chizue didn't need a lot of drugs, and only had to take them 10 times, so it was very easy for him to prepare enough cash. At noon, Gu Ning received a message from Gao Weichao. He told her that Gufan already had an official website and Weibo account, and he just released the news that the opening ceremony of its flagship store would be held in 3 days. Because it was a new startup, its opening ceremony wasn't very grand, and they only hired some models to walk on the show stage. People who had a good relationship with Gu Ning knew that it was another of Gu Ning's new companies, so they would come to congratulate her that day. Therefore, they didn't need models to help them gain attention for the opening ceremony, and the Tang family's modeling company would settle it. There weren't models in Fenghua Entertainment, so Gu Ning decided to find a good spokesperson for this new brand after it gained some fame. She would choose among the artists in her own company. Gu Ning logged into Weibo at once to read the news. Once she opened the page, she saw many messages from her followers, but she wasn't interested in them. She found the official Weibo account of Gufan and followed it before she reposted its first post. Gufan Official. Gufan, another fashion brand owned by Gu Ning, is officially established today. We have male and female clothes, and our flagship store will open in Fengshang Shopping Mall at 10 a.m. this Saturday. Everyone can have 20% off on the first day, and we'll have a lucky draw for you. The prizes are provided by Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. You're all welcome to take part in our party this Saturday. There was a video ad attached to the post, and a good-looking young man and a beautiful young woman played roles in it. The man and the woman met for the first time in the story and they walked by each other on the street. With a simple glance, they fell in love and went on to date one another and got married in the end. From the beginning to the end, both of them were in Gufan clothes. The official Weibo account of Gufan was very new, so it didn't have many followers. However, because Gu Ning reposted its first post, many of her followers noticed Gufan. As time went by, more and more internet users saw it. Gu Ning had many companies which also had an official account on Weibo, and they actively reposted it once they saw it. Tang Xiaoxiao and many other actors also reposted it. Given their fame and influence, the post became one of the hottest topics on Weibo within hours. Many of Gu Ning's fans were also active in reposting the news. Wow, Goddess Gu has another new company. She's so awesome. I love the name of the new brand. Goddess Gu is even more successful than my father, but she's much younger than my father. She's a talented businesswoman. I've never seen anyone like her before. She's quite unbelievable. She's a very good founder, manager and problem solver. She's greedy. I like this ad in this brand. I think I'll go to have a look at its flagship store. I'm excited about the lucky draw. It's not easy to get the prizes because they're very expensive. I hope I can get a prize. I'm sure the flagship store will be super crowded on the first day. Of course it will, because Gufan is Goddess Gu's new company. I'm going anyway. Will Goddess Gu show up? I wish I could see her in real life. Many internet users mentioned Gu Ning afterwards and asked whether she would show up on that day. But Gu Ning didn't see their messages because she left for lunch. Negative comments existed along with the positive comments, and many internet users disliked Gufan. It was understandable because different people had different preferences. However, some of them directly attacked Gu Ning, which annoyed Gu Ning's fans. Isn't she a student? Why can't she focus on her studies? Hasn't she made enough money? She aches for more and more money. She's greedy. Are you all crazy? Even though she's still a student, she can also be a successful businesswoman at the same time. She makes money with her abilities and wisdom. There is nothing wrong with it. Don't you need to make money if you want to live a good life? No one dislikes money, and it isn't a problem if someone is very good at making money. Right? Gu Ning is extraordinary among her peers. Not every young teen could be as successful as her. I think they're simply jealous of Goddess Gu. Goddess Gu is my idol, and I won't allow anyone to humiliate her. Haters are disgusting. Even if you don't like Goddess Gu, don't attack her and slander her. I've learned a lot from her anyway, and I'm improving myself as well. Goddess Gu has many fans, so you should mind what you say. Facing Gu Ning's loyal fans, those who disliked Gu Ning had to remain quiet. Although they fiercely argued against each other on the internet, Gu Ning wasn't aware of it at all. Because Gu Ning's fans strongly demanded an apology, many haters kept at mentioned Gu Ning and apologized to her on Weibo. Gu Ning didn't see that at the beginning, until Hao Ran noticed it. He at mentioned Gu Ning in their WeChat group and told her to read it. Gu Ning seldom showed up in their WeChat group and chatted with them, but she would notice new messages if they mentioned her. Hao Ran, boss, your fans are so aggressive, but I like it. Come on, it isn't our boss's fault. If they want money, they should try to make it themselves. They're simply jealous of the rich. Gu Ning's friends all defended her. In fact, they loved seeing that Gu Ning had many loyal fans so that nobody could damage her reputation for no reason on social media. If they met those haters on the internet, they wouldn't hesitate to argue against them for Gu Ning as well. Gu Ning read their messages in the WeChat group before she logged into Weibo again. Although haters were hateful, she didn't care about their opinions. Gu Ning didn't think it was a big deal, but she was afraid that her fans would still be annoyed, so she gave them a reply. I understand different people have different values, and I won't be mad if the criticisms make sense. People make mistakes, including me, but I'm not afraid of hardships. I'm very proud of myself for what I've achieved, and I won't stop. Gu Ning wasn't warning those who disliked her, but made her attitude quite clear. She wasn't mean and was willing to accept reasonable criticisms, because they would help her to improve herself. When everyone saw that Gu Ning didn't mind and accepted the apology, the drama lost attention. Gu Ning's fans seized the chance and asked her whether she would show up at the opening ceremony that Saturday. Because too many people asked her the same question, Gu Ning gave them a reply. Gu Ning. Many people ask me whether I'll be attending the opening ceremony, but I'm not sure about it right now. If I'm free that day, I'll go. If I'm not, unfortunately, I won't show up. Seeing Gu Ning's reply, many internet users got excited. Goddess Gu just replied, if Goddess Gu doesn't show up, I'll be disappointed. I'll go anyway, and maybe I can see Goddess Gu. Goddess Gu is too busy. She has too many companies. Goddess Gu, you must take good care of yourself. Health matters most. Right, take good care of yourself, Goddess Gu. We'll support you forever. Many internet users cared about Gu Ning's health, so Gu Ning felt touched when she read their comments. After that, she sent out another post to thank them for their concern. Gufan soon became the hottest topic on Weibo, and most internet users supported it. The majority of the internet users were already used to Gu Ning's fame and popularity now, so they weren't surprised that her name appeared on the list of the hottest topics once more. During the past half year, Gu Ning had occupied a place on the list of the hottest topics more often than those famous artists, which caused a lot of jealousy. However, jealousy wasn't equal to hatred, and now Gu Ning was the well-known national heroine, so most people were respectful of her. Gu Ning also had the nickname of the national heroine because of her unbelievable skills of martial arts and her bravery. If she became an artist, her name could appear in all the hottest topics. After all, an artist was always surrounded by rumors and gossip. In fact, there were no other businessmen who could be as popular as her. Among those who had heard of Gu Ning's name and her achievements, some truly admired her, some were jealous of her, while some didn't bother to pay much attention to her. Different people had different interests, and not everyone paid much attention to entertainment news. There were a lot of people who liked business and politics more than entertainment. Since Gufan was going to open its first store in City B, it would open a branch in the capital soon. Gu Ning directly went to the 17th floor to talk with Chan Songi about their new stores. In City B, she had the Tang family's help, so it was very easy and quick for her to settle it. However, in the capital she needed to deal with it in person, so it progressed slowly. Anyway, they finally found a suitable store and were about to decorate it. If it was available to be rented, it could be occupied earlier on. Nevertheless, they bought instead of renting the store in the capital, because the previous owner needed a lot of money, so he decided to sell it. However, precisely because he wanted to sell it, the price was much higher and not many people could afford it. The housing price in the capital was extremely high after all, and a big property of 300 square meters cost dozens of million yuan. Gu Ning also hoped that she could acquire it, because it was more stable for her to run her business. Therefore, she bought as many stores as she could. It should be done in a week, Chen Songi said. Great.
Gu Ning nodded.
Boss, I just collected some information about the hotel, and you can read it if you're free now, Chan Songi said and handed Gu Ning a file folder. Gu Ning agreed and took it. She needed to make money with the company she took over from Hong Yun, so she told Chan Songi to help her find good land in the capital. She planned to open her hotel chain to the capital. The hotel business was quite advanced in a dominant city like the capital city, so it wasn't easy for them to find a good place. Since they were going to open a 5-star hotel, the location mattered a lot, so Chan Songi had searched for good locations for a long time. The best choice would be a hotel which was under transfer and was close to the city center. It was a little old, but they could rebuild it as long as they had enough money. However, the hotel was relatively small and was only about 500 square meters, which wasn't enough for a 5-star hotel. Nevertheless, Chan Songi thought it was the best choice for a reason. Although the hotel wasn't large enough, there was an old residential building that would be demolished sooner or later. Only half of it was occupied, mostly by tenants. There was a large green belt as well, so it would be large enough to build a 5-star hotel if they could get all of those properties. To make sure of it, Chan Songi went to the Ministry of Land and Resources for advice. The piece of land where the old residential building was owned by the government, and they could acquire and develop it, but they needed to talk with the apartment owners in person to buy their property right. After that, they must change the ownership of the land and apartments in order to get the land. Normally, a piece of land had 70 years of property right, and this residential building was already 36 years old, so they could only use it for 34 years if they bought it. If they wanted to add it to 70 years, they should pay more money for the remaining 36 years. Besides, they also needed to negotiate with the apartment owners. This residential building was old, but it was still worth a lot of money. The second place Chan Songi found was a newly developed wasteland, but the construction stopped even before the foundation was finished. This place was quite large with over 4,000 square meters, and it should have been a big shopping mall. It might be large enough for a hotel, but wasn't big enough for a shopping mall. It was located in the Eastern District, so it had a good location too. Unfortunately, it was said to be an unlucky place. When the construction started, workers dug out a grave with a coffin in it. When they opened it, they found a dry body in an official suit from the Qing dynasty inside. Afterwards, the body was moved to a museum. However, strange things happened later, and many workers got into accidents one by one at the construction site. At the beginning, they didn't take it seriously, but someone died in the end, so they began to believe that this place was haunted. As a result, the construction came to a halt. Gu Ning remembered what had happened at the abandoned building in City B last time, and believed that there must be ghosts who were causing trouble. After looking at its pictures and location, Gu Ning was very satisfied with it. Therefore, she decided to go see it. The third place Chan Songi found was also a good place, but it was very close to the first place. Even if Gu Ning was going to buy it, she wouldn't build a hotel on it, because it wasn't a smart decision to build two hotels which were so close to each other at the same time. Quality was more important than quantity when it came to luxurious hotels. Therefore, Gu Ning planned to buy it first and leave it there till she needed to use it in the future. Chan Songi showed her more places, But Gu Ning wasn't very interested in them. She didn't need too many pieces of land right now, so it would be a total waste of money if she bought too many pieces of land at once. Most of the pieces of good land were held by the government waiting for a high bid, so it wasn't easy for Chan Songi to find them. You can prepare to buy the first and third land, and I'll go to see the second land before I make a decision, Gu Ning said. Although she had suspicions that the trouble was caused by ghosts, she wasn't 100% sure of it. If there was a serious problem she couldn't deal with, she wouldn't buy the second land. As for the first and third land, Gu Ning trusted Chan Songi and believed that he could handle it well. Chan Songi was a very outstanding manager and could manage the company well on behalf of Gu Ning. After that, Gu Ning had to have a talk with Nguangyao. Nguangyao was the senior manager of Gu Ning's real estate company, so he should be doing this work for Gu Ning. However, Nguangyao's ambit was limited in Province D, and he didn't have many connections in the capital, so it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Anyway, both Chan Songi and Nguangyao were working for her, and she would assign the job to either of them when they were able to deal with it. Gu Ning had no intention to open a real estate company in the capital for the time being, because she didn't have a good chance yet. Even though Shanghua real estate was quite famous and important in Province D, it wasn't comparable to the real estate companies in the capital. In addition, she could make a lot outside of the capital too, and Shanghua real estate needed more time for better development. When Shanghua real estate became the leading company in the real estate industry in Province D, she would have confidence to enter the market in the capital. No problem, Chen Songi said. Actually, Chen Songi had doubts about the unlucky construction site, but he didn't ask further about it. Because Gu Ning had acquired a haunted construction site in City B once before and nothing strange ever happened again, Chan Songi believed that she could solve this problem. It was also the reason why he placed the second land among the choices even though he heard that it was an unlucky place. In his eyes, Gu Ning was really incredible, but he knew that he shouldn't ask her about something he shouldn't know. After that, Gu Ning left. She knew that Wu Shenhua was still spying on her, so she told Kay to drive her. Gu Ning, Gao Yi, and Xiaoya sat on the rear seats of the car and successfully avoided Wu Shenhua. Gu Ning went there along with Gao Yi and Xiaoya in order to fill them in on some secrets. Both Gao Yi and Xiaoya were mentally stronger than ordinary people, so she wasn't worried that they would be scared. They left for the eastern district from the southern district, which took them over 40 minutes on the road. There was a circle of blue iron sheets around the construction site to stop people from walking inside. Gao Yi stopped the car at the gate of the construction site and noticed that the iron gate was open. Seeing that, Gu Ning frowned with dissatisfaction. Since this place was unlucky, the door should be closed tightly. What if someone accidentally got inside and had an accident? Thinking of that, Gu Ning opened the car door and walked to the gate. When she was about to enter the construction site, she saw a boy stumbling over in tears. At the same time, Gu Ning noticed a flow of black smoke circling above the center of the construction site. It wasn't thick nor thin. Only Gu Ning was able to see it. Something terrible must have happened, and the boy was scared by it. Gu Ning took out several power crystals right away and told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to take a pill before they walked inside. After that, she walked towards the young boy. "Please help. Help my older brother Xiaolin," the young boy shouted to Gu Ning once he saw her. Saying that, he stumbled onto the ground. Gu Ning helped him get back to his feet at once, then asked, "What happened?" "My older brother Xiaolin just fell into a pit, and he is unconscious now. Nobody can wake him up," the young boy cried in fear. Hearing that, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the center of the construction site. With a simple glance, she saw another young boy lying in the pit that the coffin was dug out of, and he was covered by een now. Because of the een, the young boy's face was turning pale. "Xiaoya, you can wait outside with this boy, and Gao Yi will go inside with me," Gu Ning said. "Sure." They nodded. The young boy was too scared to think about whether they were good people or not. He only hoped that his older brother would be fine. Gu Ning and Gao Yi quickly arrived at the accident scene. The moment Gao Yi saw the boy lying in the grave pit, he wanted to jump down and pick him up, but was stopped by Gu Ning. "Let me do it." There was too much yin in the pit, and it would badly hurt Gao Yi's health even though he already took a power crystal. Gu Ning, on the other hand, could protect herself from it, and she also needed to cure the unconscious boy with her magical power. Since Gu Ning wanted to do it herself, Gao Yi stepped backwards. Once Gu Ning jumped down, she felt that she was surrounded by yin, and it tried to enter her body, but she immediately pushed it away with her magical power. After that, Gu Ning carried the boy in her arms and put her magical power into his body at once. The yin kept trying to attack Gu Ning but failed every time, which annoyed it. The boy soon got rid of the yin with the help of Gu Ning's magical power, and his pale face quickly returned to being ready. Gu Ning wanted to carry the boy out of the grave pit, but the yin wouldn't let them go. Seeing that, Gu Ning used her magical power again to force it to leave them, then left the grave pit without hesitation. She put the boy down on the ground before she took out a power crystal and helped him swallow it. Because a lot of magical power soon filled the boy's body, he woke up in a few minutes. Although this construction site was indeed abnormal, Gu Ning decided to cure this boy because she didn't want any terrible news about it to go abroad again since she decided to acquire it. The boy opened his eyes and felt frightened when a stranger's face appeared in front of him. He trembled in fear and asked Gu Ning, "Who are you?" He thought that Gu Ning was a bad person. It was obvious that he didn't know what had happened to him. "Is your name Xiaolin? A younger boy just told me that you fell into the grave pit and were knocked unconscious, so we helped you out," Gu Ning said in a very gentle voice, to prevent the boy from being scared again. Hearing that, Xiaolin remembered it and thanked Gu Ning at once. "Miss, thank you so much. It's fine. You should go back home with your friend now." Gu Ning smiled at him. "Sure." The boy nodded. After that, Gu Ning told Gao Yi to walk the boy out, while she stayed at the construction site to learn more about it. She didn't walk back to the grave pit until Gao Yi had walked away with the boy. The second Gu Ning squatted at the edge of the grave pit, the yin became annoyed and moved about in front of Gu Ning. It seemed like it ached to touch her and drag her down, but Gu Ning directly ignored it and used her jade eyes to see what was under the grave. She focused for a while but found nothing except for the yin. In that case, it must be the yin that caused so much trouble here. However, she couldn't deal with the yin right now, because it was a bright day, and it wasn't convenient for her to let the flood dragon out now. Therefore, she could only come back at night. When she left, she locked the iron gate in case other innocent people were affected by the yin. It was already 4 p.m., so Gu Ning decided to go back home. On her way home, Gu Ning said to Gao Yi and Xiaoya, "You two have stayed with me for a long time, and I trust both of you very much. You should know that I always encounter something abnormal and strange, but I have never explained it to you before, because I think it's better if fewer people are aware of it." Hearing that, Gao Yi and Xiaoya realized that it must be something very important, so they put on a serious expression. Although Gao Yi was driving now, Gu Ning understood that he could stay calm, even though she was going to tell him something quite shocking. "You must be mentally prepared before I tell you this," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Gao Yi said. "I'm prepared," Xiaoya said. This construction site is indeed haunted, and the source is the grave pit. There was a well-preserved dry body in it, which was moved into a museum, but it left a lot of yin behind. I know most people don't believe in ghosts and monsters, but I have to tell you that they really exist and I've run into many of them by now," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, both Gao Yi and Xiaoya were shocked. They never believed in monsters and ghosts, but they chose to trust Gu Ning. However, it took them some time to digest this shocking news. "Wow, I just can't believe it," Xiaoya said in great surprise. "There must be many more other things we don't know in this world. We're just mortals. If you encounter any strange things or people in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. All right?"
Gu Ning sighed.
As for the existing monsters and ghosts, Gu Ning didn't tell them many details, because it was hard to explain it very clearly at this moment. She decided to tell them more after they totally accepted it. "Sure," Gao Yi and Xiaoya said. "Take those pills with you. They can save your lives if any accidents happen," Gu Ning said. "We understand," Gao Yi and Xiaoya said. After that, they fell into silence again and the atmosphere became serious. A while later, Gunning noticed many people standing under a tall office building, and they all looked up. A man was sitting on the edge of the balcony of the top floor of the office building. His legs were dangling, and it seemed like he was going to jump. Gunning focused on the man's face, and was astonished once she recognized it. The man was Zhao Bingsu, and Gunning knew him. Zhao Bingsu was a real estate businessman. Although his company wasn't large, it was profitable and had potential. In Gunning's previous incarnation, Zhao Bingsu won against the Tang family for a bid held by the government for a piece of land. Because connections didn't work that time, the Tang family lost the bid. If there was a huge gap between them, Tang Bingsun would accept the result, but there wasn't, so Tang Bingsun hated Zhao Bingsu afterwards. Before long, he ordered Tang Aining to damage the houses built by Zhao Bingsu. The Administration for Industry and Commerce got involved in it and forced Zhao Bingsu to stop selling them. As a result, Zhao Bingsu suffered a great loss and went bankrupt. Luckily, he didn't have debts and kept his house and car. Gunning didn't know what had happened to him after that. Since she had done many bad deeds in her previous incarnation, she decided to help those who were in crisis because of her if she met them. It was her way of making up for the bad deeds she had done. Stop the car at the roadside now, Gunning said to Gaoi at once, and Gaoi listened to her. Yeah, get out of the car with me, Gunning said to Xiaoya before she stepped out of the car. Gaoi and Xiaoya understood that Gunning was going to do something at this moment. Why does he want to jump from this building? He'll lose everything once he does that. His wife and daughter are crying so hard. They're pitiful. Maybe he is despairing. I don't think he really wants to die because he stayed there for a long time. I think he's waiting for something. Right. Onlookers were talking about it with excitement. Gunning and Xiaoya went to stand under the office building. Because firemen were still absent, Zhao Bingsu would die if he really jumped down right now. Even if Gunning was able to catch him, it would immediately cause big news. It was a bright day after all, and there were many people around them. Therefore, she couldn't do it in front of everyone. Among the crowd, a woman and a girl in tears were begging Zhao Bingsu not to jump. They were Zhao Bingsu's wife and 15-year-old daughter. Please don't jump, don't abandon us. Dad, please come down safely. Mom and I can't live without you. Please. Yeah, go up there right now. If you can stop him at the roof, it'll be the best. If not, I'll try to negotiate with him and you can seize the chance to pull him off the edge, Gunning said to Xiaoya. Sure. Xiaoya nodded and ran into the building without delay. This was an office building, and she had to get to the top as soon as possible. At the same time, Gunning walked to Mrs. Zhao and asked her, Madam, may I know why your husband wants to commit suicide? However, before Mrs. Zhao could say anything, onlookers began to criticize Gunning. Hey, why do you ask that question right now? Don't you see her crying? Don't gossip. Some onlookers thought that they stood with the side of justice, so they blamed Gunning in annoyance. Gunning ignored them and focused on Mrs. Zhao. If Mrs. Zhao was willing to tell her, she would listen. If not, she wouldn't force her to do it. She wanted to know why Zhao Bingsu chose to jump off the building so that she could help him. Mrs. Zhao understood that Gunning was just being kind, so she said, My husband was deceived by his friend in an investment. He's burdened with debts now, but his friend refuses to admit it. Zhao Bingsu's daughter Zhao Jinghan didn't see Gunning until now, and she was struck dumb for a long while before she recognized Gunning. Ji Goddess Gu? Oh my, you are Goddess Gu. Please help my father, Goddess Gu. I don't want to lose my father, Zhao Jinghan cried again. Zhao Jinghan knew that Gunning had saved a lot of innocent people, so she believed that Gunning could help her father out too. Hearing her daughter call Gunning Goddess Gu, Mrs. Zhao was confused. It was obvious that her daughter was familiar with Gunning, but she didn't know why. However, she didn't think that Gunning, who was merely a young girl in her eyes, would be able to rescue her husband. And it was not only Mrs. Zhao, other people didn't believe it either. Is this girl crazy? How could she beg another young girl to rescue her father? She's just a young girl, and she can do nothing about it. She must be too worried and doesn't know what to do now. I agree. Anyway, No one believed that Gu Ning could settle it, but Gu Ning didn't care about their opinions. "Don't worry, I'm sure that your father will be fine," Gu Ning said with confidence. Zhao Jinghan heavily nodded and felt comforted after hearing that. Mrs. Zhao, on the other hand, only felt touched, and didn't take Gu Ning's promise seriously. At least Gu Ning wasn't as annoying as those onlookers. The next second, Gu Ning took off her backpack, her telepathic eye space, and got a loudspeaker out of it. Everyone was surprised when she took it out. Gu Ning turned it on and shouted to Zhao Bingsu, "Hey Mr. Zhao, do you think you can solve the problem by committing suicide? Have you even thought about your wife and daughter? Since you're not afraid of death, do you dare sell yourself to me? I can pay off your debts and punish the person who deceived you, but you must work for me." Hearing that, the onlookers were shocked. What? Is she crazy? I can't believe my ears. She can settle his debts? Seriously. She's bragging. I think she simply wants to get the man down the balcony.
No idea.
I don't believe it. Most of the onlookers thought that Gu Ning was making an excuse to get Zhao Bingsu down the building. If it was true, Gu Ning's behavior was understandable in their eyes. Zhao Jinghan, on the other hand, got excited and was full of hope at this moment. She knew that Gu Ning could do that because she was one of her fans. Mrs. Zhao was also greatly surprised, and wasn't sure whether Gu Ning was serious or not. Anyway, as long as her husband could be rescued, she was willing to believe Gu Ning this time. Zhao Bingsu calmed down a little when he heard Gu Ning's promise, and he had a feeling that she wasn't joking. "Do you mean it?" he asked. In fact, he was reluctant to die, but he had no choice now. He simply wanted his friend to return his money. If his friend refused to do that, he might really jump from the top floor of this building. Although he owned a company and made some money these years, he wasn't very rich. Because he wasn't very rich, he didn't have much influence in business and politics, and no one could support him after he was deceived. He only wanted his money back and hoped that his friend could be punished according to the law. Unfortunately, he felt helpless when he lost everything he used to own. "Of course I mean it. Do you have your phone with you? You can search my name on the internet. My name's Gu Ning. You'll know whether I have the ability to help you out after reading some news about me. If you trust me, you can come down right now and we can have a talk about your difficulties. I know who you are, and I also know you're excellent at running a business. I need people like you to work for me," Gu Ning said to him. Zhao Bingsu was sitting at the edge of the top floor, and would be fine as long as he didn't move around so he could use his phone. Onlookers got curious about Gu Ning as well, so they all began to search for information about Gu Ning. Gu Ning actually didn't want to expose her identity in public, but she didn't have a better idea now. She needed to convince Zhao Bingsu to give up committing suicide, so she had to show him her ability. After reading news about Gu Ning on the internet, everyone was shocked. Wow! She's the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination this year. Oh, I know her. She's so unbelievable. Now I believe that she's able to settle his debts. Wow, she's the famous goddess Gu. I didn't recognize her. Everyone believed that Gu Ning wasn't bragging now, and they all admired her after knowing about her incredible achievements. Mrs. Zhao heard their discussion and learned a lot about Gu Ning too. All of a sudden, she realized that her daughter had turned to the right person for help. No one could deal with it better than Gu Ning in the current situation. Thinking of that, Mrs. Zhao begged Gu Ning as well. "Miss Gu, as long as you can rescue my husband, I'm willing to do anything for you." "Mrs. Zhao, I only need your husband to work for me. He's a good manager and I need a good manager to help me," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was quite honest, and Zhao Bingsu only needed a supporter to help him out. No matter in what industry, a person needed support to have a better career. Even if Gu Ning was able to be so successful at such an early age, she had actually gotten a lot of help from her connections. She also needed other people's support to reach where she was today. Mrs. Zhao was excited when Gu Ning promised to give her husband a job. Zhao Bingsu was surprised when he read the news about Gu Ning on the internet, and he remembered that she was his daughter's idol, Goddess Gu. He had heard a little about Gu Ning from his daughter, and he had a good impression of her. If Gu Ning was willing to help him, his family and his life would be saved. Can you trust me now? Gu Ning shouted to him again. Miss Gu, you're an incredible girl. And of course I'm willing to work for you. I'm coming down right now, Zhao Bingsu said with excitement because he saw hopes. Great.
Gu Ning nodded.
Hearing that, everyone was curious. They couldn't hear what Zhao Bingsu was saying on the roof of the building, but it seemed that Gu Ning could. How was it possible? They couldn't believe it. Mrs. Zhao, you will see your husband soon. He's coming down, Gu Ning said. Really? That's wonderful. Both Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan beamed with tears in their eyes. The next second, Zhao Bingsu stood up in their sight. Right when everyone believed that he was going to step backwards, a scary accident happened. Someone pushed Zhao Bingsu before he could turn around and walk away from the edge. He lost his balance and was pushed from the roof. Oh my! Everyone was shocked and terrified under the building. Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan were totally stunned and Mrs. Zhao almost passed out. Why would Zhao Bingsu suddenly fall from the roof? Didn't he agree to come down? Nobody knew what just happened. But Gu Ning understood that it couldn't be an accident. Although other people couldn't see it because the roof was far above their heads, Gu Ning was able to see it clearly. Luckily, just as Zhao Bingsu fell to the next floor, a hand reached out from the window and caught his hand, stopping him from falling, so he was hanging by the window. The person who caught him was Qiao Ye. Because someone blocked the door to the rooftop, Qiao Ye listened to Gu Ning and didn't intrude inside. Instead, she went to the room beneath where Zhao Bingsu sat in case he jumped all of a sudden. She was indeed very smart and brave. There was no one else in the room, so nobody stopped her. When the people under the building saw that Zhao Bingsu was caught by hand, they felt relieved. Qiao Ye was unusually strong, so it wasn't difficult for her to pull Zhao Bingsu up to the room. In the end, Zhao Bingsu was rescued. People couldn't help but begin to applaud under the building. Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan cried again. But those who wanted him to die were anxious. The way to the rooftop was blocked and 4 people waited behind Zhao Bingsu. They were those who had cheated Zhao Bingsu of his money. One was the chairman of Xingtong Building Materials, Wu Yunguang. One was its manager, and the other 2 were secretaries. Xingtong Building Materials wasn't large, nor was it small. It had over 100 million yuan in assets. Most importantly, it was Wu Yunguang's only company, and he cared about it very much. The other 3 people were aware of the real reason why Zhao Bingsu wanted to commit suicide. They were Wu Yunguang's people after all, so they wouldn't tell anyone anything about it. Wu Yunguang trusted them, so he told them to help him today. In fact, Wu Yunguang didn't want Zhao Bingsu to die right here, because it would cause him trouble. However, Gu Ning showed up out of blue, and he knew that Gu Ning certainly had the ability to help Zhao Bingsu. He was afraid that he would be put in jail if Gu Ning was involved, so he decided to push Zhao Bingsu from the building. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bingsu still didn't die, and was caught by someone on the next level. Wu Yunguang was in a panic now. He warned the other 3 people to keep it a secret and made up an excuse saying that it was an accident. Wu Yunguang's future was very important to their own benefits, so they agreed without hesitation. After that, they went down as well. Zhao Bingsu was stunned after he was rescued, because he was too scared and was even trembling in fear now. Seeing that, Qiao Ye didn't force him to go downstairs right away, but told him to have a rest for a while. Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan wanted to go upstairs, but Gu Ning stopped them. It's fine, my subordinate will help him and come down with him later. If you go upstairs right now, you might be in different elevators and miss each other. Hearing that, Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan agreed and stayed under the building. Miss Gu, is the person who just caught my husband your subordinate? Mrs. Zhao asked Gu Ning. She thought that she should thank the person too. Yes.
Gu Ning nodded.
Knowing that, Mrs. Zhao breathed deeply. She was amazed by Gu Ning's ability again. Not only was she so unbelievable, but her people were also incredible. She was quite grateful to Gu Ning now. Even though she thought it was just an accident, she simply wanted her husband to be safe. Zhao Bingsu rested for a while in the room, so Wu Yunguang along with his people came. Wu Yunguang was greatly surprised when he saw that a woman saved Zhao Bingsu's life. And he was full of anger too. "Oh, hi Bingsu, how are you now? I'm so glad that you're fine, but I still need to say that you can't blame me for your own business failure. You know how risky investment is." Wu Yunguang pretended to be innocent. Although Wu Yunguang deceived Zhao Bingsu into an investment and cheated him of his money, he didn't have a direct relationship with the investment, so he tried to clear his name. He was selfish and evil. Zhao Bingsu clenched his teeth in anger. "Wu Yunguang, I know it's a trap set by you and Jiang Pingyi. Don't try to deny it. Do you think I don't have any evidence? Let's go and see." In fact, Zhao Bingsu indeed had no useful evidence because the contract wasn't real, and Wu Yunguang refused to admit it, while Jiang Pingyi was missing, but he had to stay strong at this moment. He didn't know why Wu Yunguang would do that to him. In the past, he had helped Wu Yunguang a lot, but Wu Yunguang returned his kindness with ingratitude. Zhao Bingsu trusted Gu Ning and believed that it wouldn't be hard for her to put Wu Yunguang in jail. So since Gu Ning promised to help him, he was willing to be patient. Wu Yunguang squinted his eyes at Zhao Bingsu. "Don't say that. You don't have any solid proof to prove that I'm guilty." "It's ridiculous," Wu Yunguang said. "We'll see." Zhao Bingsu felt disgusted and turned his head away. Then he thanked Xiaoya with sincerity. "Miss, I honestly don't know how to thank you. If it hadn't been for you, I would have fallen from the roof." Saying that, Zhao Bingsu still felt a little scared. "You don't need to thank me, thank my boss Gu Ning," Xiaoya said. She only did that because it was Gu Ning's order. Therefore, without Gu Ning's order, Zhao Bingsu would be dead now. "Do you work for Gu Ning?" Zhao Bingsu was surprised. "Yes."
Xiaoya nodded.
Wu Yunguang was also astonished and hated Gu Ning more than ever. In his eyes, Gu Ning ruined his plan. "Well." Zhao Bingsu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. "Miss, can you help me get back to my feet? I'm out of strength right now." Xiaoya was a woman after all, so Zhao Bingsu was afraid that she might be displeased, but he indeed couldn't move now. He didn't want to stay here any longer, in case Wu Yunguang hurt him again. "No problem," Xiaoya said. She didn't mind it at all. Wait a second. Right when Xiaoya was about to leave with Zhao Bingsu, Wu Yunguang stopped them. "What?" Xiaoya gave him an angry glance. Wu Yunguang felt stressed at once, and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. He had a feeling that he was no match for this woman. And nothing. Wu Yunguang gave up right away. Xiaoya sneered and walked away with Zhao Bingsu. Wu Yunguang was unwilling to let them go, but he could do nothing about it now. Actually, even if they stayed, Wu Yunguang didn't dare to hurt them. He only tried to stop them because he was furious now, and he wanted to vent his anger on Xiaoya because she broke into this room without his permission. The top floor of this office building was owned by Wu Yunguang. In addition to his company, there were 7 other medium-sized enterprises in it. Wu Yunguang watched Xiaoya and Zhao Bingsu walk out of his sight, then sank down on the sofa behind him. Wu Yunguang's people in the room were also scared, and didn't dare to make any sounds. Once Xiaoya and Zhao Bingsu were gone, the manager told the 2 secretaries to leave and close the door. "Boss, what should we do now?" the manager asked. He was worried right now because he was present when they signed the fake contract. "Just pretend that you know nothing about it and leave the other things to me. As long as we blame Jiang Pingyi for everything, we'll be fine," Wu Yunguang said. "Sure." The manager agreed. At this time, the fire brigade came. Although they seemed late, they actually arrived in 5 minutes. The capital was quite large, and there weren't fire brigades everywhere after all, so it wasn't their fault. Gu Ning simply took action faster than them, and had already rescued Zhao Bingsu before they came. Even though Zhao Bingsu was safe now, onlookers still stood under the building, waiting to see him. Therefore, those firefighters didn't think that they were fooled, and instead felt relieved that the man who wanted to jump from the building was already rescued. Since they came, they needed to find out more details about it. Gu Ning saw them and walked towards them at once. "Hi, very nice to see you. The man who wanted to commit suicide has already been rescued. He'll be out in a minute. Thank you so much for your work." "Great, that's all we want to hear, we can leave now." The leader of the fire brigade smiled. They came to rescue people and didn't care about the reason why the man wanted to jump from the building. Shortly after the fire brigade left, Xiao walked out with Zhao Bingsu. Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan ran to him at once, then hugged him while crying. Xiaoya returned to Gu Ning's side as well. Darling, why did you do that? What if you became disabled or died? What should we do without you? Dad, don't do that again, please. They cried loudly and felt lucky that they could see each other again. The onlookers all felt touched and some even wiped their eyes. I won't do that again. Zhao Bingsu comforted his wife and daughter. He felt guilty and blamed himself for his stupid actions. Miss Gu, thank you. Thank you so much for what you've done for our family. They turned to Gu Ning and thanked her once more. At this time the police came. Gu Ning explained the situation to the police, and the police left after knowing that everything was fine now. Since no one was hurt, there was no need for the police to stay. If Gu Ning or Zhao Bingsu need the police's help, they would go to the police station themselves. Alright, we should leave now too, Gu Ning said. Sure. Zhao Bingsu nodded. After that, Zhao Bingsu's family left with Gu Ning. Gu Ning told Zhao Bingsu to sit in the front passenger's seat, while the 4 females sat in the rear seats. Luckily, it was an off-road vehicle, and the space was enough to accommodate the 4 of them. Let's go to the Huangding Hotel for now, Gu Ning said. She didn't ask for Zhao Bingsu's opinion, because she knew that he would agree with her. For now, he listened to Gu Ning without any conditions. Sure, Gaoyi said. Mr. Zhao, did someone push you just then? Gu Ning asked all of a sudden. Hearing that, Zhao Bingsu realized that he didn't fall by accident, because someone had indeed pushed him from behind. What? Someone pushed you? Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Jinghan rounded their eyes in shock, because they thought it was just an accident. You're right. Someone did push me just then, but I don't know who did it because there were 4 people at the rooftop, Zhao Bingsu said. Gu Ning nodded, then took out her phone to call Kay. She told him to check the surveillance cameras around the office building. Mr. Zhao, could you please tell me what happened? Gu Ning asked Zhao Bingsu after finishing the call with Kay. Well, the thing is, Zhao Bingsu told Gu Ning the story. It turned out that Zhao Bingsu and the owner of Xingtong Building Materials, Wu Yunguang, were schoolmates in college, and they had a good relationship with each other. Both of them started a company after their graduation, but Zhao Bingsu was luckier than Wu Yunguang and made more money than him as well. Although there were countless rich people in the capital, Wu Yunguang was still jealous of Zhao Bingsu. However, because Zhao Bingsu thought of Wu Yunguang as his friend, he never hesitated to help him when Wu Yunguang needed his help. After several years, Zhao Bingsu's company had over 500 million yuan in assets, while Wu Yunguang's had over 100 million yuan in assets too. Unfortunately, Zhao Bingsu went bankrupt 2 years ago. Gu Ning was aware of his bankruptcy and felt a little guilty when Zhao Bingsu mentioned it. Zhao Bingsu sold his company afterwards, and only had a house and a car now. However, although he didn't have more money now, he still needed to support his family, so he had to sell his car later. His car cost him 1 million yuan when he bought it, and he had driven it for 3 years, so it was only sold for half of its price as a second-hand car. Therefore, Zhao Bingsu opened a small restaurant with 500,000 yuan. Although he didn't make as much money as before, his family could still live a happy life. He didn't need others' help because his life was still good. Zhao Bingsu and his family lived a peaceful life for 2 years. However, about a month ago, Wu Yunguang found him and told him that his friend just got a profitable project and invited him to join them. It wasn't a huge investment, but they could get a triple payback if they invested 10 million yuan in it. Wu Yunguang talked about that investment with Zhao Bingsu because Zhao Bingsu told him that he still wanted to run a successful business again. Even though he didn't have much money now, his house was worth over 10 million yuan. Zhao Bingsu felt interested in the project, and he also trusted Wu Yunguang. However, to his astonishment, Wu Yunguang cheated him out of his money. In the end, he lost his house and a lot of money. Actually, the project was real, but it had no relationship with Wu Yunguang's friend and the contract was fake too. It was a complete fake. Zhao Bingsu reported it to the police, but it would take forever for the police to catch the criminal. Although Zhao Bingsu had helped Wu Yongguang a lot before, Wu Yongguang still deceived him, which made him feel heartbroken. Gu Ning had sympathy for Zhao Bingsu because she knew how greedy some people could be. Although Zhao Bingsu was a skilled businessman with good character, Gu Ning still needed to investigate it. When did you sign the contract? Gu Ning asked. June 12th at 6:30 p.m., room 303 XX Hotel, Zhao Bingsu said. Who was there? Gu Ning continued. Wu Yongguang, his secretary, the manager of his company, and his friend Jiang Pingyi. Jiang Pingyi is the man who signed the contract with me, Zhao Bingsu said. Didn't you bring a lawyer with you? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Zhao Bingsu felt embarrassed. Because I trusted him back then, I didn't bring a lawyer with me. Actually, Zhao Bingsu still felt that it was hard to believe that his old friend, Wu Yongguang, would deceive him. Gu Ning could understand it. How did Wu Yongguang respond to it? Gu Ning asked. He said it has nothing to do with him and told me to find Jiang Pingyi, but Jiang Pingyi is missing, Zhao Bingsu said angrily. In that case, they had to find evidence that Wu Yongguang was Jiang Pingyi's accomplice. Without clear evidence, it was impossible for Zhao Bingsu to win the case. Most importantly, he had transferred his money to Jiang Pingyi. As a result, they had to find Jiang Pingyi and figure out his relationship with Wu Yongguang as soon as possible. Gu Ning still needed Kei's help this time. How much do you know about Jiang Pingyi? Gu Ning asked. Not much. I only know that his name is Jiang Pingyi, and he's 40 this year. He was born in the capital, Zhao Bingsu said. When did you transfer the money to him? Give me his banking details, Gu Ning said. Zhao Bingsu took out his phone right away and told Gu Ning the needed information. Without delay, Gu Ning sent Kei a message and told him to help her find Jiang Pingyi. I'll do my best to help you get enough evidence, Gu Ning said. Thank you, Miss Gu. Zhao Bingsu thanked her with sincerity. Oh, may I know why you want to help me, Miss Gu? He thought that Gu Ning wouldn't help him for no reason. They weren't friends after all. All he knew about her was that she was a talented businesswoman and the famous goddess Gu. Well, I coincidentally saw you and I've heard of you before. I know you built up your company from nothing, and it was very successful before you went bankrupt. I need a good manager now so we can help each other, Gu Ning said. Although there were many successful businessmen who started from scratch, it wasn't easy at all. Besides, many businessmen were involved in bribery, but Zhao Bingsu was different. He was honest and down to earth. My company is short-staffed at this time, and I just met you coincidentally, so I think fate brought us together. I don't trust people without any experience, but I know that you're a senior manager, and I just did you a favor, so I believe that you won't easily betray me, right? Gu Ning sighed. She wanted absolute loyalty from her people. Although she helped Zhao Bingsu because she felt guilty for what she had done to him in her previous incarnation, it didn't mean that he could be accorded any special treatment. If he wasn't qualified to be a good manager, Gu Ning would use another way to compensate him. Zhao Bingsu agreed to work for Gu Ning to return her favor. Gu Ning had saved his life after all, so he definitely wouldn't betray her. Gu Ning would also pay him for his work so that his family could live a decent life. Zhao Bingsu wasn't worried about his salary. I have the intention to hire you, but it still depends on you whether you can do the job well. I hate dirty tricks, so you must be honest and upright. Even if we're going to compete against our business enemies, we shouldn't break the law and common moral standards. You can settle your debts once I successfully help you get your money back, so you don't need to work for me for free. I'll pay you according to your performance, Gu Ning said. Zhao Bingsu was grateful to her, but she wouldn't take advantage of him. Miss Gu, Zhao Bingsu was touched and didn't know what to say now. At this moment, he was willing to do anything for Gu Ning. However, he felt it was too good to be true. If you're willing to work for me, it'll be best. If not, I won't force you to. Once you become one of my subordinates, you should listen to my orders, Gu Ning said. Miss Gu, of course I'm willing to work for you, and I won't disappoint you, Zhao Bingsu said at once. Great. Gu Ning nodded. On their way, Zhao Jinghan kept glancing at Gu Ning with admiration and curiosity. She always dreamed to see her goddess Gu one day, but she was surprised that her dream became reality because of her father. In that case, she could have a closer relationship with Gu Ning. Zhao Jinghan felt nervous in front of Gu Ning because she was Gu Ning's fan. Gu Ning was her idol and she looked up to her. Gu Ning felt Zhao Jinghan's admiring gaze, but she didn't give her any response. Zhao Jinghan was simply glancing at her, but didn't ask her anything. Although Zhao Jinghan wanted to talk with Gu Ning, she didn't have courage. When they arrived at the Huangdang Hotel, Gu Ning directly took out her black card so that everything would be free for them. Zhao Bingsu was surprised once he saw the black card. If Gu Ning had a black card of the Huangdang Hotel, it meant that she had an unusual relationship with the Tang family. It was shocking news to him. He only knew that she had many companies under her name, but knew nothing about her family background. Actually, Zhao Bingsu planned to pay the bill later, but it seemed unnecessary now. Since Gu Ning had a black card, they could have a free meal. The receptionist showed great respect to them and led them the way to a private room. However, Zhao Bingsu saw a familiar face halfway. It was a young man who was in his late 20s, and he behaved like a hoodlum. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhao? What a surprise that you can afford a meal in such a luxurious hotel now." Hearing that, Zhao Bingsu showed embarrassment on his face and felt displeased too. "Hi, Lord Long," he greeted the man. "Hey, tell me, how can you afford a meal here?" Lord Long was unwilling to let Zhao Bingsu pass. Zhao Bingsu was annoyed. "Lord Long, even though I'm not rich now, I can still afford a meal in a 5-star hotel." Although Gu Ning already settled the bill with her black card, it didn't mean that he couldn't afford a meal in a 5-star hotel by himself. The waiter tried to mediate between them, but was stopped by Gu Ning, because she wanted to see what Lord Long wanted to do. Zhao Bingsu's attitude annoyed Lord Long as well. "Mind your attitude. It's your honor that I'm willing to talk to you now. Don't forget your manners, or you'll lose your tiny little restaurant." Lord Long was quite arrogant and aggressive. "You!" Zhao Bingsu was angry but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Gu Ning opened her mouth. "Try it if you want." Gu Ning didn't know Lord Long's influence in this city, but she wasn't afraid of him at all. Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Lord Long turned to look at her and his eyes lit up the second he saw her extraordinary appearance. "What's your name?" Lord Long leered at Gu Ning. It was obvious that Lord Long had ulterior motives.
Gu Ning.
Gu Ning didn't bother to hide it. "Miss Gu, nice to meet you today. Why don't we share a meal together?" Lord Long asked. No, Gu Ning refused him in a cold voice. Hearing that, Lord Long felt humiliated and changed his expression. "What did you say?" "I said no." Gu Ning sneered with disdain. "Who are you? Why should I share a meal with you? Who am I?" "I'm the heir of the Glory Organization." Lord Long looked super proud of himself. He believed that there weren't rich or powerful people in Zhao Bingsu's circle, so he was confident that Gu Ning didn't dare to turn him down again. Gu Ning was familiar with every business group in the capital, so she had heard of the Glory Organization. The Glory Organization had over 1 billion yuan in assets, which was only a small business group in the capital. However, in Zhao Bingsu's eyes, there was a huge gap between them. That was the reason why he didn't dare to argue against Lord Long. Gu Ning, on the contrary, didn't think it was a big deal. She wasn't snobbish, but she hated arrogant people. Therefore, Gu Ning sneered. "So? I thought you would scare me. The Glory Organization is only a small business group in this city. How dare you be so arrogant and aggressive?" Lord Long was struck dumb for a second, then squinted at Gu Ning for a while. He thought that Gu Ning might be more influential than him. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. Even though Lord Long was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He only dared to embarrass Zhao Bingsu because he knew that Zhao Bingsu wasn't rich or powerful. Moreover, he struck up a conversation with Gu Ning simply because she was stunning. "I told you that my name is Gu Ning. You can search my name on the internet if you want to know who I am," Gu Ning said with impatience, then left with her people. Lord Long didn't dare to stop them at this moment, and took out his phone at once. After reading the news about Gu Ning, he was totally shocked. Gu Ning was only 19, but she already owned many profitable companies. She was also the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination this year, which was still one of the hottest topics on Weibo. She was a kung fu master too. Lord Long felt scared in retrospect. The next second, he became curious about her relationship with Zhao Bingsu. Anyway, since Gu Ning was willing to defend Zhao Bingsu, it meant that their relationship wasn't ordinary. They could be relatives. In that case, he couldn't make fun of Zhao Bingsu anymore. With Gu Ning's help, it would be very easy for Zhao Bingsu to become rich again. Actually, Lord Long didn't have any grudge against Zhao Bingsu. They simply had a few disagreements, so he had never really hurt Zhao Bingsu. Lord Long calmed himself down, then directly ran back to his private room. In the private room, 2 men and 2 women were sitting around a table, and they were all Lord Long's friends. They were confused when Lord Long ran back in panic. "What's wrong? Didn't you leave to pick up Donggu? Why are you suddenly back? You look terrified." "Oh, I totally forgot." Lord Long realized that he forgot to pick up Donggu just then. "It's not important, but I almost offended an important figure just then." "What? Who?" His friends were scared and immediately asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "A girl named Gu Ning." "I'm fine now," Lord Long said.
Gu Ning.
"Who's Gu Ning?" "A girl named Gu Ning? Is she the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy?" Lord Long's friends began to talk about Gu Ning, and one of the women was familiar with Gu Ning. She was a loyal customer of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, and almost every one of her female friends were using them. Women were the target customers of skincare and makeup products after all. In addition, both Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy were quite famous now. The other men didn't know who the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy was, but they had also heard of the 2 brands. "The founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy is a girl?" "Right," Lord Long said in fear. "Wow, I can't believe it. She's much richer than us if she's really the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy." Although men weren't the target customers of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, they knew that they were very profitable. "She isn't only rich, but also has powerful connections. I also heard that she has a close relationship with Master Tang in City B," said the woman who was familiar with Gu Ning. Wealth didn't mean everything, because power and connections were even more influential than wealth in some situations. If a successful businessman only had money but didn't know any powerful people in politics, it wasn't likely that his business would be thriving for long. Money could buy many things, but it needed protection from power. Although senior officials in the government normally weren't rich, they could easily deprive rich people of their wealth. Moreover, business couldn't survive without the government. Therefore, the majority of businessmen ached to have support from the senior officials in the government. As long as they had help from the government, it would be much easier for them to run their businesses. The Tang family in City B, however, was the most dominant family in both business and politics. "What? The Tang family in City B? I don't know many details about it, but she is indeed very influential." Without delay, they took out their phones to search for information about Gu Ning on the internet. "Oh, Ing, why don't you go to pick up Donggu now? I'm too shocked to move right now," Lord Long said all of a sudden. He thought that he couldn't drive right now. "Sure." Ing nodded and left. The others stayed in the room, watching the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry. After watching it, they were stunned and didn't know what to say. They also learned about Gu Ning's other companies, and were very sure that they shouldn't mess with her. Gu Ning asked Zhao Bingsu after they finished ordering, "Uncle Zhao, do you have any grudges against the man called Lord Long?" She needed to know more details about it so that she could help Zhao Bingsu if he needed her help. "Nothing serious, we've just had a few arguments," Zhao Bingsu said. "He's always like that, arrogant and aggressive in front of those who are poorer than him, but I don't think he will dare to cause us trouble again after knowing who you are." Gu Ning nodded, then began to talk about business with Zhao Bingsu. "Since you're willing to work for me, I should be honest with you. I have a real estate company under my name, and it's in City F, Province D. The company has shopping malls, 5-star hotels, 5-star restaurants, and so on. Anyway, they're worth about 7 billion yuan in all," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Zhao Bingsu's family was shocked. Zhao Bingsu couldn't believe that Gu Ning was even much richer than he thought. Gu Ning continued, "My real estate company is Shanghua Real Estate. Its headquarters is located in City F for the time being, but it'll be moved to the capital in the future. The executive is in Guangyao, so he'll be your supervisor." No matter how experienced Zhao Bingsu was, he couldn't replace in Guangyao. Zhao Bingsu was surprised again when he heard that it was Shanghua Real Estate, because he had heard of it before. Zhao Bingsu was involved in the real estate industry as well, so he was quite familiar with the leading companies in the industry around the country. He had heard of Shanghua Real Estate, but didn't know much about it. All he knew about it was that Shanghua Real Estate had successfully gotten a piece of haunted land in City B last year. Other land developers had suffered strange things there, but everything went back to normal after Shanghua Real Estate took it. It was very surprising, so he paid a lot of attention to the news. To his astonishment, Gu Ning was the owner of Shanghua Real Estate. If he hadn't heard of the strange things that had happened at the haunted land before, he would have believed that it was simply a trick played by Shanghua Real Estate in order to get the piece of land. "I plan to build 2 5-star hotels in the capital, and I've chosen 2 good places for them. We can start construction after I buy them. However, because Shanghua Real Estate is in City F, and there are several ongoing construction sites, we need to hire more people in the capital. You will be the general manager for Shanghua Real Estate in the capital, so you'll be in charge of recruitment and business deals. I will of course arrange for some people to help you, and you'll take part in some business events with me too, which can help you expand your circle," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning understood that Zhao Bingsu had his own circle, but he needed to expand it. Zhao Bingsu wasn't the owner of his previous small real estate company anymore, and he would become the general manager of Shanghua Real Estate in the capital. Since Zhao Bingsu was working for her, she would do everything she could to help him grow. Although the Shengning organization wasn't established yet, many people in the industry were aware that Gu Ning was the owner of Fenghua Entertainment, Jade Beauty Jewelry, and Colane. Once the construction and decoration of the office buildings of the Shengning organization were done, it would be officially established. They didn't need to wait for long, so a month was enough. Zhao Bingsu was surprised that Gu Ning would let him be the general manager for Shanghua Real Estate in the capital. Gu Ning ignored his astonishment and added, "Let's be candid here, although a real estate company with dozens of billions of yuan in assets isn't large, it isn't small either, so you should know it's not an easy job." Hearing that, Zhao Bingsu put on a serious expression at once. "Miss Gu, I understand, and I'll do my best." He knew that it would be stressful, but he was willing to accept this challenge. Gu Ning then gave Zhao Bingsu her name card. "Come to the headquarters of my business group at 10 a.m. tomorrow to sign the contract. You can call me when you arrive there, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." "Sure." Zhao Bingsu agreed. After a while, the dishes were all placed on the table, and they began to enjoy it. Zhao Bingsu's life had a new chapter, but Wu Yongguang was in a bad mood now. He didn't talk about it with Jiang Pingyi, because he already decided to let Jiang Pingyi shoulder the blame. However, he was still anxious before it was settled. He had the idea to attack Gu Ning first, so that she wouldn't have time to help Zhao Bingsu, but he didn't dare to take action after finding out about her achievements. Gu Ning was much richer and more influential than him. He also wanted to kill Zhao Bingsu, but Gu Ning wouldn't let him get away with it if he really did that. Zhao Bingsu worked for Gu Ning now, so she would protect him. There was nothing he could do now, so he was quite worried. He wondered if he should return the money to Zhao Bingsu and hope that Zhao Bingsu would forgive him, but he was reluctant to do that. He was unwilling to take money out of his pocket right now. Besides, Jiang Pingyi had already shared the money with him, so he would suffer a loss if he needed to return Zhao Bingsu's money. Thinking of that, Wu Yongguang felt cornered. He regretted cheating Zhao Bingsu now. Gu Ning drove Zhao Bingsu's family home after the meal. Zhao Bingsu didn't think it was appropriate because he was only Gu Ning's subordinate. However, Gu Ning insisted on it, so Zhao Bingsu agreed. After that, Gu Ning went back to her own home. When Gu Ning was gone, Mrs. Zhao said, "Miss Gu is our family's lifesaver." "You're right, and I must work hard to return her favor," Zhao Bingsu said. It wasn't easy for him to get a good job now, but Gu Ning offered him a promising job. Darling, I know that you'll be very busy once you report for duty. I will take care of our daughter and our family and make sure that you can focus on your job, Mrs. Zhao said. She supported her husband without any conditions. In fact, Zhao Bingsu was always busy during these past few years, but Mrs. Zhao understood and never complained about it. She used to have a good job but quit to take care of their family. Even though Zhao Bingsu went bankrupt, she didn't leave him and still assisted him in running their small restaurant. Zhao Bingsu and Mrs. Zhao understood each other very well, and they seldom argued with one another, which wasn't common. After all, more and more people were becoming selfish and self-centered in today's society. I will. Zhao Bingsu made a promise. Xiaoya asked Gu Ning with curiosity, Boss, why do you trust him so much? Although it wasn't the first time Gu Ning had done something like this, she still didn't understand why Gu Ning would do it. Zhao Bingsu isn't a top manager, but he's very experienced and upright. To be honest, I helped him mainly because of my master. My master told me that she did some bad deeds before and always felt guilty, so she hoped that I could give those victims a helping hand if they need help. I'm doing that for her, Gu Ning said. Gao Yi and Xiaoya knew that Gu Ning's master was Tang Aining, and Tang Aining was a professional killer, so it was quite normal that many people had been hurt by her. Therefore, Gao Yi and Xiaoya understood why Gu Ning was helpful. Outside Xingning Tower, Wu Shunhua waited till 7 p.m., but Gu Ning was still absent. He thought that Gu Ning might have taken another car again, so he missed her once more. However, Wu Shunhua couldn't figure out why Gu Ning changed her car all the time. He didn't think that Gu Ning had already noticed that he was following her, because he always kept his distance from her. Since Gu Ning could be gone already, there was no need for him to keep on waiting here, so he directly drove to Century City later. Wu Shunhua booked a room at a hotel which was opposite the gate of Century City, so he could stay near Century City at night. Gu Ning, however, didn't go back to Century City, and instead went to the haunted construction site. It was still early, and the sky wasn't completely dark, but she spent a lot of time on the road, so it was 8:20 p.m. when she finally arrived there. Within 10 minutes, the sky was totally dark. At night, there were no lights, so the inn in the construction site made it look scarier. It was located by a crossroads, and there were main roads around it, but the street lights weren't bright enough to fully light it. As a result, the construction site was mostly covered by darkness. There wasn't much traffic on the main roads, but Gu Ning was worried that she might be caught by passers-by. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gu Ning, Gao Yi, and Xiaoya got out of the car and went to the construction site on foot. Not many people dared to walk near this construction site because the people who lived nearby were all aware that it was an unlucky place. Even if some had to walk by it, they normally ran fast. There was a sidewalk by the construction site, but few people dared to walk on it, because the trees along it had dense leaves which blocked the light from lighting the path and made it look quite frightening. Nevertheless, at this time, a boy and a girl were quarreling on the sidewalk not far from the construction site. They quarreled because they had to walk by this sidewalk near the construction site, but the girl was too scared, so she wanted to take a taxi or another road. However, the place where they lived was right behind this construction site, and they would be home after the zebra crossing. It would be a waste of money and time if they took a taxi or took another longer road. In addition, the boy didn't believe in monsters and ghosts at all, so he didn't think that it was a big deal and thought that the girl was being dramatic. Gu Ning didn't bother to pay attention to them, and directly walked by them with Gao Yi and Xiaoya. Seeing that, the boy criticized the girl. See? They just walked by us and they're fine. Don't be so dramatic. It's not easy for me to come here to meet you. I don't care about other people, I only know that I'm scared of it, so I don't want to walk there. We can take a taxi or break up. The girl was annoyed. Break up. The boy was struck dumb for a second but wasn't surprised. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, the girl said, and it sounded as if she was confident that the boy wouldn't dare to break up with her. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe that I won't dare to break up with you? To be honest with you, I have already had enough of you. Let's break up now. The boy was angry and turned around without hesitation, then walked forward alone. You! The girl was anxious when the boy really agreed to break up with her. She refused to accept it, and just stood there waiting for him to come back to her. Guning, Gao Yi, and Xiaoya had almost reached the gate, but they couldn't climb over it right now because someone was walking towards them from behind. They walked slowly, but the boy walked quickly because of his anger, so he soon passed them. After the boy passed them, there was no one behind them. They looked around for a while, then climbed over the gate without anyone noticing them. At this time, the Een already came out from the grave pit, and took the shape of a man who was about 30. Because it was a ghost, its face was abnormally pale. It stood in the grave pit, and couldn't go anywhere, so it looked quite angry. It couldn't go anywhere, nor could it do anything now, but it still needed to deal with many things. Guning wasn't surprised to see the male ghost, and she knew that it must be a ghost of a high level since it could change its shape. In that case, Gaoyi and Xiaoya couldn't go near it, in case they were affected. Therefore, before they walked inside, Guning told Gaoyi and Xiaoya to stay away from the male ghost. She was able to deal with it alone. The second Guning, Gaoyi, and Xiaoya walked into the construction site. The male ghost saw them. It became restless at once, because Guning had magical power with her, which was exactly it wanted most. However, it remembered that it had failed to enter her body today and felt furious again. It was scared of Guning, but also ached to rob her of her magical power. Therefore, it fixed its eyes on Guning. Guning's sight didn't fall on the male ghost, so the male ghost wasn't sure whether Guning could see it. However, since Guning had magical power with her, it meant that she wasn't an ordinary mortal. The male ghost stayed alert and didn't dare to take action right away. Guning stopped before the grave pit, then looked to the male ghost. The male ghost realized that she could see it once it met Guning's eyes. "Who are you?" Its voice was hoarse and deep, but sounded quite scary. "A businesswoman," Guning said. The male ghost didn't believe it and said in great anger, "Don't fool me. It's the truth. I'm indeed a businesswoman, but I'm not an ordinary mortal. I like this place and I plan to buy this piece of land, but strange things are constantly happening here because of you. I think I should deal with you first," Guning said slowly. Gaoyi and Xiaoya stood 7 meters away from Guning. They could hear her but couldn't see the male ghost. Because Guning already told them that ghosts and monsters really existed in this world, they were mentally prepared, although they still felt a little scared. They had never seen a ghost in real life after all. However, they believed that everything would be fine as long as Guning was here. How? The male ghost was displeased. It was obvious that Guning planned to remove it, because the construction could be started again after it was removed. Therefore, Guning wasn't its friend. It depends on whether you can give up your obsession and get into the next incarnation. Otherwise, I'll directly destroy you, Guning said in a serious tone. Nevertheless, the male ghost thought that Guning was challenging it and got angry once more. Destroy me? Can you? It totally didn't believe it because Guning was simply a mortal in its eyes, even though she wasn't an ordinary mortal. I won't do it in person, but I'm confident that I have the ability to, Guning said. She had the flood dragon after all, and no ghost was comparable to the flood dragon. In addition, she also had her telepathic eye space, and the male ghost couldn't do anything about it. Her telepathic eye space could imprison the male ghost, and the magical power in it could help the male ghost get rid of his hatred, but it would take a long time. Guning didn't have much patience and kindness for evil ghosts, and she preferred to quickly destroy it, in case it caused innocent people more trouble. If I could easily give up my obsession, I wouldn't be a ghost, the male ghost said. That was right. It wasn't easy to give up one's obsession at all. If it was possible, it didn't want to have an obsession because it was lonely being a ghost. Well, actually I can help you, Guning said. She knew that this male ghost must have been through a lot of unpleasant things. Who do you think you are? The male ghost said arrogantly. It didn't think that Guning was able to help it. Well, if you're unwilling to accept my help, I won't force you to do so, but you shouldn't exist at all, so you must be destroyed, Guning said. Hearing that, the male ghost got angrier and shouted, You don't have the power to destroy me. She wasn't Yanlua Wang after all, and she couldn't make the decision to destroy a ghost's existence. The male ghost understood that it shouldn't exist in a mortal's world, but it was reluctant to leave. You're a ghost and you shouldn't be here. Don't you know that? Guning asked. It's not my fault. You mortals ruined my place first. The male ghost was full of anger, because its grave was totally destroyed. I know that they destroyed your grave, so you're mad at them, which is the reason why I'm willing to let you choose. It's not my fault either, so you should calm down, Guning said. Although she mainly came here to destroy this male ghost because she wanted this land, she wouldn't sit on her hands once she learned its existence. It was a ghost and it shouldn't be here, so she had to completely destroy it. In addition, why do you want to stay here? You can't do anything nor go anywhere. Hundreds of years have passed, so you should let your obsession go, Guning said. Hearing that, the male ghost looked sad. It knew that it couldn't do anything here, and it wouldn't end up in anything even if it was unwilling to give up its obsession. However, it was quite difficult for it to do that. At the same time, it was also aware that Guning was determined to destroy it. Therefore, it still had to face her. I'll tell you my story if you can beat me. How about it? Asked the male ghost, sounding as if it was very tolerant and was willing to give Guning a chance. Guning was amused when she heard it. This male ghost was too confident. It thought that Guning would waste time fighting against it and listening to its story afterwards. It sounded boring and Guning had no interest in its story. In fact, if the male ghost could give up its obsession and successfully go to the next incarnation, it could have another life. On the contrary, if Guning directly destroyed it, it wouldn't exist anymore. Ghosts were unwilling to be totally destroyed, because they had hoped to go into the next incarnation. No need, you'll know my ability after I touch you. Saying that, Guning abruptly rushed ahead and caught the male ghost. Because Guning moved too fast and the male ghost didn't expect that she would suddenly do that, it was caught by Guning the next second, then disappeared. Guning put it into her telepathic eye space, and wanted to let it out after she walked out of this grave pit. However, right after Guning walked out of the grave pit, she saw someone jump in from outside of the fence. He moved lightly, and nobody would notice him if Guning didn't see him by accident. When Guning was about to tell Gao Yi and Xiaoya to avoid the man, she smelt the air of a cultivator. The man should be a cultivator. Guning was surprised and focused on his face, then found out that he was the middle-aged cultivator she saw when she had a car accident at the airport in City B last time. In that case, the man must have seen them too, so Guning gave up the idea of avoiding him. The man, however, felt strange because he came inside for the Een, but the Een was somehow gone after he got inside. He only saw 3 mortals ahead of him now. He thought that they might have something to do with the disappearance of the Een, but he was unwilling to believe it. They were merely mortals, and mortals normally couldn't sense the Een. He thought that the Een probably escaped once it sensed his existence. The man had that idea not because he was a narcissist but because ghosts and monsters could indeed sense the air of a cultivator. Cultivators were the enemies of ghosts and monsters, so they fought against each other whenever they encountered one another. Normally, cultivators were stronger than ghosts and monsters, so ghosts and monsters tended to avoid cultivators. If the ghost was able to sense his air from a distance, it couldn't be a low-level ghost. Guning walked back to Gao Yi and Xiaoya and told them that someone was coming. Gao Yi and Xiaoya were surprised because they didn't notice it out at all. They turned around and saw the man, but didn't move because Guning stood still. Cultivators had good sight, but Guning had better sight than them, so he didn't see her until he was only 5 meters away from her. It's you. He recognized Guning with a simple glance, because he had done research about Guning after the accident at the airport in City B. In fact, he admired Guning's abilities and achievements, because she was very outstanding among her peers. Both the Tang family and the Lung family supported her, and no one dared to mess with her. However, he had a strange feeling when he thought of Lung shouting. Actually, he thought that Lung shouting might be the one that had magical power, but he ran into Guning twice and the Een disappeared all of a sudden when she was here too. So now he thought that it was more likely that Guning had the magical power. Gu Ning wasn't surprised that this cultivator was able to recognize her because she was very famous now, and there was a lot of news about her on the internet. Many strangers knew her name as well. Do you know me? Gu Ning still asked. Sure, I saw a lot of news about you on the internet. You're quite unbelievable, the cultivator said with sincerity. Thanks for your compliment, Gu Ning said. Oh, it's very late now. What are you doing here? Asked the man curiously. He knew that Gu Ning came here for a reason. Gu Ning said, I know this land has a bad reputation, but I want to build a 5-star hotel here. I don't believe in ghosts and monsters, but I heard that they often come out at night, so we wanted to have a look. She didn't tell the cultivator her real thoughts, because she didn't trust him right now. Gu Ning looked honest, so the cultivator believed her. He knew that Gu Ning was a businesswoman, so it was very normal for her to want to buy this land and build a 5-star hotel here. Gu Ning understood that they were still strangers now, and it was impossible for them to trust each other within a short time. Both of them were smart people, and they knew that people acted when they met for the first time. Did you see it? Asked the man again. Unfortunately no, maybe it's already gone, Gu Ning said. May I know why you're here too? I come here for the same reason. The man smiled. To be honest with you, my grandfather is a member of Maoshan school, and he knows some Maoshan skills. I learned some when I was a kid, but I've never seen a ghost before, although I've heard a lot of stories about ghosts. Actually, that was a total lie, but even though the man lied, Gu Ning wouldn't point it out and pretended that she accepted his explanation. Oh, sounds interesting. Well, unfortunately Maoshan school is decaying, and not many people are aware of it now, the man said, feeling sorry about it. Although it was a lie that his grandfather was a member of Maoshan school, he indeed felt sorry for its decay, because he had a special relationship with it. Right.
Gu Ning nodded.
She stayed silent for a while, then asked him again. May I know your name? Normally Gu Ning wouldn't ask for a stranger's name, but this man was a cultivator, and she needed to know more about him in order to learn more information about the cultivation world. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting's mother was a member of the cultivation world too. My name's Jing Jining. I'm much older than you, so you can call me Uncle Jing if you don't mind, Jing Jining said. Jing Jining was happy to make friends with Gu Ning, because he had a good impression of her, and wanted to figure out whether she had something to do with magical power. Gu Ning aroused his curiosity. In his eyes, even Dongfang Ziyu, who was the well-known top female cultivator in the cultivation world, wasn't comparable to Gu Ning. There was another reason why Jing Jining had a good impression of Gu Ning. He knew that Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, and he had a deep impression of Leng Xiaoting. Nice to see you, Uncle Jing.
Gu Ning peamed.
She was also willing to make friends with him. Great, I'll directly call you Gu Ning now, Jing Jining said. No problem. Gu Ning agreed. Well, since we're friends from now on, can we exchange phone numbers? Jing Jining said. Gu Ning nodded and exchanged her number with Jing Jining. Jing Jining didn't know that Gu Ning was willing to make friends with him for a purpose, but Gaoyi and Xiaoyu were aware of it. At the same time, they also understood that Jing Jining tried to have a good relationship with Gu Ning for a purpose. I think we can go back now, Gu Ning said later. Because Jing Jining was here, Gu Ning couldn't let the male ghost out now. Sure, let's go now. The Yin was gone now, so there was no need for Jing Jining to stay here. Although he still wanted to figure out whether Gu Ning had magical power, he wouldn't rush to ask her right away. Gu Ning was very smart, and he was afraid that he might expose himself. Uncle Jing, may I know what you do? Gu Ning casually chatted with him on the way. I'm a Jade businessman, a broker to be specific, Jing Jining said. Brokers referred to manufacturers like wholesalers and retailers, who resold or leased purchased products for profit. They created time, place, and ownership utility. Brokers played the role of purchasing agents for their customers, buying various products to resell them to customers. Brokers included wholesalers, retailers, agents, and brokers. Because not every jewelry businessman could cooperate with Jade miners, many jewelry businessmen needed franchisees. So if a broker had many clients, he or she could make a fortune. Gu Ning understood that the magical power of Jade could help cultivators with their cultivation, so she wasn't surprised that Jing Jining was involved in the jade industry. Although Jing Jining hid his real identity as a cultivator from Gu Ning knew that he was a kind man. Uncle Jing, which jade miner do you work with? Gu Ning asked. Yutian Jade Mining Company, City Rue, Province Yun, Jing Jining said. Jing Jining didn't know that Gu Ning was also a jade provider, and Gu Ning had no intention to tell him either. City Rue was the largest inland port in the southwest area of their country, and it was an important jewelry distribution center. It was rich in jade resources, while City Tung was only a distribution center, so its resources weren't as good. Therefore, Gu Ning planned to visit City Rue one day. She was too busy these days, and her jade company still worked well in City Tung, so she wasn't rushing to do that yet. After all, she had a pair of jade eyes, so it was very easy for her to find Jade. When they walked out of the construction site, Gu Ning asked, Uncle Jing, did you drive here or take a taxi? I took a taxi, Jing Jining said. We drove here. Do you need us to send you home? Gu Ning asked. Thanks, but I'm staying in a nearby hotel so I can walk back as a way of exercising, Jing Jining said. It was another lie because he still wanted to go back to the construction site after Gu Ning was gone. Sure, see you. Gu Ning didn't insist. After that, they separated. Once Gu Ning left, Jing Jining went back to the construction site, but he found nothing useful. Xiaoya asked Gu Ning, Boss, I think this man is strange. You're right, but he isn't a bad man. Actually, in addition to ghosts and monsters, cultivators also really exist. They're not mortals and can live hundreds of years if their cultivation is at a high level, Gu Ning said. Knowing that, Gao Yi and Xiaoya were shocked again. They couldn't believe that cultivators were real too. Luckily, they were already aware of the existence of ghosts and monsters, so it wasn't hard for them to accept cultivators now. Although Gao Yi and Xiaoya were curious about how Gu Ning found out about ghosts, monsters, and cultivators, they didn't ask further about it. Gu Ning would tell them if she wanted them to know. Since Gu Ning agreed that Jing Jining was strange, Gao Yi and Xiaoya had a feeling that he was a cultivator, and they were right. The man you just saw is a cultivator, but I don't know his level. He is obviously making friends with me for a purpose, but he's been kind to me till now. I'm also becoming friends with him for a reason, because I want to know more about cultivators. I think that I'm bound to go through many strange things, but I can't avoid them. So instead, I must continue to improve myself, Gu Ning said. Gao Yi and Xiaoya always knew that Gu Ning was mysterious, but now they found that she was even more powerful than they thought. At this moment, they also realized that there could be more difficulties ahead of Gu Ning, but they were willing to stay by her side to protect her. If you run into some strange people like him again, stay away from them, Gu Ning said. Although Gu Ning often helped innocent people, she knew her own abilities very well. It wasn't her duty to save everyone, and she wouldn't do something which was out of her control. We understand, Gao Yi and Xiaoya said. When they got back to Century City, they went back to their own homes. Because it was still early, Gu Ning took out her phone and began to chat with her friends in their WeChat group. She didn't have the idea to let the male ghost out right now, in case Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue found it. She planned to question the male ghost later when it was convenient for her to do so. Chu Peihan and others just received their admission letters to their dream universities, so they were excited to study in their dream universities in a few months. If no accident happened, they could major in their favorite majors. After chatting for a while with them, Gu Ning went to read her friends' posts and WeChat moments. Most people were fine, but Su Qinin seemed to be in a bad mood. Gu Ning understood that she had worries. It was obvious that Su Qinin was seriously thinking about her relationship with Tang Qingyang, because Gu Anna left many comments to encourage her to be brave. Gu Ning didn't know what she could say at this time, so she left no comment. Bai Shuyan also sent out a recent post, saying that she grew up a lot after being through something, and she thanked those who had hurt her because they helped her grow strong. Gu Ning took Bai Shuyan as her friend. Although they seldom contacted each other because she was too busy, she still cared about her. After reading Bai Shuyan's post, Gu Ning was worried about her, so she sent her a message. Gu Ning. How are you doing now? Before long, Bai Shuyan replied to her. Bai Shuyan. What a surprise that you would send me a message of your own accord. Bai Shuyan. Not bad, not very good. It meant that she wasn't in a good condition. Gu Ning. I just saw your post from yesterday, and I'm worried about you. Bai Shuyan. Well, I just confessed my love to Alan yesterday, but he turned me down. I'm too young and not mature enough in his eyes. Gu Ning understood that it was about Alan. Gu Ning. It's your own personal affair, so I don't know what I should say, but it's difficult falling in love with someone who loves you too. Bai Shuyan, I know. I'm just a little sad. After comforting Bai Shuyan for a while, Gu Ning began to read the recent news, especially news about her companies. Luckily, she didn't see any terrible news, and most internet users left positive comments on her companies. Gu Ning also paid attention to news about Tang Xiaoxiao and other artists. Because of an empress of military blood, they gained much publicity. Artists needed publicity, or they would soon be forgotten by the audience. Some artists even did publicity stunts to attract people's attention. Even if there was only bad news about them, it was better than being ignored. However, bad news always went abroad faster than good news. Because too many onlookers loved gossiping, artists were under great pressure. There were rules in every industry, and they had to be mentally prepared for it. Some artists might do anything in order to get fame, which meant money in the entertainment industry. They didn't care whether people were complimenting or criticizing them, and only wanted attention. In fact, only artists with outstanding skills could stay famous for long. After a while, Leng Xiaoting suddenly called Gu Ning. It was almost 12 a.m. now, but he knew that Gu Ning normally went to sleep late. She wouldn't sleep until it was past 12 a.m. Therefore, he wouldn't interrupt her at this moment. Gu Ning's phone was in her hands, so she picked up his call right away. Leng Xiaoting was surprised and joked. Are you waiting for my call? I'm not, but my phone is in my hands now, Gu Ning said. Really? Leng Xiaoting smiled. Gu Ning pouted but didn't argue with him. How's your cultivation these days? Not bad, I'm improving, Leng Xiaoting said. It took a long time for a cultivator to improve his cultivation, and Leng Xiaoting had already improved a great deal. Great, but you don't need to rush. Be patient, Gu Ning said. Actually, Leng Xiaoting only wanted to be a cultivator at a high level, because he wanted to protect Gu Ning and find out the real reason for his mother's death. Ning Ning? Leng Xiaoting suddenly called Gu Ning but stopped the next second. What's up? Gu Ning asked with concern. Leng Xiaoting hesitated for a while, then asked, Can mortals become cultivators? Gu Ning said, Normally it's impossible, but I'm not 100% sure about it. Well, can you be a cultivator? Leng Xiaoting asked. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then had mixed emotions. I don't know. Cultivators can live a long time, but I don't want to live longer than you. I hope that we can age together, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning felt touched and didn't know what to say. She always wanted Leng Xiaoting to become a great cultivator, but she forgot that cultivators were different from mortals. All of a sudden, Gu Ning felt sad too, because she wanted to age together with Leng Xiaoting too. If she aged faster and died earlier than Leng Xiaoting would be left alone in this world. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to lose Gu Ning, and Gu Ning didn't want to leave him either. If Gu Ning really died earlier than Leng Xiaoting would probably commit suicide. Besides, he would live longer than any of his family members and friends, which meant that he had to see them dying one by one. It would be a great torture. Although Gu Ning had magical power, she still wasn't comparable to cultivators. Thinking of that, Gu Ning was very sad. However, she couldn't stop Leng Xiaoting from practicing his cultivation, because it mattered a lot in his life. They couldn't control what would happen and what wouldn't in their life either. She had a pair of jade eyes, and she had been through a lot of strange things even though she didn't want them to happen. They could only improve themselves as time went by to protect themselves from danger. In addition, Leng Xiaoting's mother was a cultivator, and he, as his mother's son, would be discovered by the cultivation world sooner or later. In that case, Lung Xiaoting had to be strong in order to deal with unknown danger ahead of him. All in all, Gu Ning had no intention to persuade Lung Xiaoting to give it up. She knew how important it was to Lung Xiaoting. At the same time, she thought that she might try to become a cultivator too. Gu Ning said, "Xiaoting, don't worry. I'll try to figure out a way to become a cultivator. I'm not an ordinary girl after all, because I have magical power." Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was cheered up. If that was the case, it was likely that Gu Ning could live as long as him. After that, Gu Ning continued to encourage him. "We need to know more about cultivators and the cultivation world, and I believe that we can improve ourselves together. Don't forget that you still need to find out the real reason behind your mother's death." Lung Xiaoting agreed with Gu Ning on that. No matter if it was for Gu Ning or for his mother, he needed to keep on practicing his cultivation. Therefore, Lung Xiaoting was more determined to become a top cultivator. "Ningning, you don't need to worry about me. I'll focus on my cultivation," Lung Xiaoting said. He loved Gu Ning deeply and was willing to do everything for her. Gu Ning brought happiness to his life, and he didn't want to lose her. If he had to live alone in the future, he would rather die earlier. They chatted for a while longer, then ended the call. Afterwards, Gu Ning let the flood dragon out and asked whether mortals could become cultivators. Many mortals had tried to become cultivators in the past, but now it was different. The flood dragon told Gu Ning that she could try it with her magical power. The flood dragon also mentioned Kunlun Mountain, which was a famous beautiful place in their country. Kunlun Mountain has another name of Ryu Mountain, and it was said that there was affluent magical power, which was perfect for cultivators. The supreme deity's abode was also in Ryu Mountain. The flood dragon didn't know whether there was still adequate magical power in Ryu Mountain right now. It used to sneak into Kunlun Mountain for the magical power, but it was driven out after it was exposed later. The jail was thrown into the ocean, so it swam far away from Kunlun Mountain. That was the reason why the flood dragon disliked cultivators. However, the cultivators didn't kill it, so there was no reason for it to take revenge. "My master, I think you can visit Kunlun Mountain to see what you can find," the flood dragon said. In fact, the flood dragon proposed that for itself too because it wanted to see it again. Gu Ning didn't care about what the flood dragon was thinking, but remembered that Lung Xiaoting's mother had the accident at Kunlun Mountain, so she decided to visit it when she was free. Since the flood dragon told her that there could be magical power, she thought that it was necessary for her to have a look. It was mid-July, and she still had a vacation of 1.5 months before she went to study in the university, so Gu Ning planned to go to Kunlun Mountain in a few days. She didn't want to go there alone, and wanted Lung Xiaoting to go with her. Although many years had passed by after Lung Xiaoting's mother's death, they still hoped to find any clues. Moreover, they could search for magical power together in Kunlun Mountain as well. Therefore, Gu Ning called Lung Xiaoting back without hesitation. "What? Can't you sleep because you miss me too much?" Lung Xiaoting joked once he picked up Gu Ning's call. Although he joked with Gu Ning, he was actually still worried about her feelings after their serious conversation. He knew that Gu Ning was a strong girl, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't cry. "Yeah, when are you free?" Gu Ning asked. "Well, I think I can go back to see you in 2 days. Lung Xiaoting said. "How long can you stay with me?" Gu Ning continued. "Not sure. I can stay with you for longer if there isn't an emergency." Lung Xiaoting was honest. He could arrange for other people to do some things for him, but sometimes he needed to do them himself. All the members of the Red Flame were ace soldiers, but they were still no match for cultivators. Even Lung Xiaoting couldn't defeat a cultivator alone. A man of the evil practice had hurt him once before. Although Lung Xiaoting was a cultivator now, he was at a very low level, and it took a long time for him to go up in levels. "Well, the flood dragon just told me that there used to be a lot of magical power in Kunlun Mountain, and that it's a perfect place for cultivators, but it isn't sure about it right now. I want to visit it in person and I hope that you could go with me," Gu Ning said. Lung Xiaoting got excited after hearing that, because he always wanted to visit Kunlun Mountain. He knew that there were many strange things in this world, and he was willing to take adventures with Gu Ning. "Sure, I need 3 days to settle my work, But I'll meet you once it's done, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting was eager to see Gu Ning and go to Kunlun Mountain with her, but he had to be patient. Great,
Kuning smilet.
Even though both Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning had worries, they still had a good sleep. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, however, couldn't sleep at all after reading novels and other information about cultivators on the internet. Leng Xiaojia, Tang Yexin, and Qi Ziyue couldn't sleep either. Leng Xiaojia felt much better now, but had lost a lot of weight and looked quite haggard and unhealthy. She hated her appearance now, and didn't want to look at herself in the mirror. Tang Yexin always had nightmares at night because of Gu Ning. She couldn't sleep well, so she was becoming increasingly weak. And Qi Ziyue successfully got enough of the drugs that he needed, but he was too anxious and worried that he might be caught at any moment. The next day, Gu Ning didn't go for a run in the morning, but instead sparred with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye in the yard. The yard was open, so Wu Shunhua was able to see her. Even though Wu Shunhua knew that Gu Ning was a martial arts expert, he didn't know exactly how good she was at fighting. As a result, he was shocked after witnessing Gu Ning's fighting skills. Although she wasn't comparable to cultivators, cultivators had the help of their special power after all. It wasn't easy for Gu Ning to be so excellent at kung fu at such an early age. If she was a cultivator, she would overshadow Dongfang Ziyu. Dongfang Ziyu was Wu Shunhua's younger cousin, but he still had to admit that Gu Ning was more outstanding than Dongfang Ziyu. Without delay, Wu Shunhua took a video of their fighting. Although there was a distance between them and their faces weren't clear in the video, Gu Ning's movements were still noticeable. Gu Ning sensed Wu Shunhua once he showed up, but she didn't bother to pay attention to him. Bailey Zongyang, who went outside to run in the morning, also noticed Wu Shunhua. Because Bailey Zongyang failed to see Gu Ning around the square, he deliberately ran to her house, but he felt the air of a cultivator when he was only 20 meters away from Gu Ning's house. He stopped at once and told Bailey Zongxue to go back home right now. Cultivators had a special air, which only ghosts, monsters, other cultivators, and Gu Ning could feel. Cultivators of low levels couldn't hide their special air, and exposed themselves very easily, while cultivators of high levels weren't able to hide their special air either because their air was too thick. Bailey Zongxue was still at a low level, so she could easily expose herself. Bailey Zongyang had a feeling that the other cultivator was at a lower level than him. After thinking for a while, he thought that it might have something to do with Gu Ning, but either way he decided to figure it out. When he was only about 10 meters away from Gu Ning's house, he saw Gao Yi and Xiao Ye practicing their fighting skills with Gu Ning. However, he didn't feel the air of cultivators from them. It seemed to come from the small woods not far from Gu Ning's house. Bailey Zongyang looked around, then found Wu Shunhua. Both of their families held an important position in the cultivation world, so Bailey Zongyang was very familiar with Wu Shunhua. He was displeased the second he saw Wu Shunhua, because him showing up there meant that Wu Shunhua also found out about Gu Ning's secret. Therefore, Bailey Zongyang thought that he should tell Gu Ning that Wu Shunhua was spying on her. He wouldn't tell Gu Ning that Wu Shunhua was a cultivator, but he aimed to make Gu Ning dislike Wu Shunhua. Actually, when Bailey Zongyang moved near, Gu Ning sensed him as well. She didn't bother to give him a look, because she was aware that Bailey Zongyang was paying a lot of attention to her too. Wu Shunhua didn't notice Bailey Zongyang's air, but Gu Ning did. Gu Ning didn't care about what they were doing, and just focused on practicing her fighting skills. Bailey Zongyang didn't stay outside Gu Ning's house for a long time, and soon left. Wu Shunhua, however, stayed in the same place. Gao Yi, Xiao Ye, and Gu Ning stopped after half an hour, and were all sweating, so they went back to their own homes to take a shower. Once Bailey Zongyang was home, Bailey Zongxue asked him anxiously, "Who is the other cultivator?" They didn't want more cultivators to pay special attention to Gu Ning. "Wu Shunhua," Bailey Zongyang said. "Wu Shunhua." Bailey Zongxue didn't look very surprised. Fine, they found out about Gu Ning's secret too. It wasn't hard for her to figure out the reason. "What should we do next?" Bailey Zongxue asked worriedly. "I think we have to be backstabbers this time. I already took a photo of Wu Shunhua, and you can invite Gu Ning to dine together this afternoon. Because you are girls, you can directly tell her that a man is following and spying on her. We should make her hate Wu Shunhua before they meet each other, Bailey Zongyang said. Great. Bailey Zongxue agreed. Could Gu Ning be aware of it already? It doesn't matter. We are telling her out of kindness and she should know that, Bailey Zongyang said. Oh, since Wu Shunhua is following and spying on Gu Ning, Wu Shunhua will find out about our relationship with her if I invite her to dine together, Bailey Zongxue said. It's fine. Since the Dongfang family was already aware of Gu Ning's existence, it wasn't important even if their relationship with Gu Ning was exposed. Great, I'll invite her to dine together this afternoon, Bailey Zongxue said. Gu Ning finished her breakfast at home before she went to her company, with Wu Shunhua following her along the way. She arrived at her company at 8:15 a.m. and saw a group of people arguing loudly outside of her company's office building. She told Gaoi to stop the car, then got out with Qiao Ye. In the distance, Gu Ning noticed an aged couple arguing with a 24-year-old girl who was a staff member of her company. Gu Ning didn't know which department she worked in, but there was a staff badge hanging on her chest. Before long, several security officers went to stop the aged couple and protected the girl behind them. All the security officers in the Shengning organization were retired soldiers, so the aged couple was no match for them. You have no sense of gratitude at all. I raised you and now your older brother needs your help for his marriage. Shouldn't you help him? How dare you refuse to do that? The old woman was quite aggressive. At this time Song Manny walked out. She was the HR manager now. Gu Ning wanted to see Song Manny's ability in such a messy situation, so she didn't stand out right away. How dare you come here again? I've never seen such disgusting parents like you before. You only care about your son and ignore your daughter. Song Manny criticized them. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time that this aged couple had been here. In fact, this aged couple had already blocked the girl, whose name was Lin Jiayu, outside the office building yesterday, and Song Manny helped her out back then. Therefore, Song Manny knew the real reason why they came here and felt angry about it. Lin Jiayu's parents valued their son above their daughter, and they even tried to force Lin Jiayu to marry a rich old man for money which would be used for their son's marriage. The old rich man was violent and had divorced 3 times before. They simply wanted to sell Lin Jiayu for money, and didn't care about her feelings at all. Not every parent was a good parent. Some parents were evil and didn't treat their children equally. Although the onlookers didn't know many details, they realized that Lin Jiayu was quite unlucky and had a pair of evil parents once they heard that her parents wanted to sell her for money for her older brother's marriage. Jesus, her parents are so disgusting. They are not qualified parents. They can't sell their daughter for money. It's evil and unacceptable. Hearing people's criticisms, Lin Jiayu's parents changed their expressions and felt furious from the humiliation. It's none of your business. Shut your mouth, shouted Lin Jiayu's mother. It was indeed their family's affair, but their dirty secret was exposed in public. You keep causing our company trouble, so we must stop you from doing that. If you don't leave right now, I'll call the police, Song Manny said. Song Manny wanted to help Lin Jiayu, but it was her family's affair after all, and it relied on Lin Jiayu to fight it back. Lin Jiayu must be strong to protect herself from her evil parents. If Lin Jiayu was too weak and gave in, nobody could help her out. Lin Jiayu's parents panicked a little but still argued. Don't scare us. She's our daughter and we need to see her. I know your company is big, but you can't bully us. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and the police will know who's making trouble here, Song Manny said with a calm expression. She didn't think that Lin Jiayu's parents could seriously hurt their company. In addition, Gu Ning was her boss, and she believed that Gu Ning was able to make sure that the company would be safe. Lin Jiayu's parents were mad. They wanted to beat Lin Jiayu, but Lin Jiayu was protected by several strong security guards now. Leave now or I'll call the police, Song Manny said, taking out her phone. She hated people with no class. Lin Jiayu's parents wanted to grab her phone because they knew that the police would only take them away. However, it was impossible for them to get near Song Manny with the security guards around them. Lin Jiayu felt heartbroken now, and watched them in silence. She couldn't believe that her parents wouldn't hesitate to sell her for her older brother's marriage fee. Ever since she was a little girl, her parents had been treating her as if she was a maid. She had to earn the tuition fee to finish her education all on her own. She hated her parents, and what they did this time totally broke her heart. How much can you get by marrying Jiayu to the old man? Right at this moment, a male voice interrupted them and a man walked out of the crowd. Zhang Hao, what are you doing here? Lin Jiayu was surprised to see him. Zhang Hao didn't respond to Lin Jiayu right away, but coldly stared at her parents, waiting for their answer. Lin Jiayu's parents were struck dumb for a second, then showed obvious disdain on their faces. Zhang Hao was Lin Jiayu's boyfriend, but he wasn't rich, so Lin Jiayu's parents didn't approve of their marriage. 200,000 yuan, Lin Jiayu's mother said to Zhang Hao with arrogance. In their eyes, Zhang Hao was too poor to afford 200,000 yuan. Great, I can give you 300,000 yuan, and I want to marry Lin Jiayu, but you must agree to my condition and sign an agreement with me, Zhang Hao said. Hearing that, both Lin Jiayu and her parents were shocked. Zhang Hao, don't be silly. You can't afford it, and you shouldn't give them money at all. Lin Jiayu got anxious. She was afraid that her parents would begin to cause Zhang Hao trouble once he agreed to give them money. Don't worry about me. I promise that I won't marry the old man. Jiayu, can you trust me this time? Zhang Hao asked Lin Jiayu in a serious tone. Lin Jiayu opened her mouth trying to say something, but said nothing in the end. Although she didn't know how Zhang Hao got so much money, she chose to trust him. Lin Jiayu's parents only wanted money, so they beamed with satisfaction. Really? What condition? You can't ask Lin Jiayu for a cent from now on, and you won't be treated nicely if you dare to cause us trouble again, Zhang Hao said. No problem. Lin Jiayu's mother agreed at once. She only wanted to get the money now, and didn't care about what would happen in the future. Zhang Hao Lin Jiayu was anxious because she clearly knew how evil her parents were. It was impossible for them to leave her alone as long as they could get money from her. Jiayu, trust me, I can deal with it. Zhang Hao understood Lin Jiayu's worries. However, her parents were here now, so he couldn't explain his idea to her. Lin Jiayu, marry Zhang Hao before next month so that your older brother can get the money to get married before the National Day, Lin Jiayu's father said at once. The onlookers all had sympathy for Lin Jiayu. It was awful to have such a pair of parents in her life. At this moment, Lin Jiayu totally lost all hope for her parents. She realized that she had to cut off her relationship with them if she wanted to live her own life. After warning Lin Jiayu, her parents left. Since Lin Jiayu's parents were gone, the onlookers walked away too. The staff didn't see Guning until now, so they got a fright the moment they saw her. None of them knew when Guning got there. It was already past 9 a.m. now, and they should be at work. They were worried that Guning might criticize them for watching the drama. It's fine. Go back to your work now, Guning said to them. She wasn't mad at all. Although it indeed wasn't right that they left their work behind and watched the drama, she understood why they did that. As long as they could finish their work properly, she would allow them to relax for a while. Sure. All the staff ran back into the office building right away. Lin Jiayu didn't go inside, but looked at Guning feeling quite nervous. I'm sorry, Chairman Gu, my parents. You don't need to apologize. I understand your feelings, but you must take control of your own life and learn to fight back when it's necessary, Guning said. Guning didn't want to judge other people's family. Thanks, Chairman Gu. Lin Jiayu felt honored that Guning understood her feelings. If it's an emergency, you can leave earlier with your boyfriend, Guning said. Guning understood that it was very important to them, and they needed to talk about it right now, so she allowed Lin Jiayu to get off work early. Thank you so much. Lin Jiayu thanked Guning right away. She indeed needed to discuss it with Zhang Hao as soon as possible. Guning gave her a smile, then walked away, followed by Song Manny. I honestly don't understand why some parents are so evil. I know that there are families which care about sons much more than daughters, But it's too much that they want to sell their own daughter for money, Song Manny said. Lin Jiayu's parents simply wanted to sell her for money by marrying her to an old man. This was the first time that Song Manny had witnessed something like that. Although she had heard of it before, she had never witnessed it until now. Right, there are all kinds of people in this world and being weak means being bullied, Gu Ning said. Her relatives also valued boys above girls, but Lin Jiayu's parents were even worse than her relatives. Luckily, Gu Ning's mother was independent and loved her very much. Lin Jiayu felt relieved after Gu Ning was gone. She pulled Zhang Hao to the door at once and asked him in a low voice, Zhang Hao, where did you get the 300,000 yuan? Jiayu, my family's home will be demolished next month, so we can get 2 houses along with 2 million yuan as compensation. I didn't tell you because it wasn't settled until yesterday. Jiayu, I love you and I want to marry you and spend the rest of my life with you. But please don't give in to your parents again. We need to live our own life, Zhang Hao said. I know. I don't have any hope for them now, and I can't wait to cut off my relationship with them. Even if my older brother is unwilling to support them when they're old, I won't take care of them either, Lin Jiayu said. They weren't qualified parents after all, and Lin Jiayu had the right to refuse to support them. Gu Ning and Song Manny went straight to the 17th floor to Chan Songyi's office. Gu Ning talked about Zhao Bingsu with Song Manny and Chan Songyi, then told Song Manny to prepare a contract. Chan Songyi believed in Gu Ning's choice, so he didn't ask further about it. When Song Manny went back to her office to prepare the contract, Gu Ning told Chan Songyi that the haunted construction site was fine now. Chan Songyi nodded and said that he would deal with the rest of the procedures later. Zhao Bingsu arrived outside the company at 9:30 p.m., then called Gu Ning. He didn't sleep well last night, because he kept thinking of Gu Ning's offer. Gu Ning told Gao Yi to go fetch Zhao Bingsu once she saw his call. At this time, Gu Ning was still in Chan Songyi's office, so she stayed there and waited for Zhao Bingsu. Song Manny soon came back with the contract. Zhao Bingsu couldn't relax a little until he saw Gao Yi. Mr. Gao, is this whole office building owned by Miss Gu? Zhao Bingsu asked. Yeah, and there is another office building under construction, Gao Yi said. Hearing that, Zhao Bingsu was surprised. Even though he knew that Gu Ning was very rich, he was still astonished by her wealth. Gao Yi brought Zhao Bingsu to the 17th floor, and Zhao Bingsu greeted Gu Ning with great respect once he saw her. Miss Guam. Because Zhao Bingsu didn't know Chan Songyi and Song Manny, he didn't greet them, but simply acknowledged their presence with a nod. Uncle Zhao, have a seat. Gu Ning smiled at him. Sure. Zhao Bingsu sat down at once. Please let me introduce you. This is the executive of the Shangning organization, Chan Songyi, and this is our HR manager, Song Manny, Gu Ning said to Zhao Bingsu. Zhao Bingsu stood up once he found out that the executive was in the room. Nice to meet you, Executive Chan and Manger Song. Nice to meet you too, Chan Songyi said. Since Gu Ning was so kind to Zhao Bingsu, he should be friendly too. The contract is ready and you can have a look at it. If you don't have any problem with it, Songyi will tell you what you need to do later, Gu Ning said. Great. Zhao Bingsu agreed, then read the contract. Within 10 minutes, Zhao Bingsu finished reading, and he was amazed by the treatment Gu Ning offered him. Gu Ning not only paid him a salary, but also gave him 2% shares of Shanghua real estate in the capital. Although the branch in the capital wasn't open yet, it was too good to be true. Moreover, given the potential of Shanghua real estate, it would be a huge fortune in the future. Miss Gu, the shares. Zhao Bingsu hesitated to accept them. It was too much in his eyes. Uncle Zhao, I do this every time I find a good manager. It's my way of keeping the skilled management in my company. The branch of Shanghua real estate in the capital isn't open yet, so you actually can't get anything before it starts to make money, Gu Ning said. She was very honest, and Zhao Bingsu also needed to take responsibility for the company's financial condition. If the branch wasn't profitable, Zhao Bingsu wouldn't get a cent. If the company really failed, Gu Ning might not care about it, but Zhao Bingsu would suffer a great loss. I understand, and I'll do my best. Zhao Bingsu was determined to manage the company well. Since Gu Ning was a very generous boss, he wouldn't miss this chance. Very well, just sign your name, Gu Ning said. After that, Chun Songyi's secretary took him around to get familiar with the company and the office floor of Shanghua Real Estate. If Zhao Bingsu needed anything else, he could tell Chun Songyi's secretary. During these days, Zhao Bingsu needed to become familiar with the new company and his new job first. The company would arrange for a secretary, a car, and a chauffeur for Zhao Bingsu as soon as possible. He could also have a house, which was one of the benefits for the management, but not now. Because Zhao Bingsu hadn't helped the company make money yet, he needed to wait for a while. Actually, once Zhao Bingsu's case was settled, he could get his money back and buy a house on his own. Everyone wanted his own house. As the manager of Shanghua Real Estate, he definitely needed to learn its history. Therefore, after Zhao Bingsu met other members of the senior management, Chun Songyi's secretary handed him the document about Shanghua Real Estate. Zhao Bingsu was amazed by the unbelievable development of Shanghua Real Estate. Within a year, Shanghua Real Estate grew to have nearly 7 billion yuan in assets from 500 million yuan. Although most of the assets came from Hongyun when Shanghua Real Estate acquired it, Shanghua Real Estate was still quite profitable. Shanghua Real Estate also had a loan of 2 billion yuan, but it was understandable. Almost every company needed a loan to stay afloat. When Zhao Bingsu ran his own company, he also borrowed a lot of money from the bank. As long as a company could make more money than its debts, it was profitable. Zhao Bingsu admired Gu Ning more than ever now. The news of Gu Ning successfully rescuing Zhao Bingsu soon went viral on the internet the next day. Most internet users complimented Gu Ning for her bravery and kindness, but some still thought that Gu Ning was too perfect to be true. However, Gu Ning's loyal fans defended her as usual. Don't be so jealous. Some people are always jealous of rich people. I know Goddess Gu is extraordinary, but not everyone can be as helpful and outstanding as her. She's a very kind girl. Even though Gu Ning's fans defended her whenever haters attacked her, there were always some internet users who criticized famous people for no reason. Because the news went viral, Jiang Pingyi saw it as well. Wu Yongguang couldn't sleep at all at night because of Zhao Bingsu. Jiang Pingyi heard that Zhao Bingsu had tried to commit suicide by jumping off the building at 10 a.m. that morning. So he contacted Wu Yongguang. Wu Yongguang panicked a little when he saw Jiang Pingyi's call, because he kept it a secret from him. Jiang Pingyi wasn't dumb, and knew that Wu Yongguang was scheming against him behind his back. Without hesitation, he directly told Wu Yongguang that he wouldn't accept the money that Wu Yongguang cheated from Zhao Bingsu. He didn't dare to mess with Gu Ning. Since Jiang Pingyi gave in, there was no reason for Wu Yongguang to insist on it. Wu Yongguang thought about it for a long time, then still decided to call Zhao Bingsu. Seeing Wu Yongguang's name, Zhao Bingsu frowned but still picked it up. What? Zhao Bingsu coldly asked. Bingsu, Jiang Pingyi just contacted me and he said that he's willing to return your money. Can we let it go now? He was actually left with no choice back then, Wu Yongguang said. He still blamed Jiang Pingyi for everything. Zhao Bingsu was surprised when Wu Yongguang wanted to return his money. He thought for a while, then realized that they were afraid of Gu Ning. It's not convenient for me to talk about it right now, I'll call you back later, Zhao Bingsu said. He thought that he should talk about it with Gu Ning first. Wu Yongguang knew that Zhao Bingsu needed to ask for Gu Ning's opinions, so he agreed. Although it was Zhao Bingsu's personal affair, Gu Ning was already involved in it after all. In addition, Gu Ning was his boss now, so he should show some respect to her. Without delay, Zhao Bingsu went to Gu Ning's office and told her about it. Gu Ning thought that it wasn't a bad thing that Wu Yongguang was willing to return the money. Even if they caught Wu Yongguang and Jiang Pingyi, they wouldn't be seriously punished because Zhao Bingsu was fine and safe now. Since they were willing to return the money, it could save Gu Ning much effort. However, Gu Ning was unwilling to easily forgive Wu Yongguang. If Wu Yongguang wasn't punished at all, it wouldn't be fair to Zhao Bingsu. What do you think about it? You don't need to worry about my attitude. Just tell me your thoughts, Gu Ning asked Zhao Bingsu. He was the victim in this case after all, so Gu Ning thought that she should hear his ideas. I don't know, so I'm willing to listen to you, Zhao Bingsu said. He trusted Gu Ning and also relied on her. Fine, I think you can accept it. Because you're fine and safe now, they wouldn't be severely punished by the court, but they can't be easily forgiven just like that. They still need to pay for what they have done to you, Gu Ning said. Sure. Zhao Bingsu nodded. After that, Gu Ning told Zhao Bingsu to give her his phone and she called Wu Yunguang. Wu Yunguang was anxiously waiting for Zhao Bingsu's call, so he picked it up at once. Hi Bingsu, what's your decision? We can accept it, but you must pay for what you've done to Zhao Bingsu, Gu Ning said. Wu Yunguang trembled in fear when he heard Gu Ning's voice from the phone. What do you want? Zhao Bingsu invested 20 million yuan in the project, so you must return him 20 million yuan. In addition, Zhao Bingsu won't pay the 6 million yuan back to you. I won't tell you where the 6 million yuan went, but you can't say no to it. If you dare to refuse, we'll see you at the court, Gu Ning said, threatening Wu Yunguang. Wu Yunguang was annoyed when Gu Ning said that Zhao Bingsu wouldn't pay back the money Zhao Bingsu owed him. It wasn't easy for him to be willing to return the 20 million yuan, but Gu Ning wanted more than that. He totally forgot that it was his fault from the beginning. If he hadn't cheated Zhao Bingsu of the money, Zhao Bingsu wouldn't have lost everything. Zhao Bingsu was also surprised when Gu Ning proposed a compensation of 6 million yuan. In his eyes, the compensation of 6 million yuan was too much. Although Zhao Bingsu thought it was too much, he said nothing since it was Gu Ning's decision. Wu Yunguang was mad about it, but he didn't dare to refuse. He would be put in jail if he didn't agree with Gu Ning on that. After all, he could make more money in the future, but he would lose everything once he was put in jail. It would not only be his company, his family would also be destroyed if that really happened. Therefore, he agreed in the end. Fine, I agree, he said. Good, make an arrangement for it and Zhao Bingsu will see you with my people, Gu Ning said and hung up on Wu Yunguang. She wouldn't let Zhao Bingsu meet Wu Yunguang alone, because it wasn't safe. What if Wu Yunguang had any other evil thoughts again? After the call with Gu Ning, Wu Yunguang smashed his teacup on the ground. He didn't dare to vent his anger on Gu Ning, so that was all he could do now. Wu Yunguang arranged the meeting at noon, so Gu Ning told Gao Yi to attend it with Zhao Bingsu. When Gao Yi drove Gu Ning's car, Wu Shenhua saw it and followed it behind. However, he soon found out that Gu Ning wasn't in the car, so he had to return to the Shangning organization. At this time, Gu Ning received a call from Bailey Zongxue, who invited her to dine together that afternoon. Because of what had happened that morning, Gu Ning knew that it couldn't be a simple meal, but she still agreed. She also went to see Bailey Zongxue for a purpose. Several hours later, Gao Yi and Zhao Bingsu were back with a check for 20 million yuan. Zhao Bingsu looked excited when he met Gu Ning in the company. It wasn't easy for him to get his money back, and he almost committed suicide because of it. Boss, thank you so much. Zhao Bingsu thanked Gu Ning again. Without Gu Ning's help, he might be bankrupt or dead already. You're welcome and you can buy a house now with your money, Gu Ning said. Sure. Zhao Bingsu smiled. Gu Ning went to meet Bailey Zongxue that afternoon, so she left her company earlier than usual. She didn't go with Gao Yi and Xiaoye this time, but told them to lead Wu Shenhua away before she appeared. Gu Ning and Xiaoye were aware that someone was always following Gu Ning. At the beginning, they even blamed themselves for it because they couldn't help Gu Ning get rid of Wu Shenhua. But Gu Ning told them that Wu Shenhua was a cultivator. They were merely mortals after all. Even though they were top profession killers, they were no match for cultivators. When Gao Yi and Xiaoye drove Gu Ning's car away, Wu Shenhua indeed followed them again. Then Gu Ning drove another car out. This car was from City F, so the number plate showed that it was from City F. Gu Ning didn't rush to see Bailey Zongxue, but she was already used to driving fast. Because she was excellent at driving, she could skillfully overtake other cars or cut into another lane. However, when she once again cut into another lane in front of a luxurious car, the owner of the luxurious car was furious. He was a young man and refused to swallow the anger, so he decided to teach Gu Ning a lesson. There was a lot of traffic on the road, but it wasn't very crowded, so he accelerated and tried to force Gu Ning to stop her car. Gu Ning didn't pay attention to him until he tried to force her to stop her car. She realized that the man must be mad at her behavior earlier. However, Gu Ning didn't care at all because the man wasn't as skilled at racing as she was. Without hesitation, Gu Ning sped up as well and left the luxurious car behind. The young owner of the luxurious car was struck dumb for a second, then chased after her at once. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he drove, there was always a distance between him and Gu Ning. Other drivers on the road kept criticizing them because it was very dangerous. The young owner of the luxurious car chased Gu Ning for 5 minutes till they reached the Jinlin Hotel. Gu Ning gradually slowed down and he finally had a chance to catch up with her. Seeing the luxurious car following her to the Jinlin Hotel, Gu Ning frowned. She threw her car key to a valet parker, then walked straight into the hotel. "Hey, stop right there!" the young man shouted at her. Gu Ning heard him but didn't want to talk with him. Coincidentally, he was going to have a meal in Jinlin Hotel too. Gu Ning knew that he wouldn't let her go easily, so she stopped all of a sudden, then turned around to face him. Because Gu Ning stopped all of a sudden, the young man lost his balance and bumped into her. Other people were scared seeing the scene because it must be very painful. The man was also scared by Gu Ning's abrupt halt, but he was amazed by her face the moment she turned to face him. The next second, Gu Ning pressed her phone against his chest to stop him from bumping into her. She looked arrogant but not hateful. The young man was still amazed by Gu Ning's beauty and didn't know what to say. He had seen many beautiful women before, but Gu Ning was even prettier than all the women he had seen before. Gu Ning wasn't only stunning, she also had an air of unusual confidence. "Sir, may I help?"
Kuningsaid. En nåting.
The man totally forgot what he wanted to do.
Fine.
Gu Ning turned back and walked away without hesitation. She was unwilling to waste time on him. However, when Gu Ning was leaving, the young man suddenly remembered what he wanted to do. "Hey, wait!" He stopped her again. Although Gu Ning was gorgeous, it didn't mean that he could let her get away with it like that. In fact, he was having a struggle in his mind. He didn't know whether he should let Gu Ning get away with it or not. After thinking for a while, the man decided to forgive Gu Ning as long as she apologized. Gu Ning asked him again, "Sir, what can I do for you? Don't you know what you just did?" The young man stared at Gu Ning's face. "Why? It's you who stopped me," Gu Ning said. The young man was annoyed. "You just cut into my lane. Come on, don't be so mean. I was running out of time."
Kuningsrukket.
Actually, it wasn't Gu Ning's fault, because it was common to see a car cut into another lane on the road. "You!" The man suddenly didn't know what to say. Actually, he felt furious simply because he failed to catch up with Gu Ning. Onlookers began to criticize him as well. It isn't a serious problem, and it's common to cut into another lane on the road. Right, he's a little mean. I think he should be nice. Hearing their criticisms, the young man was angrier. However, when he was about to say something else, someone interrupted him. Guam Ning. Su Jinlin walked in from the door. He came here with several friends.
Jinlin Gu Ning with Su Jinlin.
However, the young man was scared when he saw Su Jinlin. What was worse, it seemed that this girl in front of him had a close relationship with Su Jinlin. Lord Su. The young man swallowed his anger at once. At this time, he only hoped that Gu Ning would let him go. He regretted arguing with Gu Ning now. "Oh, hi, Lord Hu," Su Jinlin said, but he actually wasn't familiar with the young man. Besides, he just heard Lord Hu's argument with Gu Ning and was displeased. Lord Hu sensed that, so he gave in immediately. "What happened just now?" Su Jinlin asked on purpose. Lord Hu explained it in a hurry. "Nothing, it's just a misunderstanding." After that, he apologized to Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, I'm so sorry for my rude attitude, please forgive me." That was the only thing he could do now, to beg for Gu Ning's forgiveness. "Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding. Nothing serious," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Lord Hu suddenly felt grateful to Gu Ning and totally forgot his annoyance at her. "Great. Su Jinlin didn't ask further about it since Gu Ning was willing to let Lord Hu go. Lord Hu didn't feel fully relieved until Su Jinlin said that. Now please excuse me, Lord Su, Miss Gu. He excused himself and wanted to leave. Yeah. Su Jinlin nodded, and Lord Hu went upstairs without delay. Did you come with your friends? Su Jinlin asked Gu Ning. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Leave the bill on my account, Su Jinlin said. Thanks, but my friend invited me to dine here today, and I'm afraid that she wants to pay the bill herself.
Gu Ning teklineb.
Fine, why don't we dine together when Shouting's back? Su Jinlin didn't insist. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. After that, they went into the same elevator and left it on the 3rd floor, then walked towards different directions. When Gu Ning opened the door of the private room open, Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue were already waiting for her. Miss Guam. Guam Ning. Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue stood up at once to welcome Gu Ning. Gu Ning, would you mind if my older brother is here too? Bailey Zongxue felt a little embarrassed, because she didn't mention it when she invited Gu Ning to dine together. When Bailey Zongxue said that, Bailey Zongyang smiled at Gu Ning with slight embarrassment. Of course not, Gu Ning said. Actually, she wasn't surprised to see Bailey Zongyang. Thanks, Bailey Zongxue said, then pulled out a chair for Gu Ning. Have a seat, please. Afterwards, Bailey Zongyang handed Gu Ning the menu. Miss Gu, please order whatever you like. Thanks, Gu Ning said and ordered her favorite dishes. Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue ordered after her. Because there were only 3 of them, they ordered 6 dishes in all. When the waiter left, Bailey Zongyang put on a serious expression. Miss Gu. Actually, we want to tell you something important today. Oh, what is it? Gu Ning asked. Since Bailey Zongyang looked so serious, Gu Ning put on a serious expression too. But she actually already had the answer. It must be about Wu Shunhua. Bailey Zongyang didn't beat around the bush and was quite straightforward. Well, the thing is that I ran by your house this morning, and I found a strange man spying on you in the nearby woods. I didn't know whether you're aware of it or not, but I still took a photo of him. Have a look. Saying that, he took out his phone and showed Gu Ning the picture of Wu Shunhua. However, Bailey Zongyang had doubts in his mind at this moment, because he didn't feel the air of another cultivator ever since Gu Ning walked into this hotel, which meant that Wu Shunhua wasn't nearby. He didn't know whether Wu Shunhua stopped following Gu Ning, or whether Gu Ning accidentally avoided Wu Shunhua. Gu Ning looked at a picture of Wu Shunhua and wasn't surprised. Actually, they knew that someone was spying on her that morning, but they didn't tell her until now. Why didn't they tell her earlier? Gu Ning didn't say it aloud, but she understood why they chose to tell her that at this moment. Oh, it's him. Gu Ning pretended to be surprised. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue were struck dumb for a second, and had a premonition. Miss Gu, do you know him? Bailey Zongyang asked. Not really, but I've met him once before. His name is Wu Shunhua and he came to meet me with a woman named Dongfang Ziyu a few days ago. They wanted to cooperate with Colane and build a factory in another city, but I turned them down. I have no intention to cooperate with other companies on that, Gu Ning said. She said that to tell Bailey Zongyang that she wouldn't agree to work with him if he wanted to do that as well. Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxue were slightly astonished. They exchanged a knowing glance and found that it was more complicated than they thought. Luckily, Gu Ning refused to work with Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua. Nevertheless, it wasn't possible for them to cooperate with Gu Ning either. In fact, Bailey Zongyang indeed had the idea to become Gu Ning's business partner, but he wouldn't mention it since Gu Ning made it very clear that she had no intention to cooperate with other people on Colane. I always have a feeling that someone was following me, but I don't know who it was until now. Thank you very much, Gu Ning said with sincerity. You're welcome. We're friends anyway, Bailey Zongxue said with a smile. Since he's still following you, it means that he's unwilling to give up, so you must be careful, Bailey Zongyang said with concern. Although he only formed a good relationship with Gu Ning to get her magical power, he cared about her too. It wasn't a secret that the Dongfang family had done many bad deeds for its family interests. Therefore, Bailey Zongyang was worried that Gu Ning might be hurt by Dongfang Ziyu. Gu Ning was just a mortal, so she was no match for a cultivator. Gu Ning understood that Bailey Zongyang cared about her, so she said, "I will." After that, they began to chat with each other about something else. They went back once they finished the meal. Because they all lived in Century City, they went back in the same way but in different cars. When they entered Century City, both Gu Ning and Bailey Zongyang paid attention to their surroundings, but they didn't sense Wu Xuanhua's air, so it was either that Wu Xuanhua was absent, or he was far away from them. Nevertheless, since they couldn't sense his air, he couldn't see them either. Wu Xuanhua now stayed in the hotel across the road from Century City. He sent Dongfang Ziyu the video he took early that morning, but Dongfang Ziyu was in the cultivation world, so she couldn't receive it. It wasn't important, because Wu Xuanhua simply wanted to tell Dongfang Ziyu that Gu Ning was a martial arts expert. When it was almost 11 p.m., Gu Ning disguised herself as Tang Aining, then put on a black casual suit before she walked outside. Although there were many surveillance cameras in Century City, there were dark corners, so it was easy for Gu Ning to hide herself. She had to go to see Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin tonight, or they would probably think that she was already gone. After walking out of Century City, Gu Ning directly took a taxi heading to the hospital that Tang Yashin was in. It took her half an hour to get there. This time, Gu Ning didn't bother to hide, but swaggered inside, because nobody would know her real identity. There were 2 bodyguards guarding outside Tang Yashin's ward, and 2 bodyguards were playing on their phones on the sofa in the living room. It wasn't early, so Tang Yashin and Ji Yijing were sleeping on their beds at this time. They couldn't sleep well these days, but sometimes they could successfully fall asleep. Because there were bodyguards in the ward, it wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to get into it. She used her jade eyes to see what was on the floor above and beneath Tang Yashin's ward. Someone was staying beneath Tang Yashin's ward, but the room above it was empty, so Gu Ning decided to get into the inner room of Tang Yashin's ward from the window of the upper floor. Because they needed to air the room, the window of Tang Yashin's ward wasn't closed, so it would be very convenient for Gu Ning to get into the room. Without delay, Gu Ning got to the 8th floor and reached the ward which was above Tang Yashin's ward. It was nearly 12 a.m. now, so there was no one else in the passage. Gu Ning sneaked into the room above Tang Yashin's ward. Then she took out ropes and fastened them tight. She slid down the ropes and successfully got into Tang Yashin's ward through the window. Although it would be faster for her to use the flood dragon, other people might discover it. Many people were still awake at this moment, and some even walked around on the next floor. And the flood dragon was too huge to hide itself. Gu Ning wanted to scare Tang Yashin, but it wasn't necessary to wake her up. Gu Ning moved lightly in the room. She didn't attract any attention from those bodyguards. Tang Yashin and Ji Yijing were still asleep on their beds. Actually, if Tang Yashin or Ji Yijing didn't call the bodyguards for help, they couldn't get inside casually. They only needed to listen to Tang Yashin and Ji Yijing when they needed their help. Besides, it was beyond their imagination that someone would try to get into the ward by ropes hanging down from the upper floor. What Gu Ning had done was incredible after all. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out the stuff she had prepared before from the telepathic eye space. She had prepared Tang Aining's photos, but they were actually paintings. Gu Ning was good at painting, so the paintings looked the same as Tang Aining's photos. Those who were familiar with Tang Aining would be able to recognize her face with a simple glance. Without hesitation, Gu Ning pasted them everywhere in the room, so that Tang Yashin would see Tang Aining's face all around her. There were big and small photos, but they were very clear. Gu Ning understood that it was just a little mischief, but she didn't care about it as long as Tang Yashin would be scared once more. After pasting the photos to the walls, Gu Ning left using the ropes from the window. She didn't leave right away because she wanted to see Tang Yashin's reaction when she woke up. Therefore, she threw a stone into Tang Yashin's ward and deliberately interrupted her dream. Tang Yashin and Ji Yijing were frightened by the sudden noise and opened their eyes at once. The bodyguards in the living room also heard it, but they didn't pay much attention to it. There was dim light in the inner room, but it was enough for them to see the photos clearly. Tang Aining shouted the second her sight fell on photos of Tang Aining. "Oh no!" She trembled in fear. Luckily, she didn't pass out. What's wrong? Jijing was scared by Tang Yixin's scream. Before Tang Yixin could answer her question, she stood up and noticed the photos of Tang Yixin all around the walls. What is going on here? Mrs. Tang, Miss Tang, what's wrong? The bodyguards standing outside moved to the door in a hurry, but they didn't dare to open it. Jijing soon calmed down and said, "Come in now. All of you." Hearing her order, those bodyguards walked inside one by one, and were surprised as well when they saw the photos everywhere. Someone must have been here, but none of them noticed the person. However, it was hard for them to believe it, because they stayed awake outside all night and didn't hear any noises. "You've done a terrible job. Didn't you catch her?" Jijing shouted at them in anger. Hearing that, those bodyguards felt embarrassed. No, don't come to me," Tang Yixin said and covered herself in the quilt. "Mrs. Tang, I'm sorry, but we heard nothing unusual. We were guarding outside all night." The mercenary argued and explained. "What do you mean? Do you think we've put these photos onto the walls ourselves?" Jijing was angrier. "I didn't mean that, but I simply told you the truth," the mercenary said. "So, can you explain the current situation to me now?" Jijing asked. The mercenary checked around for a while, then said, "I think she must come in from the window. It wouldn't be difficult for her to do that." The window was still open. Jijing was struck dumb for a second, then looked at the window. "Stop standing there and being stupid. Do something now and remove them."
Ying shouted.
She didn't want to see the photos any longer. In fact, Jijing wanted them to chase Tang Aining, but she was worried that Tang Aining would come again if they were absent. As a result, Jijing didn't let them leave. However, Jijing forgot that Tang Aining could still do whatever she wanted even though there were bodyguards. Given what had just happened, Jijing didn't dare to stay in the ward alone with Tang Yixin anymore. Guning was satisfied with their reaction and left. Although they knew that she got into the room through the window, it was too late for them to catch her. Before Guning walked away, she used her jade eyes to see whether there were other people in the passage. Luckily, no one was outside, so Guning successfully left the hospital. Without delay, Guning took a taxi heading to the hospital where Qi Ziyu stayed. Jijing called Tang Bingsin when the bodyguards were removing those photos, but Tang Bingsin was having sex with his mistress Tian Feifei at that moment. Jijing stayed in the hospital with Tang Yixin these days, and Tang Bingsin had already lost interest in Jijing. They had been married for over 20 years, so Tang Bingsin had had enough sex with Jijing. He wanted a younger woman who could arouse him. Tang Bingsin was displeased when someone interrupted him at this time, but he had to curb his anger when he saw the caller's name. If Jijing suddenly called him in the night, it must be something about Tang Aining. Tang Bingsin moved off Tian Feifei's body to pick up the call. "What?" Tang Bingsin asked in annoyance. "Darling, she came again."
Ying cried.
She didn't know what her husband was doing now, but cried the moment she heard his voice. Even though she calmed down in the ward just then to comfort her daughter, she panicked once she thought of her husband. She relied on Tang Bingsin, and it was her habit to turn to him for help whenever she encountered trouble. "What happened?" Tang Bingsin asked anxiously. It was bad news and he was worried. She came in from the window and none of the bodyguards noticed her. "They're useless." She pasted countless photos of Tang Aining to the walls and Yixin was scared. Jijing felt strong emotions as she told Tang Bingsin everything she knew. She was even trembling in fear. At the same time, her heart ached for her daughter, because Tang Yixin could have another breakdown after being frightened again. Tang Yixin caused Tang Aining's death after all, so it was very hard for Tang Yixin to accept it. Tang Bingsin frowned, but he didn't know what he could do now. He had already arranged for many bodyguards and a skilled mercenary to protect them, but Tang Aining could still get into the ward without attracting any attention. It seemed impossible for him to stop her from hurting his wife and daughter. He also tried to hire a professional killer to murder the woman, but no one gave him a reply. "Are you all right now?" Tang Bingsin asked. "Yeah, we're fine now," Jijing said. Great, I'm too tired now and I need to go to sleep. I still have a lot of things to deal with in the company. I'm afraid that the woman will attack my company, Tang Bingsen said, which was a total lie. Sure. Ji Yijing believed his words. Actually, Tang Bingsen indeed felt exhausted recently, because he was burdened with affairs in both his company and family. In order to relax, he chose to have sex with his mistress. It was a good way to help him forget his worries. After hanging up the call, Tang Bingsen sighed and was lost in his thoughts. Tian Feifei stayed on the side and didn't say anything. She didn't want to have sex with him at all, and was pretending to be enjoying it every time. He was too old for her, and he wasn't in shape, so she didn't feel satisfied at all. In fact, she preferred to have sex with her agent who was young and strong. Tang Bingsen was in trouble these days, which worried Tian Feifei as well, because she probably couldn't find another good sugar daddy like him. Nevertheless, if she really lost him in the end, she could accept it. There were many other rich men who wanted to keep her as their mistress anyway. They weren't as rich as Tang Bingsen, but they were younger than him. Anyway, since Tang Bingsen still had a lot of money now, she decided to do her best to get as much money as possible from him. Otherwise, she would get nothing if he went bankrupt one day. Tang Bingsen wasn't in the mood to continue having sex right now, so they stopped. There was no one else at home now, so Tang Bingsen decided to sleep in Tian Feifei's house. Gu Ning left her home late that night, and spent a lot of time in Tang Yixin's ward, so it was already 12:30 a.m. when she arrived at the hospital where Qi Ziyue stayed. Even though it was late, many people still walked in and out to visit their friends or family. Therefore, no one paid special attention to Gu Ning when she showed up. Normally, nobody would cause trouble in a hospital, but tonight was different. Qi Ziyue didn't have bodyguards to protect him, because he didn't want to attract any attention. Chun Yunlin had also gone back to the Chun family's house tonight, so Qi Ziyue was alone in the hospital at this time. It would be super easy for Gu Ning to do what she wanted to do tonight. After recovering for a few days, Qi Ziyue felt much better now, and was able to move on his own. He also carried drugs with him in case he had a sudden relapse of his drug addiction. He believed that he would be fine even though he was alone tonight. If he needed any help, he could press the bell and his doctor and nurse would come. For the doctor and nurse's convenience, Qi Ziyue's ward wasn't closed, so Gu Ning easily got inside. At this moment, Qi Ziyue was asleep and Gu Ning didn't wake him up right away. She then let the flood dragon out to wrap itself around him so that he couldn't move. Gu Ning also sealed his mouth with tape so that he couldn't make any sounds either. It was dark in the ward, and Qi Ziyue was lying on the bed, so he didn't know what was wrapping around his body. He could only see Tang Aining in front of him. The moment he recognized the face of Tang Aining, he rounded his eyes in shock and fear. Unfortunately, he couldn't move or shout at all. He was terrified that Tang Aining would hurt him again. It was the hospital, but she still showed up out of blue. Are you surprised? Gu Ning looked at Qi Ziyue with a fake smile on her face. Qi Ziyue was indeed surprised, but he was more frightened. Well, if I kill you right now, will you die with regret? Gu Ning said and reached her hand out to grab Qi Ziyue's throat. Qi Ziyue's face turned pale, and he couldn't breathe. As Gu Ning's hand became tight around his neck, Qi Ziyue was gradually suffocating. At this moment, Qi Ziyue really felt that he was about to die, but he was reluctant to die right now. Gu Ning actually had no intention to kill him right away. She simply wanted to torture him. Is it painful? It must be very painful, right? Because Tang Aining suffered the same pain when she was forced to jump into the sea. No, she suffered greater pain than you do now. At least you can still breathe a little, but she couldn't. She died because she suffocated, Gu Ning said and clenched her teeth in anger. Qi Ziyue's chest rapidly moved up and down as he struggled to get some air. Gu Ning felt quite satisfied seeing Qi Ziyue being tortured. She enjoyed every second of Qi Ziyue being in pain. When Qi Ziyue was about to die because he couldn't breathe for a long while, Gu Ning let him go. She didn't bother to kill him at this moment because she thought that it was still too early to do that. Besides, it would have a bad effect on her fate if she killed someone. Qi Ziyue would probably commit suicide himself if he couldn't stand the torture anymore. It would have nothing to do with her if he killed himself. Even though Gu Ning moved her hand away from his neck, Qi Ziyue still found it hard to breathe smoothly. What was worse, Gu Ning was still by his bed, so he was terrified. Gu Ning then put the flood dragon into her telepathic eye space, but Qi Ziyue was too scared to move. She didn't continue to torture him because it was enough for tonight. Qi Ziyue, I will come again. No matter where you go, I can always find you, Gu Ning said before she left. Qi Ziyue understood that she wasn't bragging and really meant it. He almost had a breakdown at this moment. Shortly after Gu Ning left, he had an attack of his drug addiction, but he was out of strength now. He did everything he could to get back to his feet and take the drugs with shaking hands. Gu Ning took a taxi back to Century City afterwards. However, an accident happened on her way. Gu Ning was a stunning beauty, and she was alone so late at night, which was very dangerous. When she got in a taxi, the taxi driver kept glancing at her from the rearview mirror and tried to strike up a conversation with her. Hi, beautiful girl, it's very late now. Why are you outside by yourself? Aren't you afraid of bad guys? The taxi driver pretended to be kind. I just visited a friend in the hospital, and I'm good at kung fu, so I'm not afraid of bad guys, Gu Ning said. She could see that the taxi driver wasn't a good man, so she purposely said that to remind him to be careful. The taxi driver, however, didn't believe her. Do you live in the capital? He continued. Not really, Gu Ning said. Knowing that, the taxi driver made up his mind to take action. Hey, we'll spend a long time on the road. Do you want some water? The taxi driver took out a bottle of water. No thanks, I'm not thirsty, Gu Ning said. It was obvious that the bottle of water wasn't right. The taxi driver said nothing further, nor did he become angry, because he only did that to test Gu Ning. After a long while, the taxi driver stopped the car suddenly when there was no other traffic around them. Sorry, miss, I'm afraid my car is acting up, and I need to have a look. Sure. Gu Ning understood that the taxi driver wouldn't give up his bad thoughts, so she decided to teach him a lesson. The taxi driver got off the car, but he didn't go to check whether the car was working correctly. Instead, he suddenly opened the car door of the rear seats and tried to get inside. What are you doing? Gu Ning squinted at him. She looked very calm because she was well prepared for it. What do you think I'm going to do? We're all alone now. The taxi driver changed his expression and leered at Gu Ning. Saying that, he closed the car door behind him, and Gu Ning didn't bother to stop him. However, the next second, Gu Ning hit his neck and he fell unconscious. Without delay, Gu Ning found the car key from his pocket and drove the car on her own. She stopped outside of the side door of Century City because she wanted to avoid the surveillance cameras. Before she went home, she beat the taxi driver, but she didn't injure him seriously. The taxi driver felt a lot of pain and opened his eyes, but Gu Ning was already gone when he finally regained consciousness. What happened? The taxi driver could barely move and felt that he must have been beaten by someone earlier. Before long, he thought of Gu Ning and realized that it must have been Gu Ning who had beaten him. After all, Gu Ning told him that she was good at kung fu, so she wasn't afraid of bad guys. He didn't take it seriously back then but now realized that she wasn't lying. The taxi driver regretted trying to sexually assault Gu Ning, and he was also mad at Gu Ning for beating him. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to call the police in case he was arrested, so he had to swallow the anger. He was in a lot of pain and couldn't drive now, so he called his younger brother to help him. After that, he looked around and found out that he was at the place where Gu Ning wanted to go. He didn't realize he was that stupid until now, because only rich or powerful people would have a house in Century City. A random house here cost at least dozens of million yuan, so he shouldn't have messed with Gu Ning. He felt lucky that Gu Ning was already gone. Gu Ning took a shower at home before she went to sleep. Early in the morning, everything was silent as the soft light appeared from the horizon. A beautiful ancient yard had wonderful views of a rock garden, pond, pink lotus flowers, and so on. All of a sudden, the door was pushed open by a young girl in a white ancient suit with a high ponytail. This girl was exactly Dongfang Ziyu, and she was in the Dongfang family's house right now. Although there were many modern things in the cultivation world, they still lived their life in an ancient style. Afterwards, Dongfang Ziyu began to practice her sword in the yard. She was sweating hard by the time the sky was totally bright, so she stopped to wash her face. A maid already prepared breakfast for her, so Dongfang Ziyu left the yard after having breakfast. There was a large garden out of the yard, and it was even more beautiful than Dongfang Ziyu's yard. Maids in ancient clothes stood here and there, and they all greeted Dongfang Ziyu with great respect once she showed up. The cultivation world was totally different from the mortal's world, although they existed at the same time. Actually, the cultivation world was as large as the capital city, and was the space squeezed out from the mortal's world. Dongfang Ziyu entered another yard, and saw a middle-aged man standing in the middle. "Lady Dongfang, Master Dongfang is waiting for you," he said to her with great respect. "Thanks," Dongfang Ziyu said and walked away. She knocked on the door of a room but didn't push it open until she heard permission from inside. An old man about 60 years old was sitting in front of a desk in the study. Although he looked like a 60-year-old man, he was actually hundreds of years old. Because he was a cultivator, he aged slowly. The higher his level became, the slower he aged. Dongfang Ziyu looked like a 25-year-old young woman, but she was actually 45 years old. "Grandpa, what did you want to talk to me about?" Dongfang Ziyu asked. The old man was Dongfang Ziyu's grandfather, and he was the patriarch of the Dongfang family. "The Kung Fu competition is around the corner now. How's your cultivation?" Master Dongfang asked. Master Dongfang had been on retreat for a long time, so he didn't know what Dongfang Ziyu was doing recently. He thought that she was focusing on her cultivation. Because he ended his retreat today, he told Dongfang Ziyu to see him this morning. In the Dongfang family, he paid most attention to Dongfang Ziyu, because she was the most talented among his grandchildren. He also had high expectations for her. Dongfang Ziyu panicked a little, because she didn't spend much time practicing her cultivation these days, but she didn't dare to lie to her grandfather's face. "Grandpa, I went to the mortal's worlds often recently, so I didn't focus on my cultivation, but I left for a reason." Hearing that, Master Dongfang was displeased. What for? He knew that it must be something important, given his understanding of Dongfang Ziyu's personality. After that, Dongfang Ziyu told what she had found out about Guning and magical power. Master Dongfang was surprised after hearing the story. "What? How is it possible?" "It's real and I have some of the medicines with me. Please have a look," Dongfang Ziyu said and gave Master Dongfang some Kolain medicines at once. Master Dongfang took them and opened them right away. And he indeed felt the magical power. Although there wasn't much magical power in the medicine, it was quite useful for mortals. Most importantly, there must be a certain kind of magical pills or magical medicinal herbs mixed with these medicines. No matter what, it was very unusual. Shenhua and I have been working on it these days, trying to figure out where the magical power comes from. But the owner of Kolain is unwilling to cooperate with us in business, Dongfang Ziyu said. "It's probably just an accident," Master Dongfang said. It was hard for him to believe that a mortal would know about something like magical power. "I had the same idea," Dongfang Ziyu said. She admitted that Guning was an unbelievable girl, but she couldn't believe that Guning could get the magical power. "Oh, Shenhua ran into Bailey Zongxue a few days ago outside the block where Guning lived. I think Bailey Zongxue is also investigating this," Dongfang Ziyu said. Master Dongfang frowned. It seemed that the Bailey family was also aware of it now. "You should go to meet Shenhua to see whether he has any news about it. We must know what the Bailey family is doing with Guning," Master Dongfang said. "No problem," Dongfang Ziyu said. With her grandfather's permission, she wouldn't need to make an excuse to leave now. After that, Dongfang Ziyu left the cultivation world. The second she walked outside, she saw the message from Wu Shenhua. Unfortunately, Wu Shenhua didn't have any useful new information about Guning, and simply sent her a video of Guning fighting against her bodyguards. After watching the video, Dongfang Ziyu had to admit that Guning was much stronger than she thought. She called Wu Shenhua at once and asked him about the situation now. Chun Yunlin went to visit Chi Ziyue that morning and found that he was in an even worse condition. She asked Chi Ziyue what had happened, and learned that the woman had come late yesterday night. Chun Yunlin blamed herself for it. If she hadn't gone back home last night, she could have stopped the woman from scaring Chi Ziyue. Although she was no match for the woman, she could at least call other people for help. Chi Ziyue was still afraid now, but he didn't dare to call the police in case his location was exposed. Tang Bingson still couldn't find Chi Ziyue without the help of the police. He was mad and couldn't focus on his work because both Tang Aining and Chi Ziyue were nowhere to be found. However, another member of the Tang family was in a very good mood now, and that was Tang Qingyang. Although Tang Bingsan didn't allow him to make important decisions in the company, he was still a major shareholder and had some power in his hands. Therefore, Tang Qingyang didn't hesitate to draw other shareholders over to his side. Normally, there were many shareholders in a large business group, and the Tang organization had 13 in all. Among them, Tang Bingsan had 51% shares, Tang Qingyang held 20% shares, Tang Bingjiang owned 8% shares, while each of the other shareholders only had several percent of the shares. Not every shareholder was Tang Bingsan's man. In most cases, they had to obey Tang Bingsan's orders because he was the leader of the Tang organization. Those who disliked Tang Bingsan chose to side with Tang Qingyang, because Tang Qingyang was younger and smarter. Although Tang Bingsan was a good leader who caused the company to grow fast under his leadership, many believed that Tang Qingyang could be a better leader than him. Besides, Tang Bingsan was losing control of the company during these years. In fact, he had been able to run the company very well in the past because Tang Aining had done a lot of bad deeds for him and helped him get rid of his business opponents. However, Tang Aining was dead now, and he didn't have another person who could and was willing to break the law for him. Moreover, the heir of the Tang organization became a problem now. Tang Bingsan only had a daughter, Tang Yashin. So everyone believed that Tang Yashin would take over the Tang family's business. If Chi Ziyue successfully married into the Tang family, he would manage its business too. Even though Chi Ziyue wasn't as outstanding as Tang Qingyang, he wasn't bad either. Anyway, as long as Tang Yashin was the sole heir of the Tang family's business, it would be impossible for Tang Qingyang to take over it. Unfortunately, both Tang Yashin and Chi Ziyue were useless now, and Tang Qingyang suddenly became the best option for the heir of the Tang organization. There was also the possibility that Tang Bingsan might have a love child, because it wasn't uncommon for a rich man to have love children. No one knew whether Tang Bingsan really had an illegitimate son or daughter, but the other shareholders found Tang Qingyang more reliable. As a result, they kept a good relationship with Tang Qingyang at this time to gain some room to maneuver. Although some ambitious shareholders had the idea to replace Tang Bingsan, it was super difficult, because the company was controlled by the Tang family anyway. Tang Qingyang was also willing to keep a good relationship with them, because it was helpful for his future. He also had something on almost half of the shareholders in case they suddenly betrayed him. Tang Bingsan didn't have enough energy to deal with Tang Qingyang these days, because he was troubled by what Tang Aining had done to his family. Su Qini knew that Tang Qingyang was busy recently, so she didn't bother him, but she felt upset after losing touch with him for so long. Nevertheless, she still didn't understand her feelings towards Tang Qingyang, which made her feel restless. Gu Anna witnessed everything, but she couldn't do anything about it. And Tang Qingyang was occupied with work, so he didn't have time to think about his relationship with Su Qinin. In the morning, Gu Ning suddenly remembered that the opening ceremony of Gufan was tomorrow, so she booked a plane ticket to City B. This time she would go to City B alone, because Gao Yi and Xiao Ye stayed to investigate the evil forces supporting Tang Bingsan. At 11 a.m., the phone in Gu Ning's office rang. Normally, the call came from the office line in her company. Gu Ning picked it up. Chairman Gu, an old man wants to see you at the reception desk. He's unwilling to leave and is shouting loudly. Do you need us to chase him away? This was the first time that the receptionist had talked with Gu Ning, so she was quite nervous. Since the old man came to her company and shouted to meet her, he didn't have her phone number. In other words, they weren't familiar. Right when Gu Ning wanted to ask for the old man's name, she heard the old man's voice from the phone. Hey young girl, it's me. I'm the old fortune teller. Do you still remember me? He shouted loudly, and it seemed that he was afraid that Gu Ning couldn't hear him. Gu Ning was slightly scared by his sudden interruption, and couldn't believe that he could find her. However, he shouted loudly in public, which might damage her reputation. Gu Ning was annoyed and felt embarrassed. The staff in the hall were surprised when the old man said that he was a fortune teller. They couldn't believe that their boss needed a fortune teller. Gu Ning argued at once. Chase him out right now. He's simply a liar and wants money. Sure, Chairman Gu, the receptionist said at once. Hey, I'm not a liar and I don't want your money. The old man heard Gu Ning's voice and defended himself. Let the old man talk to me on the phone, Gu Ning said. She had to deal with this old man today, otherwise he might cause her more trouble in the future. Sure, the receptionist said, then gave the receiver to the old fortune teller. Our chairman. The old fortune teller grabbed the receiver over and said, Hey, this is me. And I honestly have something important to tell you. I don't want your money. Although the old fortune teller just embarrassed Gu Ning, he still insisted on seeing her. He was determined to see Gu Ning today. If you want to read my hands or face, forget it. I'll never let you do that, Gu Ning said. I promise it won't happen. I came to see you for something else, the old fortune teller said. Fine, let the receptionist talk to me now. Gu Ning gave in. Great. The old fortune teller was delighted and gave the receiver back to the receptionist. Hi, Chairman Gu, the receptionist said. Walk him to the elevator and tell him to come to the 18th floor, Gu Ning said and hung up the call. The receptionist then led the old fortune teller to the elevator and told him to go up to the 18th floor. When the old man was gone, none of the staff began to talk about his relationship with Gu Ning. They were respectful of Gu Ning. Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya that the old fortune teller was coming, and that they could let him in. A few seconds later, the old man arrived and he saw Gao Yi and Xiaoya standing in the hall outside. Gao Yi and Xiaoya weren't surprised to see him, but they didn't understand why Gu Ning was willing to meet him. They knew that it was impossible for Gu Ning to allow this old fortune teller to read her face or hands, so it might be something else. Although they had a bad impression of this old man, they still treated him politely. Please follow me this way, Xiaoya said and walked ahead. After that, they stepped to Gu Ning's office. Xiaoya knocked on the door, and Gu Ning told the old fortune teller to come in. Once the old fortune teller walked inside, he saw Gu Ning sitting in front of the office desk with an annoyed expression. He knew that she was unhappy with his sudden appearance. Hi, been a while. How are you doing? The old fortune teller put on a broad smile, trying to please Gu Ning. Not bad till you showed up, Gu Ning said. The old fortune teller didn't mind her bad attitude and sat down on a chair. Gu Ning then told Xiaoya to prepare a cup of tea for him. Well, I'm surprised by your unbelievable success at such an early age, the old fortune teller said and complimented Gu Ning. It seemed that he came to chat with Gu Ning. Actually, before the old fortune teller came here, he read a lot of news about Gu Ning on the internet. He was amazed by her achievements. Thanks, but we can directly get down to the business, Gu Ning said. Well, the thing is that I had a dream. The fortune teller began to tell Gu Ning why he came here today. Hearing that, Gu Ning sneered. She didn't understand why the old man wanted to tell her his dream. Nevertheless, Gu Ning didn't interrupt him and let him finish. In my dream, I saw you at the haunted construction site on XX Road in the Eastern District 2 days ago, right? The old fortune teller asked. Gu Ning was a little surprised but didn't think it was a big deal. In her eyes, this old man wasn't an ordinary man. Right, I have been to the haunted construction site, so? Gu Ning admitted with alacrity. Xiaoya put the cup of tea down in front of the old fortune teller, then walked out and closed the door of Gu Ning's office. Why did you go there? Asked the old fortune teller with a serious expression. It's my personal affair. Just tell me why you came, Gu Ning said. She didn't trust the old fortune teller. Besides, She went to the haunted construction site in order to deal with the male ghost, which was a secret that she wouldn't tell other people. Since Gu Ning was unwilling to tell him, the old fortune teller didn't force her to do that. Fine. Did you know that the place was unlucky when you went there? Yeah.
Kuning nodded.
Did you encounter anything abnormal? Asked the old fortune teller. What's your point? Gu Ning lost her patience. The old fortune teller smiled. Young girl, I know that you're annoyed at my sudden visit, and you don't want me to read your face and hands. I don't mind, but I came to see you today for something really important. Can't you be nice to me? In fact, his ability was limited, and he couldn't see much about what would happen to Gu Ning in the future. If he could really tell Gu Ning's fortune by looking at her face, he would have a lot to say after meeting her several times. Gu Ning calmed herself down and softened her voice. Fine. Can you directly tell me what else happened in your dream about me? All right, I'll be honest with you, but it's quite incredible in many people's eyes, so you must be mentally prepared. Even though you can't believe it, you must let me finish, the old fortune teller said. Sure, Gu Ning replied. An ancient grave was dug out from the construction site not a long time ago, and there was a dry body in the coffin. I went there too, and I found the soul of the male body was left and stuck in the grave pit, but my ability is limited and I couldn't do anything about it. The strange thing is that I suddenly felt that the dry body was different yesterday, and it began to rot. Saying that, the old fortune teller focused on Gu Ning's face to see her expressions. To his surprise, Gu Ning looked quite calm and he continued, I wanted to know what happened, so I got some hair from the dry body and learned that you've been to the construction site 2 days ago. I went to the construction site early this morning again, and I found the soul of the body was gone. It must have something to do with your appearance, so I was afraid that it might possess your body. I'm worried about your safety, and that's the reason why I must see you today. When the old fortune teller finished, Gu Ning still looked calm on the surface, but she was actually astonished in her heart. She knew that this old man wasn't an ordinary man, but she was still amazed by his ability. In addition, he came to see her because he was worried about her safety, which made Gu Ning feel guilty for her bad attitude earlier. Well, I'm sorry for my bad attitude earlier. I didn't know that you came here to see me for my safety. Gu Ning apologized to him. She believed that the old man was very kind to her. Do you believe my words? The old fortune teller didn't care about Gu Ning's attitude towards him, but he was surprised that Gu Ning stayed calm and believed his words without any questions. Is what you just told me true? Gu Ning asked him all of a sudden. Of course it's true, the old fortune teller said at once. He really wanted Gu Ning to trust him. Great, I believe you, Gu Ning said. She didn't look scared or surprised from the beginning to the end, which made the old fortune teller feel strange. Why don't you look surprised or scared at all? The old fortune teller asked. He thought that Gu Ning should at least show fright or shock on her face. However, it seemed that Gu Ning was already aware of the existence of ghosts. Well, if you think that the male ghost is able to possess my body, can you see it in my body now? Gu Ning asked the old fortune teller. In fact, the male ghost was in her telepathic eye space now, but she believed that the old fortune teller couldn't see that. No, I don't see it, or I wouldn't be so calm while talking with you now, the old fortune teller said. Hey, can you tell me why you look so calm? Because I've met a man like you before and he told me many things about ghosts, I can accept it, Gu Ning said. That was a lie. Hearing that, the old fortune teller nodded. Oh, why did you go to the construction site? The old fortune teller asked curiously. Gu Ning said, I want that land and I plan to build a hotel there, but everyone told me that it was haunted, so I went there to have a look. Don't you feel it strange? Asked the old fortune teller. Not at all, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning didn't feel anything was strange, and the old fortune teller didn't ask further about it either. Actually, if Gu Ning could feel anything that was strange, he would be surprised. Well, a ghost has been there anyway, so I can help you pay more attention to the construction site if you want. What if it comes back? I'll figure out a way to get rid of it, the old fortune teller said. He really wanted to help Gu Ning. Gu Ning felt touched but felt cornered. She could deal with the male ghost on her own, and she didn't know how to explain it to the old fortune teller. What's wrong? The old fortune teller saw Gu Ning's expression. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I don't think I need it now. I'll contact you if I need it in the future, all right?
Gu Ning sighed.
The old fortune teller frowned, but understood that Gu Ning was unwilling to let him be involved in this. Fine, you're the boss. After that, he took out his name card and gave it to Gu Ning. This is my name card. I normally stay in the capital. Call me if you need my help. Sure. Gu Ning took his name card. This is my name card, and you can call me too if you need my help. Gu Ning gave her name card to the old fortune teller. She didn't mind keeping in touch with this old fortune teller now, but she still wouldn't allow him to read her face or hands. Great. The old fortune teller was delighted. Well, I guess there is nothing I can do now, so I should leave. I'll walk you out, Gu Ning said and stood up. The old fortune teller nodded, but he put on a mysterious expression when he walked out with Gu Ning. His name was Xiang Honghuai, and there was only his name and number on his name card. Gaoyi and Xiaoya looked over when Gu Ning walked Xiang Honghuai out, and they were ready to do anything for Gu Ning if she needed them. Gu Ning said nothing, and directly walked Xiang Honghuai to an elevator. Because they were on the 18th floor, it took some time for the elevator to come up. Young girl, how could you be so excellent at everything? Xiang Honghuai asked with curiosity. Don't say that.
I'm flattered.
Of course I'm not good at everything. I simply have some advantages over my peers, Gu Ning said. She was as modest as she was confident. Xiang Honghuai nodded and said nothing further about it. In a few seconds the elevator came up, and Xiang Honghuai left. When Gu Ning waved goodbye to him, he seemed calm, but he was actually observing Gu Ning's face. The second the door of the elevator closed, Xiang Honghuai squinted. Gu Ning was a complicated young girl, and he believed that she was destined to be outstanding. Boss, I'm sorry that both of us heard your conversation just then, Xiaoya said to Gu Ning when she was back in the hall. They didn't mean to eavesdrop on Gu Ning's conversation with the old man, but they had too good hearing. They knew that Gu Ning didn't mind, but they thought that they still should tell her. In fact, they were surprised by what Xiang Honghuai told Gu Ning in the office, but they soon accepted it. Gu Ning had told them many strange things before, so it was easy for them to accept abnormal things now. Gaoyi and Xiaoya were Gu Ning's close assistants, so she didn't mind that they had heard her conversation with Xiang Honghuai. Not a big deal, and I also want to tell you that the old man really knows something about fortune-telling. That's the reason why I don't want him to read my face and hands, in case he finds out something he shouldn't know about me, Gu Ning said. We understand. Gaoyi and Xiaoya nodded. No one wanted to expose his or her secrets. When Xiang Honghuai was gone, Gu Ning continued dealing with her own business. About half an hour later, Gu Ning received a message from Qi Tianlin asking her whether she was free now. Gu Ning gave him an affirmative answer. Qi Tianlin then told her that he had reached the same level as her in the game, and he wanted to play around with her. Gu Ning got curious and logged in the game later, but she found that Qi Tianlin's ID in the game was the Future Emperor. It was obvious that he gave himself that name in order to look like a couple with Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting would be displeased if he saw that. Gu Ning then made an excuse and told Qi Tianlin that she was busy now. Qi Tianlin had doubts about it, and thought that Gu Ning was probably unwilling to play the game with him, but he knew that Gu Ning was busy with her business, so he didn't insist. Anyway, he was unwilling to force Gu Ning to do what she didn't want to do. Afterwards, Gu Ning sent Leng Xiaoting a message and told him that Qi Tianlin wanted to play the game with her. She wanted to know whether Leng Xiaoting would be displeased. If he didn't mind it, she would agree to play the game with Qi Tianlin. Although it was just a game, Qi Tianlin had an ID which looked to be a couple's name with hers. Therefore, Gu Ning thought it was necessary for her to ask for Leng Xiaoting's opinions. Leng Xiaoting didn't give her a reply right away, so Gu Ning thought that he must be busy now. Actually, Leng Xiaoting already read her message, but he didn't immediately reply to Gu Ning because he was in a bad mood. If Qi Tianlin didn't have an ID which looked to be a couple's name with Gu Ning's, He wouldn't mind, but Chi Tianlin did. He knew that Chi Tianlin liked Gu Ning, so it was a challenge to his ability. After thinking for a while, Leng Xiaoting logged in the game and changed his ID to be the husband of the future queen. It might seem childlike, but he accepted the challenge. After that, Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning a message back. Leng Xiaoting, sure, but I must join you and you can't be in the same team with him. Gu Ning was amused, but she accepted his conditions. Gu Ning, when are you free? Leng Xiaoting, between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. Gu Ning, great, he and I will be in different teams and we can beat him together. Afterwards, Gu Ning suddenly remembered that she didn't tell Leng Xiaoting that she was going back to City B today. If she didn't tell him, he would be upset when he found she was absent. The opening ceremony would be held tomorrow, and she planned to go back to City B this afternoon and come back to the capital the day after tomorrow. She would leave for Kunlun Mountain once she came back to the capital, so she wouldn't have much time to spend with Gu Man and her other family members. She wasn't sure when Leng Xiaoting would be back in the capital, so they wouldn't book the plane tickets until he was back. Gu Ning sent Chi Tianlin a message later and invited him to play the game after 12 p.m. In fact, it was not only Gu Ning. Chi Tianlin was also busy, so it wasn't easy for them to find some free time to play the game together. It was already 11:30 a.m. now, so Chi Tianlin agreed. When it was 12 p.m., Gu Ning received a message from Leng Xiaoting and Chi Tianlin at almost the same time, asking her whether she was prepared. Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting that she was logging in. Without delay, she told Chi Tianlin that they would be the leaders in different teams, so that they could compete against each other. In that case, she wouldn't be in the same team with Chi Tianlin. Chi Tianlin didn't think it was a problem, so he agreed. Once Gu Ning logged into the game, she saw many messages and many players wanted to add her as their friend. Gu Ning spent some time adding them as her friends. After that, she suddenly noticed that Leng Xiaoting's ID was changed in the game, and she was amused by his childlike behavior. She had a jealous boyfriend, but she was happy with it. The second Gu Ning made a team, she added Leng Xiaoting as her teammate. Other players needed Gu Ning's permission to join her team, but she actually didn't care who would be her other teammates, because she was confident that they could win. Chi Tianlin frowned in annoyance when he saw the idea of the husband of the future queen, but he didn't know that the player was Leng Xiaoting. Anyway, many of Gu Ning's fans made up an ID which followed Gu Ning's ID in the game, like the Knight of the Future Queen, the Lover of the Future Queen, and so on. Other players also noticed the two unusual IDs in the two teams. One was the Husband of the Future Queen, while the other was the Future Emperor. Some of them began to joke about it. Player A, hey, the husband of the future queen, you have a rival in love now, but we'll support you since we're in the same team. Player B, right, we'll support you to protect Goddess Gu. Although it was a joke, Leng Xiaoting was displeased and couldn't wait to teach Chi Tianlin a lesson. The husband of the future queen. No matter who tries to steal my wife from me, they will be beheaded. Player A, wow, sounds so cool. I like it. Player B, me too. Player C, I'm so excited now. Chi Tianlin was displeased too when he saw the above messages, but he didn't bother to argue with them. Gu Ning wore a resigned look, because these players were adding fuel to the flames. Chi Tianlin soon had enough teammates, so the game began. When the two teams reached the battle stage, they were ready to fight against each other. Leng Xiaoting directly faced Chi Tianlin once he stepped on the stage. Because his level was higher than Chi Tianlin's, his role in the game was more powerful as well. Other players were also in fierce fights, and Gu Ning helped her teammates sometimes. A short while later, Chi Tianlin's teammates were all dead, and he was alone on the stage. Gu Ning was left with two teammates, so only 3 members of her team stayed on the stage. However, Gu Ning and Player A didn't go to help Leng Xiaoting but stood aside and watched his fight against Chi Tianlin, because it was quite obvious that Leng Xiaoting was at an advantage. However, within only a short time, a huge gap between Leng Xiaoting's and Chi Tianlin's ability appeared, and it was quite easy for Leng Xiaoting to behead Chi Tianlin in the game now. Both Gu Ning and Player A saw it, so they didn't go to help Leng Xiaoting. Not only Gu Ning and Player A, But other players also noticed that Lung Xiaoting was enjoying humiliating Qi Tianlin in the game. Qi Tianlin was annoyed because it was just a game to him, and he didn't understand why his opponent in the game took it so seriously. Even though Qi Tianlin knew that he was doomed to fail, he didn't give up fighting against his opponent before he was beheaded. Is the husband of the future queen enjoying humiliating the future emperor? He can directly behead him, but he doesn't do that. It's quite obvious that the husband of the future queen doesn't want to finish the game too early. I think the husband of the future queen is jealous. Why? Don't you find the name is the couple's name with the future queen? I think he must be the husband of the future queen. Really? Wow, this suddenly became funny. The future queen has a jealous husband. Oh. Qi Tianlin actually took the husband of the future queen as another player in the game, so he didn't take it seriously. He would be mad at Gu Ning if he found out that the player was Lung Xiaoting. Anyway, he was in a bad mood now. Gu Ning remained silent and watched the fight aside, because there was nothing she could do about it. Lung Xiaoting didn't waste too much on it, and beheaded Qi Tianlin in the end. After that, Qi Tianlin called Gu Ning at once and questioned her. Who's the husband of the future queen? Gu Ning didn't realize that it wasn't a good idea to let Lung Xiaoting take part in the game until she heard Qi Tianlin's angry question. Well, I guess the player simply dislikes your ID. Many of my fans have an ID which follows mine in the game, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Qi Tianlin thought it was reasonable because there indeed were a lot of IDs that were related to Gu Ning's ID in the game. Therefore, Qi Tianlin didn't ask further about it, but simply said, "Tell him to finish the game quickly and stop wasting time humiliating me." Sure,
Gu Ning sighed.
Afterwards, Gu Ning sent Lung Xiaoting a message and told him that Qi Tianlin was furious now. Lung Xiaoting was very satisfied with the result and agreed to finish the game quickly. Accordingly, Lung Xiaoting directly killed Qi Tianlin in the game once the second round began, which annoyed Qi Tianlin again. He was dead shortly after the second round just began. He felt humiliated once more. Because Qi Tianlin was too mad, he logged out the game in anger. He had already finished the round in the game, so it was fine for him to leave all of a sudden. After that, Qi Tianlin sent Gu Ning a message and told her that he wouldn't play with the player again. Gu Ning pursed her lips and didn't reply to Qi Tianlin. Many other players invited Gu Ning to have a round together, so Gu Ning didn't rush to log out and continued to play the game with Lung Xiaoting. She even didn't have time to eat, so she told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to bring some food back for her. Gu Ning didn't finish playing the game until 1 p.m. After she logged out, she went to have lunch and reminded Lung Xiaoting to have lunch too. A few minutes later, Gao Yi and Xiaoya drove Gu Ning to the airport. She didn't forget that she needed to fly back to City B today. At this time, Dongfang Ziyu arrived at a place near the Shengning organization and met Wu Shenhua. Because Gu Ning didn't deliberately avoid them, Wu Shenhua and Dongfang Ziyu saw her car driving outside. I'm not sure whether Gu Ning is in the car. Wu Shenhua didn't have much confidence this time, because he had made mistakes before. You can follow it and I'll stay here, Dongfang Ziyu said. Great. Wu Shenhua nodded and started his car at once. It was quite boring after following Gu Ning for days, but there wasn't a better way for them to spy on her. Gu Ning knew that Wu Shenhua was following her, but she didn't bother to pay much attention to him. She needed to focus on her own business now. Wu Shenhua followed Gu Ning till the airport and called Dongfang Ziyu when Gu Ning stepped out of her car. Gu Ning didn't have any baggage except for her backpack, so Wu Shenhua thought that she must have come here to pick someone up. Even Dongfang Ziyu had the same idea. However, when Gu Ning went to take the plane ticket, he realized that Gu Ning was leaving by plane. Ziyu, she is taking a plane and leaving the capital. What should I do now? He didn't know which flight Gu Ning was going to take after all. Where is she leaving for? Dongfang Ziyu frowned. No idea, Wu Shenhua said. Stay in the airport and I'll try to figure it out as soon as possible, Dongfang Ziyu said. Sure. Wu Shenhua agreed and watched Gu Ning walking into the lounge. Coincidentally, Gu Ning ran into Jing Jining there. Jing Jining waited at the number 16 gate, while Gu Ning was walking to the number 28 gate, and needed to walk by the number 16 gate. Jing Jining was surprised to see Gu Ning and stood up at once. Hi, what a coincidence. Where are you going? Hi, Uncle Jing, I'm going to City B. How about you?
Gu Ning smilet.
I'm leaving for City Rue for business, Jing Jining said. When will your flight take off? Gu Ning asked. I'll be boarding in a few minutes, Jing Jining said. Safe travel and see you, Gu Ning said and waved goodbye to Jing Jining. Safe travel. Jing Jining left Gu Ning too. About half an hour later, Gu Ning boarded. Because she booked the plane ticket late, she failed to get a seat in the first class and had to sit in the economy class. Gu Ning didn't mind it actually, but the first class was normally quiet and more comfortable. Gu Ning's seat was at the rear seats, so she took out a book from her backpack, Telepathic Eye Space. Once she seated herself. There were many books in her telepathic eye space, but she only read to kill time during a flight. The book Gu Ning randomly took out was about the study of physiognomy. Physiognomy was the practice of assessing a person's character or personality from their outer appearance, especially the face. Gu Ning could understand its content, but honestly she probably couldn't use it in real life. It was hard to see through an adult. After sitting on her seat for a short while, someone came and sat down next to her. Because Gu Ning sat by the window, she didn't need to move and let the person walk by her, so she didn't bother to pay attention to the person. However, she suddenly heard an acerbic female voice. No way, why is someone reading such kind of books nowadays? She was obviously criticizing Gu Ning. Gu Ning wasn't annoyed, but she raised her head and gave the woman a glance. The woman was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, so Gu Ning could only see her eyes. Given what she just learned from the book, she knew that the woman was very unkind. Actually, Gu Ning did nothing wrong and simply sat there and read her book in silence, but the woman made fun of her for no reason. Her rude behavior already showed her bad character. When Gu Ning glanced at the woman noticed Gu Ning's extraordinary beauty, and she got jealous at once. There is nothing to look at. Do you know that you're really rude and noisy? Gu Ning asked. She stayed calm and had no interest in arguing against the woman, but it didn't mean that she would grin and bear it. You! The woman was mad but didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Bei. A girl who stood by the woman's side stopped her at once and reminded her to take care of her image. And Bei was unwilling to give up, but she had to swallow her anger, because she was a celebrity, and it would damage her reputation if she caused a sensation in the plane. Since Bei stopped, Gu Ning kept on reading her book. And Bei remained quiet only for a short while, then muttered, It's awful. Why didn't they inform us earlier? I have to sit in the economy class now. In fact, no matter how popular a star was, he or she probably couldn't have a seat in the first class every time. Sometimes they were out of time and choices and had to book a ticket in the economy class. Not every artist cared about it, only those who were self-centered and arrogant would complain about it, because even though they disliked the economy class, they had to take the plane in the end. Afterwards, Bei began to play on her phone. When she read news about Tang Xiaoxiao, she became jealous again. Tang Xiaoxiao is quite lucky. I thought she was doomed to fail after what Fan Xishuan did last time. But someone helped her out. Gu Ning was slightly surprised when she heard Tang Xiaoxiao's name. And it was obvious that Bei didn't get along with Tang Xiaoxiao. No matter how lucky Tang Xiaoxiao is, she isn't comparable to you at all. She's working for a small entertainment company now, and she has no future there. And Bei's assistant said at once to please her. Of course Tang Xiaoxiao isn't comparable to me. Jean dumped her for me precisely because I'm more popular and better than her. And Bei was quite proud of herself. Hearing that, Gu Ning felt it was ridiculous. Although she couldn't see Bei's face, she was very sure that Tang Xiaoxiao was much smarter than Bei. And Bei was really stupid because she discussed it in a public place and other people could hear her conversation with her assistant too. Since Bei believed that she was more popular than Tang Xiaoxiao, she must be an A-list actress in the entertainment industry. Gu Ning had read the list of famous actors in the entertainment industry, so she remembered all their names. and there was only one actress named Bebe in the entertainment industry. Without hesitation, Gu Ning took out her phone and typed down the keyword Tang Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, soon finding a lot of news about them. However, an actress appeared in almost every piece of news about Tang Xiaoxiao and her boyfriend. That actress was precisely Bebe. Tang Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend to be specific, was Huang Yizhen. Huang Yizhen was a singer and a businessman, and he was the only boyfriend Tang Xiaoxiao had admitted in public, but they broke up with each other 2 years ago. About a year ago, Huang Yizhen married Bebe, an A-list actress. Many people said that Bebe was the other woman in Tang Xiaoxiao's romantic relationship with Huang Yizhen, but Huang Yizhen and Bebe insisted on saying that Huang Yizhen broke up with Tang Xiaoxiao because they had conflicts. Huang Yizhen and Bebe played the leading male role and female role in a TV show later, and they fell in love in the show. They dated for half a year before they decided to get married. There was too much fake news in the entertainment industry, and no one knew what really had happened. However, given what Bebe just said, Gu Ning knew that Bebe must have interfered in Tang Xiaoxiao's relationship with Huang Yizhen. Bebe entered the entertainment industry earlier than Tang Xiaoxiao, and she indeed became famous faster than Tang Xiaoxiao as well. Although Bebe wasn't as good at acting as Tang Xiaoxiao, her team was excellent at attracting publicity, and she always appeared in the gossip. In addition, Bebe was sexier than Tang Xiaoxiao, and always showed a lot of skin in front of the cameras, which was her another way to attract publicity. After she got married, Bebe became conservative and kept a distance from other males. Tang Xiaoxiao is becoming increasingly better, Gu Ning said. She couldn't stand it any longer when someone was bad-mouthing her staff in front of her. Although it was normal for people to gossip about famous actresses, Bebe had stolen Tang Xiaoxiao's boyfriend and she had hurt Tang Xiaoxiao. So Gu Ning had to stand out and defend Tang Xiaoxiao. Bebe turned to glare at Gu Ning. "Are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" "I don't need to do that because you're very loud," Gu Ning said with disdain. It was the truth, because many other passengers sitting around them also heard Bebe's voice. "You?" Bebe was annoyed but didn't know what to say. "Fine, since you're not eavesdropping on our conversation, tell me, why do you think Tang Xiaoxiao is becoming increasingly better?" "She's serving for Fenghua Entertainment, which is a newly established company in the industry. Even though it has gained some fame recently, it isn't comparable to other leading entertainment companies," Bebe said. "You're right. Fenghua Entertainment is indeed a newly established entertainment company, and the competition is quite fierce in the industry, but Tang Xiaoxiao is as beautiful as she is skillful, so I believe she'll become more and more popular," Gu Ning said. "Naive." Bebe snorted. "There are countless new faces coming out every day in the entertainment industry, and Tang Xiaoxiao will soon be replaced." In fact, Bebe didn't say it aloud that Tang Xiaoxiao would be easily destroyed if someone of power did something behind the scenes. Although Bebe didn't get along with Tang Xiaoxiao, their grudge wasn't enough for her to ruin Tang Xiaoxiao. She had simply stolen Huang Yizhen from Tang Xiaoxiao, and it wasn't a very serious matter. "I agree with you on that, but I think you're more likely to be replaced than Tang Xiaoxiao, because you have nothing to rely on in the entertainment industry," Gu Ning said. Bebe was pretty, but wasn't much prettier than other actresses. Besides, she didn't have many works, nor a good character. "You!" Bebe was angry, but suddenly realized that Gu Ning couldn't be a simple girl since she knew a lot about the entertainment industry. "Do you know who I am?" Bebe got nervous. "I didn't know who you were until you said that you stole Tang Xiaoxiao's boyfriend from her," Gu Ning said. She stayed calm and stared straight at Bebe's eyes. Hearing that, Bebe was sure that Gu Ning already found out who she was. "Ridiculous. Don't try to damage my reputation by making up fake news. Jean broke up with Tang Xiaoxiao before we were together," Bebe argued. Even though Bebe was clearly aware that she had indeed interfered in Huang Yizhen's relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao, she wouldn't admit it in public. It had happened about over a year ago, and she was still working in the entertainment industry now. "You know whether it's true or not in your heart, but I hope you can stop bothering Tang Xiaoxiao to make news." Your fans are crazy and they'll attack Tang Xiaoxiao, Guning said. Tang Xiaoxiao needed news and publicity, but she couldn't show up often with Huang Yizhen and Nbebe in the news, because only she would be criticized in that case. Both Nbebe and Huang Yizhen had many fans to defend them, and Tang Xiaoxiao alone couldn't compete against them. Actually, Tang Xiaoxiao had already been attacked for a long time by Huang Yizhen and Nbebe's fans before. Tang Xiaoxiao, however, didn't say anything about Huang Yizhen's relationship with Nbebe. She stayed silent, and only her fans defended her at that time. Even though Tang Xiaoxiao's fans drew more criticisms towards her, she didn't blame her fans for it. She knew that only her fans would believe her, and she felt grateful for what they had done for her. Huang Yizhen and Nbebe didn't have moral standards, and neither did their fans. Their fans didn't care how they were able to be together. They were all selfish and believed that they would never be wrong. Therefore, in their eyes, Huang Yizhen broke up with Tang Xiaoxiao because Tang Xiaoxiao wasn't good enough and Nbebe was a better choice. They admired stronger people and would bully the weak. Anyway, fans always defended their own idols. Nbebe was annoyed again when Guning blamed her for what Tang Xiaoxiao had been through. Because Guning strongly defended Tang Xiaoxiao, Nbebe believed that she must be Tang Xiaoxiao's fan. Bebe, let it go. We don't need to argue with an unimportant stranger. Nbebe's assistant stopped her again in case she caused a scene in the plane. Nbebe was full of anger now, but she had to listen to her assistant. Fine, I can let you go this time, Nbebe said and turned her head away from Guning. After that, she began to read her script. The plane was about to take off, so the passengers needed to turn off their phones. Since Nbebe stopped arguing with her, Guning ignored her and continued to read her book. However, about an hour later, Nbebe suddenly felt very uncomfortable and was short of breath. Nbebe thought it was because of her mask, so she took it off at once, but she still found it hard to breathe normally. Because Nbebe's assistant was asleep, no one noticed her abnormal reaction except for Guning. Guning frowned and asked, "Are you all right?" Even though she just argued with Nbebe, it didn't become serious, so she was still willing to help Nbebe. I can't breathe." Nbebe pressed her chest. Guning took out a power crystal at once and gave it to Nbebe. "If you trust me, take it." Nbebe hesitated for a few seconds, but still took it because she was in a lot of pain. Before long, the pill came into effect. Nbebe started to breathe normally, and her chest wasn't painful anymore. She was surprised and couldn't believe it. "Thanks." Nbebe thanked Guning with sincerity. She was a bad person in some aspects, but she wasn't dumb. Guning just saved her life, so she should thank her. "You're welcome," Guning said. When the plane was flying steadily in the air, several stewardesses walked about once in a while, but they kept glancing at Guning once they walked by her seat. Guning knew that they had probably recognized her. She didn't mind their looks but said nothing. After a while, the plane finally landed at the airport in City B, and Guning needed to wait for a while to get off the plane because there were many passengers in front of her. When Guning stood up later, two stewardesses got excited and walked towards her. "Hi, Miss Gu, we're your fans. Can we take some photos together?" A stewardess said with anticipation in her eyes. Several passengers heard it and turned to look at Guning with surprise. They thought that Guning might be a celebrity, and Bebe was surprised too, because she didn't know Guning's identity. She stared at Guning for a while, and thought that Guning could be a new actress in the entertainment industry. Because other passengers didn't recognize Guning, they weren't excited. "Sure." Guning agreed. The stewardesses were delighted when Guning agreed to take photos with them, and they took out their phones at once. "Thank you, Miss Gu." They thanked Guning afterwards. "My pleasure," Guning said. After that, the stewardesses walked away, and Nbebe asked Guning with curiosity, "Are you an artist as well?" "I'm not," Guning said. Nbebe frowned. "What do you do then?" "I'm a student," Guning said. Guning looked very young and she indeed seemed to be a student, but Nbebe didn't believe that she was an ordinary student. Anyway, since Guning was unwilling to tell her more details, Nbebe didn't ask further about it. When they walked out of the plane, Every stewardess politely greeted Gu Ning. "See you, Miss Gu." At the beginning, not every stewardess recognized Gu Ning, but the two stewardesses who were Gu Ning's fans introduced Gu Ning to them, so they learned a lot about her. Although they didn't recognize Gu Ning, they had heard a lot about her companies, especially Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, because all of them were using Cozy and they agreed that it was the best skincare products they had ever used. And Bebe was more curious about Gu Ning's identity after seeing every stewardess greeting her with a broad smile. "You can't be an ordinary student if they all know you. I honestly don't know what other jobs can be as popular among people as artists. I'm also a businesswoman," Gu Ning said. "A businesswoman?" And Bebe and her assistant were both surprised, because Gu Ning looked even younger than 20. In addition, she must be a successful businesswoman for so many people to be familiar with her face. However, in Bebe's eyes, Gu Ning was too young to be a very successful businesswoman. "I'm Tang Xiaoxiao's boss. All right, I need to go now," Gu Ning said and hurried away. She purposely told Bebe her identity for Tang Xiaoxiao's sake. As long as Bebe went to learn more about her, Bebe wouldn't dare to disdain Tang Xiaoxiao anymore, which could help Tang Xiaoxiao avoid unnecessary conflict. Tang Xiaoxiao worked for Gu Ning after all, and Gu Ning would do what she could do to protect her staff. And Bebe was astonished. If Gu Ning was Tang Xiaoxiao's boss, she must be the owner of Fenghua Entertainment. To her astonishment, the owner of Fenghua Entertainment was such a young girl. Even though Fenghua Entertainment was a newly established company in the entertainment industry, it was still quite unbelievable that a young girl built it up. Jesus, the owner of Fenghua Entertainment is a young girl? She must be kidding. Let's check it now. And Bebe's assistant took out her phone and immediately searched for information about the owner of Fenghua Entertainment on the internet. Within seconds, she saw Gu Ning's name and photos associated with Fenghua Entertainment. At this time, they had to accept that the owner of Fenghua Entertainment indeed was a 19-year-old girl. Without delay, the assistant searched for more news about Gu Ning. After reading the news, she was totally shocked. All the famous new companies she had heard of during this year, like Jade Beauty Jewelry, Cozy Colane Charm, were founded by Gu Ning. And Bebe was wearing Jade Beauty Jewelry as well, and she liked its designs. As for Cozy, both Bebe and her assistant were its loyal fans. Even though Cozy wasn't international, it was quite effective. And Bebe was an actress and she cared a lot about her appearance, so she loved Cozy as long as it helped her become prettier. In fact, Cozy had gained a lot of fame by now, and its prices weren't low either, but it wasn't an international brand yet. Actually, it was not only Bebe, many other actresses were using Cozy too. All in all, she couldn't live without Cozy now. In addition to Cozy, Colane medicines were also effective, and Bebe used them often because she sometimes got injured during filming. And although Bebe didn't have charm gowns, she had a good impression of this brand. Surprisingly, they were all founded by a young girl. Wow, I can't believe that Tang Xiaoxiao's new boss is so rich. And Bebe's assistant exclaimed. And Bebe had told her that Fenghua Entertainment was simply a new entertainment company without much influence. But now it seemed that she was wrong. With Gu Ning's support, it would be very easy for Tang Xiaoxiao to achieve a dominant position in the entertainment industry. Huang Yizhen was a businessman too, and a shareholder of a big entertainment company, but he wasn't comparable to Gu Ning at all. Huang Yizhen's connections were limited in the entertainment industry as well. Gu Ning, however, had many more powerful connections than him. And Bebe wasn't dumb, and knew that Gu Ning told her that she was Tang Xiaoxiao's boss for a reason. Gu Ning must be warning her not to cause Tang Xiaoxiao trouble again, because she had an old grudge against Tang Xiaoxiao, and Gu Ning must be worried that she would stand in Tang Xiaoxiao's way. Actually, although Bebe indeed disliked Tang Xiaoxiao, she didn't bother to cause Tang Xiaoxiao trouble. If she really did that, Tang Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to stay in the entertainment industry now. It wasn't difficult for her to make Tang Xiaoxiao lose her jobs. She didn't find fault with Tang Xiaoxiao, not because she felt guilty for what she had done to her, but because Huang Yizhen felt a little guilty. So he told Bebe not to pick on Tang Xiaoxiao. Most importantly, Tang Xiaoxiao didn't fight back when she was amid criticisms, otherwise Nbebe would have tried to ruin her. Nbebe was unwilling to leave the entertainment industry after all, and her reputation mattered a lot to her career. In fact, even though Nbebe had no intention to argue with Tang Xiaoxiao again, it didn't mean that other people wouldn't stir things up between them. There were too many people who were jealous of famous artists in the entertainment industry, and the media also wanted big news. Therefore, she stopped arguing with Tang Xiaoxiao, but the news about their grudge never disappeared. However, after Gu Ning had saved her life and told her that she was Tang Xiaoxiao's boss, Nbebe decided to avoid having conflict with Tang Xiaoxiao again. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning's help, she could have died in the plane earlier. Gu Ning didn't call anyone to pick her up, but took a taxi back to Huafu Hills before she drove towards the store of Gufan. Her car had been parked there for a long time, so she needed to bring it back to City B. She wouldn't drive it back, she would directly put it into her telepathic eye space and go back by plane. Gu Ning wasn't sure whether she would have time for dinner in the Tang family's house, so she didn't tell Gu Man and her other family members that she was back, in case they would be waiting for her. After that, she called Gao Weichao and asked him whether he was in the store now. Gao Weichao was in the store now because the opening ceremony was tomorrow, so he was quite busy today. He needed to check whether everything was ready and in the right position. Once Gu Ning arrived at Huafu Hills, she drove her own car to the store of Gufan. Every time she went out in her Lamborghini, she would always be the focus of people's attention. When Gu Ning drove into the parking lot of Fengshang Shopping Mall, a car followed her. There were 2 young men in it. "Come on, let's have a bet. Do you think the driver is a man or a woman? Whoever loses will pay the bill tonight," the man sitting on the driver's seat said. "I think it's a man." The second the man sitting on the driver's seat finished what he was saying, the man on the front passenger seat gave his answer. "Great, then I'll say it's a woman," the man sitting on the driver's seat said. In order to figure out whether the driver of the luxurious car was a man or a woman, they stopped their car near Gu Ning's car. When Gu Ning got out of her car, the man sitting on the driver's seat laughed. "I win. You'll pay the bill tonight." "Not a big deal." The man on the front passenger seat didn't mind it at all, because they were close friends. "By the way, the girl is gorgeous and looks familiar," the man sitting on the driver's seat added. "Come on, every beautiful girl looks familiar to you," his friend joked. "I mean it," he argued, but couldn't remember where he had seen the girl before. "Alright, but you see too many people every day. It's quite normal that you find a familiar face. We should go to see your older cousin now," his friend said. Afterwards they left. Gu Ning left the parking lot and walked towards the store of Gufan. It would be opening tomorrow, but everything was already put in place now, and some customers were already shopping inside. They were open for business and wouldn't shut their customers out. Moreover, it was a good sign that some people were already attracted to Gufan. Although the Gufan store looked luxurious, it was a new brand, so not many people were aware of it. Many of the customers in the store were attracted by the clothes hanging in the windows. There were all kinds of international clothing brands in a big shopping mall in a large city, and there actually wasn't a big difference among their designs. In fact, Gufan wasn't very special when compared with other brands. However, it still had its own style, because it was founded by Gu Ning, and she wouldn't copy or plagiarize other designers' work. Even though clothes were basically the same, some were more attractive than others. Gufan could easily attract people's attention by a simple glance. So many customers were willing to walk into the store. Once Gu Ning showed up, a saleswoman greeted her with great respect. "Nice to see you, Chairman Gu." Because Gao Weichao had introduced their boss to them earlier, they were aware that Gu Ning was their boss. In addition to that, Gu Ning was also their idol because she had many great achievements at a very young age. "Where is Manager Zhou?" Gu Ning asked. "He's in the storeroom now," the saleswoman said. "Great, you can go to do your work and I'll look around by myself," Gu Ning said. "Sure." The saleswoman walked away at once. Several customers stayed in the store for a long while, and they were quite interested in the clothes. "Miss, I didn't see much news about Gufan on the internet. Is it a new brand?" Why is the store so luxurious and the prices are very high? A woman said. Saleswoman A explained right away. Gufan is indeed a new brand, but it's a high-end brand, so the quality is guaranteed. Have you heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry or Cozy? Gufan is built by the same founder. I've heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, and I'm a fan of them, said Woman A with excitement. I'm using Cozy products as well. If they're founded by the same person, I believe Gufan can be popular too. Woman B said. Both Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy have gained a lot of fame within a short time, so I think Gufan will be next. Woman C said. I agree. I think this dress looks beautiful and I like it, but you won't open until tomorrow. Can I have a discount today if I'm going to buy it? Woman A asked. Saleswoman A replied. Of course you can, and you can also have a chance to play the lucky draw tomorrow. We've prepared 30 gifts for those who can win a prize tomorrow. In addition, if you're one of the first 100 customers who spend over 1,000 yuan in our store, you can have a gift within 500 yuan from our store for free. What? Really? The three women were excited the second they heard the news. They could afford expensive clothes, so they weren't poor, but no one would say no to discounts and gifts. Of course it's real, and we have flyers over there. Please wait a second. Saleswoman A walked to a nearby coffee table and picked up several flyers. She walked back to the three women later and shared with them the details of the activity. The three women took the flyers and began to read it. After a few minutes, they were sure that the activity was real. Oh, I must buy this dress in that case, said Woman A. Can I try on that dress? Said Woman B to Saleswoman A. I'm going to buy some clothes too. Woman C said. Wonderful. Let's start shopping now. Woman A was thrilled. All of them were eager to buy their favorite dresses. Once someone paid the bill first, more and more people joined it. Gao Weichao didn't know that Gu Ning was already in the store, but he knew that she would be here at any second. Therefore, he left the storeroom and walked to Gu Ning the moment he saw her. Hi boss, I'm sorry I was absent for a while, Gao Weichao said. It's fine. I just arrived, Gu Ning said with a smile. How is everything going now? Everything is ready, Gao Weichao said. Gu Ning nodded, and she trusted Gao Weichao's ability. Afterwards, Gao Weichao elaborated on the whole process to Gu Ning. When it was almost 6 p.m., Gu Ning was about to leave, but Gao Weichao asked her whether he could use her fame to advertise the opening ceremony of Gufan. Gu Ning agreed, because she also wanted to make full use of her fame and popularity. Gao Weichao then took several photos of Gu Ning looking around in the store. Without hesitation, he posted the photos on Weibo and Gu Ning reposted it. Till now, Gufan only had a few thousand followers on Weibo, and most of them followed it because of Gu Ning. So it wasn't enough advertisement for Gufan if they relied on its Weibo account. On the other hand, Gu Ning already had over 10 million followers, and most of them were her loyal fans, so they were quite active. After reposting the post, Gu Ning called Gu Man and asked her whether they had eaten yet. It was a little late now, so the Tang family had probably already finished dinner. If they hadn't eaten yet, she would go back and have dinner with them. If they had, she would dine outside before she went back home. Gu Man told Gu Ning that they hadn't had dinner yet. Gu Ning then told Gu Man that she would go to meet them later, and they could have dinner together. Gu Man was excited once she learned that Gu Ning was back in City B now, so she immediately told Tang Haifeng the good news. Give me the phone. Give me the phone now. Tang Haifeng was excited too. Why didn't you call me when you came back to City B?
Tang Haifeng gom lai.
He wasn't seriously criticizing Gu Ning, but he felt a little upset. Well, I just wanted to surprise you, Gu Ning said. She was always like a little girl in front of her grandpa. Haha, alright, come back home now. Tang Haifeng laughed with happiness. Sure, Gu Ning said and hung up the call. She then drove back to the Tang family's house. Because she didn't want to keep them waiting for her, she drove fast and arrived within 20 minutes. At this time it was only a dozen minutes past 6 p.m., and the Tang family was ready to enjoy dinner. All the members of the Tang family were present tonight, including Tang Jiakai, who seldom came back home. It was Friday today, so he came back for the weekend. The The Tang family had nothing to worry about now, and everyone got along well with each other, so they were in a good mood. Even Gu Man, who was already a few months along in her pregnancy, didn't look tired at all. Ning. Once Gu Ning walked inside, the members of the Tang family welcomed her with a broad smile. "Come here and have a seat," Tang Yunfan said to his daughter. Gu Ning smiled and went to sit next to him. During the meal, they all kept putting food into Gu Ning's bowl and told her to eat as much as she could, which amused Gu Ning. "All right, my bowl is full now. If I eat it all, I'll be stuffed," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng stopped at once and told the others to stop persuading Gu Ning to eat as much as possible, in case she felt uncomfortable. Gu Ning could eat a lot, but there was too much food in her bowl now, so she secretly used her magical power to help her digest it. At this time, Gu Ning's repost about Gufan caused a sensation on the internet, and many of her fans in City B were eager to attend its opening. As for those who weren't in City B, they were quite envious of the people who could see Gu Ning in real life. "Oh, I'm so excited. I'm going to see Goddess Gu in her dress." "Me too. All the dresses look so beautiful." "Oh, I'm so envious of you now because I can't see Goddess Gu. I wish I could have a day free tomorrow so that I could fly to City B to see Goddess Gu. When can the store open in our city?" "Oh, Gufan's dresses look good, but I don't know whether its quality is also good. Why are the dresses so expensive? Will people really buy them? Gufan isn't famous at all." "Oh, different people have different preferences. I believe Gufan can become famous within a short time." "Oh." There were positive and negative comments about Gufan on the internet, but most people had confidence in it because it was founded by Gu Ning. In the Tang family's house, they went to chat with each other in the living room after dinner, but Tang Jiakai seemed to have something to talk about with Gu Ning. Gu Ning understood that Tang Jiakai wanted to have a private conversation with her, so she stood up and told Tang Jiakai to go outside with her. Their elders didn't stop them and let them go. Ning, what do you want to talk to me about?" Tang Jiakai asked Gu Ning. "I think I should ask you that question instead. You kept glancing at me earlier," Gu Ning said. Tang Jiakai felt a little embarrassed and rubbed his head, but wasn't surprised, because he knew that Gu Ning was a smart girl. "Well, the thing is that Xiaoyu successfully got into the national team, and he is going to the capital tomorrow afternoon to start his training. He always wanted to invite you to have a meal together to thank you face to face, but he hasn't had the chance. He just read your post on Weibo and found out that you're in City B now, so he asked me whether you're willing to hang out with him for a while," said Tang Jiakai. He didn't want to make it difficult for Gu Ning, so he left it totally up to her. Gu Ning remained silent for a while and didn't give him an answer right away. So Tang Jiakai explained at once. Ning, it's fine if you don't want to go. I can make an excuse and tell him that you're not free. It's fine. I think we can spend some time in a nearby tea house," Gu Ning said. Although Gu Ning didn't think it was necessary for Tang Xiaoyu to thank her face to face, he was Tang Jiakai's friend after all. Since Tang Jiakai invited her to hang out together, she wouldn't reject. Actually, if Tang Jiakai thought that it wasn't important, he would directly turn it down. Gu Ning didn't want to go too far or stay outside for too long, because it wasn't easy for her to come back home and she had to leave tomorrow. She wanted to spend more time with her family. Ning, are you sure you're willing to hang out with them?" Tang Jiakai asked again. "Of course," Gu Ning said with a smile. "Great, I'll call Xiaoyu right now and tell them to come over. I know there is a good tea house nearby, and Grandpa often goes there with his old friends. We can go there tonight," Tang Jiakai said. "No problem." Gu Ning agreed. It wasn't 8 p.m. yet, so they had an hour to hang out together. Tang Xiaoyu only wanted to see her and chat with her for a while, so an hour was enough. As long as Gu Ning agreed to see him, Tang Xiaoyu was more than happy and didn't care where they would meet and how long they could stay with each other. After that, Gu Ning told her family that she needed to go out for a while. Her family reminded her to be careful and to not come back too late. Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai didn't leave the Tang family's house until Tang Xiaoyu and his friends had almost reached the appointed place, because it would only take them several minutes to reach the tea house. while Teng Xiaoyu was farther away. Teng Xiaoyu also sped on the road to prevent Gu Ning from waiting for him for too long. So he arrived in 20 minutes. However, Gu Ning actually didn't mind waiting for a while longer, because people's safety was most important. Teng Xiaoyu arrived earlier, and his teammates would arrive later. They also wanted to see Gu Ning, because they regarded her as their idol. Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai went to the tea house 10 minutes before Teng Xiaoyu. Therefore, once Teng Xiaoyu saw them, he greeted Gu Ning with enthusiasm and repeatedly thanked her for her help. Actually, Teng Xiaoyu felt nervous when he talked to Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning was several years younger than him, she was already a very successful businesswoman, so he couldn't help but stand in awe of her. Luckily, as time went by, they got along very well, and he felt like Gu Ning was just like a younger sister next door. Gu Ning never thought that she was better than her friends, so she treated them nicely. About a dozen minutes later, Tang Xiaoyu's friends came and they also felt nervous when they faced Gu Ning at the beginning. When it was about 10 p.m., Gu Ning needed to go back home, so they left the tea house together. Everyone was still up in the Tang family's house at this time, because it wasn't very late. Normally, they went to bed at 11 p.m., so Gu Ning chatted with them for a while, before they all went back to their own rooms. Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning a message and asked her what she was doing now, so she told him that she was with her family, and would call him later. Once she was back in her room, she called Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting told her that he was going to be back in the capital tomorrow night, while Gu Ning would fly back to the capital in the morning, the day after tomorrow, so they planned to go to City Qing and Province Qing, after they met in the capital. Kunlun Mountain was very large, so they would mainly visit the Supreme Deity's abode in Death Valley. Death Valley had another name of the Door to Hell, and it was a forbidden place with many scary scenes. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting's parents encountered an accident at Death Valley. So even if it was a forbidden place, they had to go there in order to figure out the real cause of Leng Xiaoting's mother's death. Even if they couldn't find anything useful, they wouldn't give up investigating. Anyway, they could go there and visit the grave of Leng Xiaoting's father. Leng Xiaoting's father's body was brought back, but his soul stayed where he died. Gu Ning looked at the plane schedule and decided to fly to the capital at 9:30 in the morning. They would probably need to wait in the capital for several hours for the next plane to Province Qing. Although Leng Xiaoting could use a private jet, Gu Ning didn't think that it was necessary. They had enough time to go there anyway, so they could wait for an appropriate flight. Gu Ning could also dine at the airport when she waited for Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, they booked plane tickets for a flight which would take off for City Qing at 1:15 p.m. After it was settled, they said some sweet nothings to each other before they went to sleep. However, neither Gu Ning nor Leng Xiaoting could fall asleep tonight, because they kept worrying about Kunlun Mountain. It was where Leng Xiaoting's parents had the accident. The truth still remained unknown, and Leng Xiaoting even found out that his mother could still be alive. He would be extremely happy if his mother was really alive, but he honestly didn't know how to face it if his mother had betrayed his father to survive the accident. Besides, why didn't his mother come to see him during the past few years if she wasn't dead? Was it difficult for her to do? Although Leng Xiaoting was reluctant to believe that his mother could be a cold-blooded person, he needed to be mentally prepared for it because it was possible for that to be the truth. Gu Ning was thinking about Yunyao too. She also hoped that Yunyao was still alive, because Yunyao was Leng Xiaoting's mother. Nevertheless, if Yunyao wasn't dead because she had betrayed Leng Xiaoting's father, Gu Ning would rather wish that she was dead to prevent Leng Xiaoting from feeling hurt again. After all, Leng Xiaoting already accepted the result that his parents were dead. Gu Ning hoped that she could figure out a way to become a cultivator in Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to be together with Leng Xiaoting for long. Even though Leng Xiaoting didn't mind it, she would dislike it if she aged much faster than him. Thinking of that, Gu Ning didn't fall asleep until 1 a.m. Shortly after she was in a deep sleep, she had a dream which seemed to tell her that something was going to happen. Gu Ning dreamed that she met a woman in a white traditional long dress by the Supreme Deity's abode, but she didn't see her face. The woman stood there in silence and looked quite charming. Gu Ning woke up in the morning the next day, and was lost in her thought for a long while. She didn't know whether the dream was just a coincidence or a hint for something. In addition, she wondered whether the woman in her dream was Lung Xiaoting's mother. Gu Ning shook her head and tried to forget the strange dream. If the scene appeared in Gu Ning's premonitions, Gu Ning would be sure that it was going to happen, but now she wasn't sure of it because it happened in her dream. Anyway, since she couldn't figure out the reason, she put it aside and got up at 6 a.m. to run. Morning, Grandpa. Gu Ning saw Tang Haifeng walking out of his room once she walked downstairs. Old people slept less, so he got up very early. Good morning, Lady Ning, Quan Bohong said to Gu Ning. Morning, Uncle Quan. Gu Ning smiled at him. Ning, why did you get up so early? You can sleep for a few more hours, Tang Haifeng said. I'm already used to it and I want to go for a run now, Gu Ning said. Great.
Tang Haifeng noted that.
It was a good habit. Oh, wait a second. When Gu Ning was about to leave, Tang Haifeng stopped her. What's wrong, Grandpa? Gu Ning asked. Tell Jiakai to run with you. He can't sleep all day when you're exercising, Tang Haifeng said. Gu Ning was amused and felt that she caused Tang Jiakai trouble, but she had to listen to her grandfather. In addition, it was good for Tang Jiakai's health if he could form a habit of running in the morning as well. Even though they had Gu Ning's power crystals to keep them healthy, power crystals could only protect their organs, and they still needed to exercise to have strong limbs. Sure, I'll go to wake him up, Gu Ning said and turned to Tang Jiakai's room. Afterwards, she knocked on the door. Tang Jiakai was a light sleeper, so he woke up at once, but he was annoyed when someone knocked on the door of his room in the early morning. Who is it? It's still early. Don't wake me up. It's me. I honestly don't want to wake you up, but Grandpa told me to help you form a good habit of running in the morning. You should exercise more, Gu Ning said loudly outside his room. All right, I'm coming, Tang Jiakai said. In his eyes, Gu Ning was a very important younger sister, and he always wanted to grow stronger to protect her. However, Gu Ning was strong enough and didn't need his protection. Tang Jiakai felt embarrassed and a little guilty about it, so he didn't blame Gu Ning for waking him up at all. Gu Ning stopped knocking on the door and waited outside. Tang Jiakai quickly put on his clothes and opened the door. Because he rushed to see Gu Ning, his hair was still in a mess, which amused Gu Ning. We don't need to rush, so you can at least tidy your hair. It's fine. It'll get messy after running anyway, Tang Jiakai said and casually smoothed his hair with his hands. He was a young man with short hair, so it wasn't difficult for him to smooth his hair with hands. Gu Ning said nothing about it. Then they went downstairs together. At this moment, Tang Haifeng was already exercising in the yard, and he criticized Tang Jiakai the second he saw him. Jiakai, you should learn from Ning and get up early in the morning to run from now on. Sure. Tang Jiakai agreed at once. Actually, Tang Jiakai always got up at 6:30 a.m. in his school, so it was easy for him to get up early. Seeing Tang Jiakai's good attitude, Tang Haifeng stopped criticizing him. After that, Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai went to run around the green strip of the Tang family's house. There was a lane by the green strip around the Tang family's house, which was used for ambling and running. Gu Ning never used her magical power when she was exercising, unless she needed it to help her relieve the tiredness. So after a long time of regular exercise, Gu Ning now had a strong body. The green strip around the Tang family's house was about 260 meters, and they ran 8 laps of it. Gu Ning didn't feel very tired, but Tang Jiakai was out of strength and was gradually left behind by Gu Ning. As time went by, Gu Ning ran more laps than Tang Jiakai. Because Tang Haifeng was an old man, he couldn't exercise for long, so he soon stopped and watched them running from the door. When Tang Jiakai was left far behind by Gu Ning, Tang Haifeng didn't feel dissatisfied at all. Instead, he felt very proud of Gu Ning. He also wouldn't force Tang Jiakai to do as well as Gu Ning, because he knew that every person had different talent. Moreover, they only needed to do the best of their own ability. Both Tang Jiakai and Gu Ning were his beloved grandchildren, and he wouldn't treat them unequally. In the end, Tang Jiakai did 20 laps, while Gu Ning ran 40 laps. Although Gu Ning wasn't exhausted, She also needed to stop for some fresh air. Ningning, how many laps have you done? Tang Jiakai asked Guning.
40, kuningsait.
What?
40 laps.
Why don't you look more tired? Tang Jiakai was greatly surprised. I'm already used to it, Guning said with a smile. All right, come back for breakfast now, Tang Haifeng shouted to them. After that, Guning and Tang Jiakai went back to take a shower before they enjoyed their breakfast. When they sat down by the dining table, the other family members gathered together too. However, before Guning finished her breakfast, Chao Wenxin ran inside and criticized her loudly. Ningning, why didn't you tell me that you're in City B now? How dare you forget me? Chao Wenxin didn't know that Guning was back in City B now until she read her post on Weibo. Guning felt embarrassed and apologized at once. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please forgive me this time, and I'll tell you first the next time, alright? Fine, I can forgive you because of your good attitude, but it can't happen again. By the way, you should send me a dress from your new brand as a gift to make it up to me, Chao Wenxin said. Since Gufan was owned by Guning, it was very easy for her to prepare a set of clothes for Chao Wenxin. In addition, it was Guning's new company, so she had definitely prepared gifts for her family members. Of course I have a gift for you, and actually I've prepared a gift for every one of you. Each of you will have a set of clothes from my new brand, and you must wear my clothes to attend the opening ceremony.
Kuningsait.
She planned to use her family as a great ad. Even though they knew that Guning would give them a gift, they were still surprised when she said it aloud. No problem, Chao Wenxin said with a smile. Well, of course we'll put on your clothes since your new brand has just been established, Zhang Lihua said. Sure. We support you, Tang Haifeng said. It was his granddaughter's new brand, and he was more than willing to help her advertise it. The other family members also agreed happily. In fact, they dressed casually in their daily life, and would only put on designers' brands at important events. After all, everyone liked comfortable clothing. Ningning, I'm afraid I can't go this morning, because I have something important to deal with today, Tang Yunhang said. But I do hope your business can be profitable as always. Thank you, Uncle Yunhang. It's totally fine if you're busy today, Guning said. It was just an opening ceremony, and Guning didn't mind if any of her family members couldn't come. While the Tang family was enjoying breakfast, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were also having their breakfast in the capital, and they overheard some people around them talking about Guning. The store of Guning's new clothing brand is opening today, and she'll be there. I wish it were in the capital so I could go. Hearing that, Wu Shunhua took out his phone at once to search for news about Guning's new clothing store. Then he found the post about Gufan on Weibo. After reading it, he knew where Guning would show up today. Dongfang Ziyu arranged for someone to find out where Guning went yesterday, so she knew that Guning was in City B now, but she still didn't know the specific place until now. Drive me to the airport, I'm going to City B now, Dongfang Ziyu said and stood up in a hurry. Wu Shunhua frowned. It's already 7:20 a.m. now, so you'll miss the opening ceremony even if you can take the closest flight to City B. Besides, we've been following her for a long time, but still haven't found anything useful. I don't think this time will be different. He didn't dare to stop Dongfang Ziyu from doing what she wanted to do, but he honestly felt it was meaningless. Dongfang Ziyu was struck dumb for a second. She had to agree with Wu Shunhua, and she would indeed miss the opening ceremony even if she flew to City B right away. However, she was unwilling to give up. Even though they had found nothing useful after following Guning for a long time, she still hoped that she could find something useful in City B. Therefore, Dongfang Ziyu made up her mind to fly to City B by herself while Wu Shunhua would stay in the capital. She had already arranged for someone to pay special attention to Guning's schedule. As long as Guning booked a plane ticket, she would know. In the Tang family's house, Tang Yunhang went to work after breakfast, and other family members waited for the clothes from Guning's new brand. Once the clothes arrived, they were excited and gathered around them. Look, there are our names on them. Tang Jiakai picked up a gift box with his name on it. Without delay, each of them got their box and opened it with excitement. It was as if they hadn't seen new clothes in years. Tang Jiakai opened his gift first. In it there was a pair of dark gray cropped plaid pants, a black but rather fancy t-shirt, and a pair of white casual shoes inside. Because it was summer, their clothes were all summer clothing. Chao Wenxin had a black suit with black high-heel sandals. She also got a bag, which was an extra accessory for the women. Ningning, you have great taste and I like them. I should try them on right now, Chao Wenxin said with satisfaction before she ran upstairs to her room. I want to try them on now too. Tang Jiakai ran away as well. When they all had their clothes, they went to try them on too. A while later, they walked out in their new clothes. I like this suit, Tang Haifeng said. He was quite satisfied with the clothes Gu Ning chose for him. Gu Ning also put on her new Gufan clothing, which was a casual suit. She was very young after all, so there was no need for her to dress like a mature woman. Both Gu Man and Zhang Lihua were in a dress and looked elegant. Gu Man was pregnant, so Gu Ning prepared a pair of flat shoes for her. Gufan had all kinds of clothes for people of different ages. The opening ceremony would begin at 10 a.m., and Gu Ning needed to arrive there before 9 a.m. So when it was about 8:30 a.m., Tang Jiakai, Chao Wenxin and Gu Ning left together. Tang Haifeng and the others would come later. Because Gu Man was pregnant, it wasn't good for her to stay in a crowded place for long, so they would arrive 10 minutes before the ribbon cutting. There was nothing else for them to do at the opening ceremony after all, so they could arrive late. Neither Tang Jiakai nor Chao Wenxin drove today, so they went in Gu Ning's car. The second Gu Ning got in the car, her phone kept ringing, so Gu Ning told Chao Wenxin to drive her car, so that she could have time to deal with the news messages and calls. Most people congratulated her on the new store, but Qi Tianlin directly scolded her for not informing him earlier. Gu Ning was displeased with his tone, so she argued. Qi Tianlin, I know that we're friends, but it isn't my duty to report to you when I'm back in City B. Qi Tianlin didn't mind Gu Ning's unkind attitude, but Chao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were shocked. Although their families were the top families in City B, they were still scared of illegal gangs because they were cruel and violent. Gu Ning, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of Qi Tianlin at all, and she had even pointed a gun at him when they met each other for the first time. Chao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai felt frightened every time they remembered the scene. Even though Gu Ning and Qi Tianlin were friends now, Tang Jiakai and Chao Wenxin were still worried about her safety. Qi Tianlin was the leader of a famous illegal gang after all, and he wasn't a kind man. What if Gu Ning annoyed him and he hurt her in anger? Are you free tonight? Why don't we share a meal together? Qi Tianlin said in a domineering tone. No, I need to stay with my family, Gu Ning said. How about tomorrow? Qi Tianlin asked again. Sorry, I need to fly back to the capital tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Seriously? Qi Tianlin was displeased with a frown. I need to deal with something important tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Before Gu Ning could finish, Qi Tianlin hung up on her. Gu Ning didn't mind, and continued to reply to her messages and answer other calls. Because there was a lot of traffic on the road, they took nearly 40 minutes getting there. However, it was still several minutes away from 9 a.m. At this time, countless people already gathered together outside the Gufan store. The majority were Gu Ning's fans, with only a small number of them being passers-by. This is the new store, right? Yeah, but there are already many people here. I've never heard of Gufan before. It's a newly established brand, but the founder is also the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. What? Do you mean the 19-year-old girl? Hearing the discussion of passers-by, Gu Ning's fans felt quite proud of her. Right, the founder of Gufan is Gu Ning, the talented businesswoman, the genius, the kung fu master, and my goddess. Goddess Gu is my idol too. I can't wait to see her. It's still early now. I can wait, but I must see her today. Me too. Many passers-by who didn't know that this store was owned by Gu Ning were surprised, because they had heard about her. Gu Ning was quite famous on social media after all. Nevertheless, some still had a bad impression of Gu Ning, because they thought that Gu Ning was too ambitious and impetuous. In their eyes, Gu Ning built her business empire too fast. Actually, both Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy were new brands, but she didn't hesitate to build another new brand. Although Gu Ning had enough money and ability, she was too young when compared with other successful businessmen. In fact, most people who had a bad impression of Gu Ning were jealous of her to some extent. Her business developed smoothly, and she made a lot more money than her peers. Wow, there are so many people. Chao Wenxin was surprised too when she saw the large crowd outside the store. It proves that Ningning is really charming, Tang Jiakai said with pride. He ached to tell the whole world that Gu Ning was his younger cousin. Gu Ning was one of his family members and he felt super proud of her. Right, Ningning indeed is very charming. Chao Wenxin agreed. Gu Ning smiled when she heard their conversation, but didn't deny it. Although she wasn't as popular as those A-list stars, she was famous too. There were also many haters who disliked her on the internet, but she didn't care about their opinions. She felt grateful for her fans' support, but she wouldn't hesitate to defend herself when it was necessary. Once Chao Wenxin, Tang Jiakai, and Gu Ning appeared, they were the focus of people's attention. The three of them were all good-looking people, so it was hard for other people not to pay attention to them. Most importantly, they looked quite attractive in their new clothes. Oh, Goddess Gu is here. She is coming. Many people who recognized Gu Ning surrounded her at once and kept screaming her name. Goddess Gu. Goddess Gu. Goddess Gu, I'm your biggest fan. I love you, Goddess Gu. Oh, thank you for your support. Gu Ning smiled at her fans. Oh my, I finally saw Goddess Gu in real life. She's even more beautiful than her photos on the internet. Wow, her skin is so good and she glows. I don't see makeup on her face at all. She must be using Cozy to take care of her skin. I'm using Cozy too. Hey, look at the young man and woman who are standing next to Goddess Gu. They're good looking as well. I love her dress. She looks so elegant. I want to buy her dress. I just saw the dress in the store. Really? I want to try it. Me too. Oh, be careful. Don't push other people around and don't get hurt in the crowd, Gu Ning said when the crowd became restless and noisy. Gu Ning's words seemed to be magic, as the crowd became quiet within seconds. After that, Gu Ning walked into the store followed by many people. Luckily, the store was spacious and could accommodate a lot of people. They hired a lot of security guards today to prevent any accidents from happening. Several minutes later, the invited reporters were present. Because it was a business interview, Gu Ning selected several media to come. She was also the first interviewee. They had talked about the content of the business interview early on, so the reporters were aware of what they should ask about and what they shouldn't. Gu Ning answered their questions with a smile on her face and left a good impression on the audience. Afterwards, the invited guests came, and most of them had attended the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry last time. People of the Tang family, the Lei family, the Tanghuang organization, the Shangshi organization, the Jinlin organization, and so on showed their faces too. They had appeared at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry last time, but they caused a sensation again this time. There were too many guests today, so Gu Ning couldn't stay with her family the entire time, because she needed to welcome her important guests. Tang Haifeng and others understood her work, and they could entertain themselves. Therefore, Gu Ning went to chat with her guests. Many people in the high society knew about Gu Ning's family connection with the Tang family, but she didn't bother to show off, so not everyone was aware of it. Some people still believe that Gu Ning only had a good relationship with the Tang family. Actually, even if she only had a good relationship with the Tang family, it was quite shocking because the Tang family was super influential in City B. When it was 10 a.m., Gu Ning gave a speech before they cut the ribbon. Gu Ning didn't need to stay in the store for long after ribbon cutting, so she went to have a meal with her important guests. Because Gu Man was pregnant, she didn't join Gu Ning and went back home with Tang Yunfan. Tang Haifeng and the others also went home. Gu Ning's work was done after she finished the meal with her important guests, so she directly went home to spend more time with her family and left the rest of the work to Gao Weichao. Gufan's opening ceremony gained a lot of attention for it. Although many people bought the clothes of Gufan for Gu Ning's sake, its quality deserved its prices. Many internet users were attracted to the news about Gufan's opening ceremony, and they began to talk about it. Some admired Gu Ning's ability, while some disliked her way of running a business. They thought that she only relied on her connections to run a profitable business. However, no one could be successful without other people's help. In addition, the products or services provided by Gu Ning's companies were of high quality, which mattered most in consumers' eyes. Even though Gufan and Gu Ning raised many discussions, many internet users left positive comments on them. Because both Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy were quite successful, more and more people believed that Gu Ning was a smart businesswoman. It wasn't easy to have one successful business, but Gu Ning had many under her name. Moreover, it was understandable if any of her companies weren't profitable, because businessmen learned from failure. No one was perfect in this world, and everyone had his or her own strengths and weaknesses. Gu Ning was already quite outstanding among her peers. Dongfang Ziyu didn't arrive at the Gufan store until 2 p.m. At this time, the opening ceremony was already over a long time ago. She was so late because she was caught in a traffic jam on the way to the airport that morning. When she finally arrived at the airport, she had to wait for a whole hour for the closest flight. After nearly 2 hours of flying, she arrived at the airport of City B at 12:30 p.m. She went to take a taxi later, and wasted a lot of time on the road, so she missed the opening ceremony of Gufan and failed to see Gu Ning. Dongfang Ziyu was quite upset, but it wasn't appropriate for her to ask the staff where Gu Ning went. She was afraid that Gu Ning might find out that she was following her all the way here. Even though she could make an excuse to see Gu Ning, they weren't even friends. They had only met each other once before, so it would be strange if she purposely came to City B to see Gu Ning. Anyway, she could wait for Gu Ning's next trip. Right at this moment, Gu Ning booked a plane ticket to the capital, and Dongfang Ziyu soon received the news. She knew that the plane that Gu Ning was going to take would take off at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Without hesitation, Dongfang Ziyu booked a plane ticket for the same flight as Gu Ning. She decided to follow Gu Ning and go to the capital. After that, she went to have a rest in a hotel. In the afternoon, Tang Yunrong and her husband came to visit the Tang family. Gu Ning had told them that she also had prepared clothes from Gufan for their family. Therefore, they came to have dinner with the Tang family and picked up their gifts. Tang Yunrong hadn't seen Gu Ning for a long time, so she happily agreed to share a meal with her. Except for Tang Zhiyang, who was in country Y now, all of the other members of the Tang family gathered together that night. Leng Xiaoting went back to the capital in the evening, and he directly went back to the Leng family's house to see Master Leng because Gu Ning wasn't there. Leng Xiaojia was still in the hospital now, but luckily her condition was getting much better day by day. Master Leng, however, was upset these days, because he learned the truth about Leng Xiaojia's sickness. He went to visit Leng Xiaojia 2 days ago, but didn't tell Jiang Shuyuan that he was coming, so Jiang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia didn't pay much attention to what they were saying. Because Leng Xiaojia had suffered a lot of pain, she hated Gu Ning more than ever. Why wasn't Gu Ning killed last time? I hate her. Leng Xiaojia clenched her teeth. She wished that Gu Ning had been killed in the car accident last time, because she believed that Gu Ning must have found out that she was the mastermind of the car accident, so she was heavily beaten because of Gu Ning too. She knew that Gu Ning purposely refused to help her. However, even though she knew that Gu Ning did that on purpose, she couldn't do anything about it in case her dirty secret was exposed. Actually, if Gu Ning hadn't stopped Leng Xiaoting would have disabled Leng Xiaojia early on. Leng Xiaojia knew it very well, so she only dared to curse at Gu Ning behind her back. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Master Leng was listening to their conversation outside the ward. Master Leng was totally shocked when he heard that. He didn't know what Leng Xiaojia was talking about, but he had a feeling that it was something serious. Master Leng was an old man of great wisdom, and he soon realized that Leng Xiaojia must have schemed against Gu Ning before. As a result, Gu Ning had heavily beaten Leng Xiaojia. In that case, he understood why Gu Ning refused to help Leng Xiaojia. Master Leng was full of anger once he figured out the truth. However, Gu Ning said nothing about it for his sake. Master Lung curbed his anger and forced himself to calm down so that he could hear what Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were going to talk about. Alright, stop cursing her. What if other people find it out? Zhang Shuyuan stopped Leng Xiaojia. I just hate her. Leng Xiaojia said. No one will know. All of a sudden, Master Lung kicked the door of the ward open in anger. What if I find out? Master Lung shouted loudly. Both Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were scared when they saw Master Lung and they were struck dumb. To their astonishment, Master Lung showed up out of blue. Father, when did you get here? Zhang Shuyuan asked. I wouldn't know what Leng Xiaojia had done if I didn't come here today, Master Lung said. Then turned to question Leng Xiaojia. Tell me, what did you do to Guning behind my back? I. Leng Xiaojia opened her mouth but didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Father, you must have heard it wrong. It's a misunderstanding, Zhang Shuyuan said and tried to deny it. She knew it wasn't easy to fool Master Lung, but she was reluctant to admit it. I'm not deaf and they aren't either. Master Lung angrily shouted. He came with his security guards today, and they were all special forces. Well, Zhang Shuyuan didn't know what to say now. Master Lung was an old man, but he wasn't dumb. What has Leng Xiaojia done to Guning? Be honest with me, and I can punish you lightly, otherwise I'll go ask Ningning and shouting myself, Master Lung said. Please don't. Zhang Shuyuan was scared once she heard that Master Lung wanted to ask Leng shouting. However, she honestly didn't know how to tell the story. Master Lung didn't bother to urge her, but coldly stared at her, waiting for her answer. Zhang Shuyuan couldn't stand it anymore, so she said, Xiaojia had conflict with Guning a short while ago, so she hired someone to teach Guning a lesson, but it failed. Guning isn't weak after all, and Xiaojia was heavily beaten later. We believe it must be done by Guning. Zhang Shuyuan dropped many details, in case Master Lung was angry at Leng Xiaojia. Unfortunately, Master Lung saw through Zhang Shuyuan, and he knew that Zhang Shuyuan was deliberately making it sound not very serious. Besides, Master Lung knew Guning very well, and Guning wouldn't beat Leng Xiaojia if Leng Xiaojia hadn't done something serious to hurt her. Anyway, Leng Xiaojia must have done something terrible to Guning and Guning had survived. What exactly did she do? Master Lung lost his patience. Zhang Shuyuan panicked. Tell me now. I don't have patience with you, Master Lung said. Father, Xiaojia simply wanted to teach Guning a lesson, and she had no intention to hurt Guning badly, but the person she hired was unreasonable. He took action without our permission and directly hit Guning with a car, but I promised that Guning was fine. What? He hit Ningning with the car. Master Lung was shocked and furious. It was totally unacceptable in his eyes. Master Lung almost had a heart attack from the anger. When and where did it happen? Master Lung asked again. When you were going to City B on the way out of the airport, Zhang Shuyuan said. What? Master Lung was stunned. He didn't forget how dangerous the car accident was at that time. Although they survived in the end, it was too scary. Leng Xiaojia, did you want to kill us all? Master Lung shouted at Leng Xiaojia. No, of course not. Leng Xiaojia argued at once. I didn't know that he would take action at that time. You didn't know? How could you know nothing about it since you hired him? Master Lung snapped at her. To Master Lung's astonishment, his own granddaughter would dare to break the law and had even tried to murder his other granddaughter. Most members of the Lung family were kind, but Leng Xiaojia was an exception. Her mother, Zhang Shuyuan, wasn't a good person either. Master Lung always thought that Leng Xiaojia was simply a spoiled kid, but now he changed his mind. What Leng Xiaojia had done to Guning was illegal, but Zhang Shuyuan failed to stop her. If Zhang Shuyuan allowed Leng Xiaojia to do whatever she wanted without limiting her inappropriate behavior, Leng Xiaojia would become totally spoiled. Zhang Shuyuan was frightened by Master Lung's criticisms and didn't dare to say another word. Leng Xiaojia left the bed and knelt down in front of Master Lung.
Grandpa, I'm sorry.
I know it's my fault and I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me, and I promise that it won't happen again. She knew that Master Lung wouldn't accept her behavior, but she was his granddaughter after all, and she hoped that he could forgive her this time. Father, Xiaojia already admitted to it, and she has learned from it too. Since Guning secretly punished Xiaojia, she clearly didn't want it to be a big problem either. Please forgive Xiaojia this time, Zhang Xuan said and begged for Lung Xiaojia. Shut your mouth. Do you think that you're innocent? Master Lung was mad. Hearing that, Zhang Xuan was scared again. She knew that she should have stopped Lung Xiaojia from doing that, but she hadn't. Grandpa, I'm your granddaughter after all, and we're a family. Couldn't you give me a chance? Lung Xiaojia said. It is precisely because you're my granddaughter that my heart is totally broken by you, Master Lung said. If someone else did that, he would be angry too but wouldn't be as furious as now. However, Lung Xiaojia was his granddaughter and they were connected by blood, so it was hard for him to punish her according to the law. However, it would be unfair to Guning if he let her get away with it. Guning had secretly punished Lung Xiaojia and kept it a secret from him, but he felt quite guilty now after he learned the truth. Guning treated him and Lung Xiaoting very well, and it was impossible for him to pretend that he didn't know it. You should reflect on what you've done, Master Lung said with a frown, then left them behind and walked outside. Lung Xiaojia and Zhang Xuan didn't know what Master Lung would do, so they stayed in the ward in fear. Master Lung thought that he should talk about it with Lung Xiaoting once Lung Xiaoting was back. Because of it, Master Lung couldn't sleep or eat well these 2 days and looked haggard. Lung Xiaoting was worried when he went back to the Lung family's house and asked, Grandpa, are you all right? I'm fine, Master Lung said, but it was obviously a lie. Do you think I'm a fool? Lung Xiaoting said. Master Lung knew that Lung Xiaoting wouldn't be easily fooled, but he needed to summon up his courage to tell Lung Xiaoting the story. Well, do you know who the mastermind behind the car accident that happened in City B last time is? Master Lung asked with hesitation. It sounded as if he just remembered it and asked the question casually. Lung Xiaoting, however, realized that Master Lung was unhappy because of the car accident. You must have found out something, Lung Xiaoting said. At the same time, he put on a serious expression, because it had troubled him for a long time. From his reaction, Master Lung realized that Lung Xiaoting was aware of the truth of the car accident as well. I want to know your answer first, Master Lung said. I think both of us know who the mastermind is, but it's not important now because the mastermind was already punished, Lung Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Master Lung nodded. How about Ning Ning? Master Lung was still worried about Gu Ning's feelings. She already got over it and told me to forget it, Lung Xiaoting said. Actually, he was still mad at Lung Xiaojia. Master Lung didn't think it was wrong if Lung Xiaoting punished Lung Xiaojia for Gu Ning. Although they were cousins, Gu Ning was his girlfriend and they would get married in the future. Besides, Lung Xiaoting never got along with Lung Xiaojia. Since both Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning decided to let it go, Master Lung wouldn't mention it again. However, he still made up his mind to punish Lung Xiaojia, not according to the law, but according to their family rules. Anyway, he didn't want more people to know, because it would damage his family's reputation. Master Lung didn't know how long it took for Lung Xiaojia to make a full recovery, but she was getting better day by day. He also believed that Gu Ning wouldn't disable or kill Lung Xiaojia. You don't need to worry about Ning Ning's feelings. She's fine and she doesn't mind it now, Lung Xiaoting said to comfort Master Lung. Master Lung nodded and dropped the topic. Lung Xiaoting didn't tell Master Lung that he would go to Kunlun Mountain with Gu Ning later. Actually, if it was possible, Lung Xiaoting hoped that Master Lung would never know. Before Lung Xiaoting went to bed, he called Gu Ning and told her that Master Lung already found out the truth about the car accident that happened in City B. Lung Xiaoting also told Gu Ning that he interrupted Master Lung, and they didn't continue to talk about it. She didn't know how Master Lung found out, but she thought that Lung Xiaojia must have blurted it out. She had indeed gotten over it, and wouldn't do anything to punish Lung Xiaojia again. As long as Lung Xiaojia stayed away from her, she would stay from Lung Xiaojia as well. Gu Ning set off for the airport at 7:30 a.m., and Tang Jiakai drove her there. Shortly after she arrived at the airport, she sensed the smell of a cultivator. Then she noticed Dongfang Ziyu. Gu Ning frowned and didn't understand why Dongfang Ziyu would appear here. She wasn't sure whether it was a coincidence. Because Dongfang Ziyu didn't see her when she left, she kept the doubt in her mind. Anyway, Gu Ning didn't bother to pay much attention to Dongfang Ziyu and directly walked into the lounge. Dongfang Ziyu went to get her plane ticket before she entered the lounge too. About 10 minutes later, Dongfang Ziyu saw Gu Ning and walked towards her. "Hi, Miss Gu, what a coincidence." Dongfang Ziyu thought that she was going to meet Gu Ning sooner or later, so she could greet her right now, which might be a good chance for her to be closer to Gu Ning. Dongfang Ziyu's reaction made Gu Ning believe that it could just be a coincidence. "Hi, nice to see you, Miss Dongfang," Gu Ning said politely. "Can I sit next to you?" Dongfang Ziyu asked. "Of course," Gu Ning said. After that, Dongfang Ziyu sat down by Gu Ning, but she didn't continue to chat with Gu Ning. Gu Ning remained silent as well, and neither of them felt embarrassed. After sitting in silence for a long while, they began to chat with each other once in a while, so Dongfang Ziyu started the conversation. When it was time for passengers to get aboard, Gu Ning sat in the middle rows, while Dongfang Ziyu sat in the back rows. They booked plane tickets at almost the same time, but their seats were far from one another. Dongfang Ziyu didn't mind, as long as Gu Ning was in her sight. The flight lasted for 2 hours and 15 minutes before it landed at the airport of the capital. Dongfang Ziyu didn't go near Gu Ning, but followed her after they stepped out of the plane. Gu Ning walked to the terminal later instead of leaving the airport. Actually, Leng Xiaoting should be waiting for her at the arrival hall, but Gu Ning ran into Dongfang Ziyu halfway, so she told Leng Xiaoting to go collect the tickets first. Leng Xiaoting listened to Gu Ning and passed the security check earlier than her. He didn't walk far away and waited for Gu Ning in the lounge. Dongfang Ziyu didn't fix her gaze on Gu Ning, but her sight followed Gu Ning, so she was surprised when Gu Ning didn't leave the airport. Without delay, Dongfang Ziyu followed her. Although Gu Ning noticed that, she didn't take it seriously and went to stand in line for the security check. Because Leng Xiaoting booked plane tickets for the first class this time, there weren't many people in the line and Gu Ning soon passed the security check. Seeing that, Dongfang Ziyu was annoyed, because she was about to lose Gu Ning again. She made a call at once and coldly said, "Tell me where Gu Ning is leaving for right now." In a few seconds, a man said on the phone, "Sorry, I can't." "Why?" Dongfang Ziyu was mad. "The information of her next flight is hidden in the system, and the system will send an alarm if I search for it without permission. I'll get in big trouble," the man said. Dongfang Ziyu lost her patience when she couldn't get Gu Ning's schedule. Once Gu Ning passed the security check, she saw Leng Xiaoting, and they went to dine together. Because both of them were quite good-looking, they attracted much attention along the way. They were already used to it, so they weren't affected. A waitress in the restaurant recognized Gu Ning and immediately got excited. "Are you Goddess Gu?" she asked.
Gu Ning smiled.
"Yeah." "Oh my Goddess Gu, I'm a big fan. Can we take a photo together?" The waitress didn't want to miss this great chance to take photos with her idol. "Sure." Gu Ning agreed. She didn't regard herself as a famous star and was very friendly to her fans. With Gu Ning's agreement, the waitress took out her phone and took several photos with Gu Ning. The restaurant was big and only had a few diners, so not many people paid attention to them. Afterwards, Gu Ning told the waitress that they wanted to quietly enjoy their lunch and hoped that the waitress would not tell other people that she was here. Gu Ning had a lot of loyal fans after all, and she was afraid that she might be interrupted by them. The waitress nodded because she knew that Gu Ning had fans nearly everywhere. When the other waiters saw her happy expression later, they asked her for the reason. Because the waitress promised that she wouldn't tell other people Gu Ning was in the restaurant right now, she made up a lie and said that she just received a good gift. Her photos with Gu Ning was the best gift she had received this year. Other waiters didn't think further about it, and they stopped asking. Therefore, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were able to quietly finish their lunch. Afterwards, they had a rest in the restaurant. They didn't leave until they needed to get aboard. Chun Songi successfully bought the unlucky construction site because its price was very low. When he signed the contract with the land developer was quite honest and told him that the place was unlucky. Chun Songi said that he didn't mind and insisted on buying it. In addition, he asked the land developer for a discount with the excuse that the place was unlucky. Although Guning was super rich, they wouldn't refuse saving money if they could. In the end, Chun Songi saved 30 million yuan. As for the hotel which was on sale, Chun Songi also successfully bought it, but the old residential building behind it took him more time. Most residents were willing to sell their apartments because Chun Songi offered them a very generous deal. However, some tenants were unwilling to move. This was an old building, so the rent was comparatively low, and they couldn't find a better place within a short time. Luckily, they signed the rent contract once a year, and the landlords were unwilling to rent them the apartments when the agreement expired. So even though the tenants were reluctant to move, they had to obey the rules. Chun Songi, however, didn't want to wait, so he decided to pay them double the rent for the rest of the months of their agreement. If they moved out right now, they could have compensation of double rent for the rest of the months of the year. In other words, they could get a lot of money. They had to move out anyway, so it was better for them to move with compensation. Nevertheless, they still needed time to find another place to live. Chun Songi agreed and gave them a few days to do that. As for the third piece of land, the acquisition didn't go very smoothly, because another land developer wanted it too. Although the seller of the land had agreed to sell it to Chun Songi, they hadn't signed a written agreement yet. As a result, only the higher bidder could get it. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went into the plane amidst people's attention, and passengers kept glancing at them when they walked to their seats because they were too attractive to be ignored. There were countless beautiful men and women in this world, but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had an air of great elegance. Gu Ning sat on a window seat, while Leng Xiaoting sat on the aisle seat. Because of his extraordinary appearance, a woman tried to strike up a conversation with him. "Hi, you're really handsome. Are you a star?" the woman asked, sounding as if she was a pickup artist. Leng Xiaoting, however, directly ignored her. Gu Ning gave the woman a glance but said nothing. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The woman was a little displeased. Leng Xiaoting still ignored her, so the woman suddenly shouted to him, "Hey you, are you deaf?" She raised her voice all of a sudden, and many passengers sitting around heard it. No one liked the woman's impolite attitude, but the woman was too selfish to realize that she was being quite rude in a public place. Gu Ning was annoyed and stared at the woman. "Miss, please don't forget your manners, and you look ugly when you try to strike up a conversation with my boyfriend." "So what? I don't care whether he's your man or not." The woman felt humiliated, and she was jealous of Gu Ning too when she saw Gu Ning's stunning face. Leng Xiaoting was angry at this moment and gave the woman a glare, which scared her so much that the woman shut her mouth at once. "You just tried to strike up a conversation with my fiancé," Gu Ning said. "You?" The woman was mad. "I just complimented him and said that he's handsome. I simply wanted to know whether he's a star or not. Why didn't he reply to my question out of politeness?" It sounded as if it was Leng Xiaoting's fault. "Because he didn't want to talk with you and you can't force other people to talk with you," Gu Ning said. "It's rude." Although Leng Xiaoting was indeed a little impolite when he directly ignored the woman, he simply didn't want to talk with her. Many passengers agreed with Gu Ning and thought that the woman was a troublemaker. "You?" The woman was struck dumb for a second but didn't know what to say now. "Miss, if you continue to bother us, I'm afraid that we can only complain to the flight attendant," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the woman was furious and stood up at once. She pointed at Gu Ning, shouting, "Do you want to complain about me? Do you know who I am? My father is the major shareholder of this airline. I can chase you out of this plane." At this moment, two stewardesses ran over and asked in a hurry, "What happened?" "This woman tried to strike up a conversation with my fiancé, but my fiancé didn't want to talk with her. She felt humiliated and got mad all of a sudden. I told her not to bother us, but she wanted to chase me out," Gu Ning said. She wasn't afraid of this woman at all. The stewardess put on a serious expression and didn't doubt Gu Ning's words, because they were in a public place and it was hard to hide the truth. Besides, the woman's behavior was shameless. "Miss." The stewardess turned to face the woman and wanted to stop her from causing more trouble in the plane, but the woman interrupted her. "The shareholder of this airline, Feng Shuping, is my father, so you two should get them out of this plane right now." The two stewardesses were surprised when they heard that, but they didn't give in. "Miss Feng, even if you're the daughter of a shareholder of our airline, you don't have the power to chase our passengers out of the plane." "They did nothing wrong," said a stewardess. "You?" Miss Feng was furious. At this time, Leng Xiaoting took out his officer certificate and showed it to Miss Feng. "This is my officer certificate, and I need to fulfill a mission right now. If you dare to make it difficult for me, I can directly shoot you. I don't care who your father is." Miss Feng was struck dumb when she saw Leng Xiaoting's officer certificate. She couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoting was a major general at such a young age. She knew that a major general was a very important position in the army. In her eyes, Leng Xiaoting was too young to be a major general, but anyway, he indeed had the power to kill her. Besides, if she dared to attack an officer, especially a senior officer, she could be put in jail according to the law. Even if she didn't dare to attack Leng Xiaoting, it was still illegal for her to chase him out of the plane when he needed to fulfill a mission. Actually, if she had known that Leng Xiaoting was a senior officer in the army, she wouldn't have dared to strike up a conversation with him. It was not only Miss Feng. The two stewardesses were also shocked by Leng Xiaoting's title. The other passengers didn't see his officer certificate, but they heard what he just said, so they knew that he couldn't be an ordinary soldier. Many people held great respect towards soldiers in this country, because soldiers protected them and served the country. In addition, their work was always dangerous, and not many people were willing to risk their lives in their jobs. Anyway, it was Miss Feng's fault this time. Even if Leng Xiaoting wanted the flight attendants to chase Miss Feng out of this plane right now, it was understandable, because what she had done and said was unacceptable. Miss Feng's father was a shareholder of this airline, but it didn't mean she could do whatever she wanted. Moreover, because Leng Xiaoting was a senior officer, Miss Feng had broken the law by causing trouble for him when he was on his way to fulfill a task. Actually, it wasn't a big deal at the beginning, but Miss Feng made it serious later. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to waste more time on her and he simply warned, "If you don't want to get in trouble, stay quiet." After that, he took away his officer certificate and ignored Miss Feng again. Miss Feng didn't dare to argue with him, but she was too terrified to sit on her seat now. Without hesitation, she picked up her handbag and walked to the economy class. There were many vacant seats in the plane, so she easily found another seat to sit on. Since Leng Xiaoting let her go, the stewardess said nothing about it. The plane was about to take off, and no one wanted it to be delayed. In a few minutes, the plane finally took off. During the flight, Gu Ning seldom talked with Leng Xiaoting, because both of them were reading a book. Gu Ning had a very good memory, and she could remember whatever she read. Leng Xiaoting was reading one of the two books Yunyao left in her room, but he didn't have as good a memory as Gu Ning, so he read slowly.